I'm going to quit chitter-chattering, and we can...
There we go. That's better.
We can go ahead and get our first look at the seamount.
Yeah, you can sidle up on that heading. That's good there.
I see rocks. How strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, very strange to see rocks
down
down here on the
different
tether
variety
of a little bit
of rocks here. Yeah.
Copy that.
There's some striations or some little sand.
Yeah, I think this is more of that sort of pavement-like manganese crust.
We just looked at the chat. We were looking at the ROV main screen, and Scott was poking some fun that I was going to let that go.
You're all right.
Tina Molitsova has joined us, and she's back home in Moscow. So Tina Molitsova is at the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology in Moscow. She's been traveling. She was at a conference in Vladivostok.
Starboard a little.
And so good to see you on chat again, Tina. And Asako Matsumoto from the Chiba Institute of Japan has also joined us for this dive this morning, and she was also in Vladivostok with Tina. And she's now back home. Their meeting was over.
Here
so welcome to you as well, Asako.
Again.
Both Tina and Asako are some of the foremost authorities and experts in deep water corals. So we are delighted that they're joining us on this dive as they have on previous dives. And then we also have Bruce Mundy from the NOAA Fisheries Science Center on Ford Island, the Yanoye Regional Center. And Bruce Mundy is one of the foremost fish experts in the world. So he's going to provide guidance for the fish that we encounter today and help us with identification.
Keep bobbing over my head.
And he also helps with other types of animals.
It's not going on top of me, but it's
close.
Going above my lower rail, at least, because I can see it go up there on the... Here it is. Yeah, okay. I can see 2 footballs worth way out there, so
I think we're okay. Just my Z bias.
It's getting blown off to the side.
So a lot of these look pretty cemented, and they actually look like pillows, don't they?
Yeah.
Jasper, like it's parallel flows of pillows coming downhill.
I think these are not so much pillows flowing down. I think they're the rounder shapes are the pillows.
So
I suspect that the sort of flowing feature is the actual manganese on top.
Oh yeah, I was just staying still to test Z bias real quick.
Gotcha. Okay.
I just want to get that in. A little heavy.
Yeah, so I don't know if you see this, Scott, or Les, but there is a tiny little night area, and that's on that kind of black boulder that's between 2 other black boulders, almost near the center of the screen. And I don't know if you guys would like to take a look at that, but
it's like 25 meters out. You have some kind of
spotted here.
Big thing.
We're settling in
on the Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just saying, I'm glad you spotted something. This was the best view, not exactly what I was hoping to see when we.
Hey, Washlate, so we just got to bottom, as you can obviously tell. Just setting in my Z bias, and we will be good to move on in just a couple seconds.
Great, thank you very much. And before we move, there is some type of a small coral. It's in the upper center of the screen, and it's on that blacker-looking boulder right between the 2 other blacker-looking boulders.
It's out of your reach, possibly.
Would you like to take a look at that?
Copy that. I will see if I can get to it. It might just be out of my reach, but we'll see.
Okay.
Are lasers on?
Yes, lasers are on.
Yeah, and the lasers are slowly coming up to it right now. Scott, it was actually Jasper, the geologist, who spotted that, which is, I mean, I find that unbelievable, but he did. He's actually got pretty good eyes.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the eyes yet. I just don't know what I'm looking at.
Tugging me around.
Yeah.
You probably said, "What's with that weird rock right
now?" Yeah, what's wrong with this rock? There's something not quite right.
Actually, I think he was sizing that rock up for a collection. I just happened to notice
10 or
something
12
on
meters from fire bottom.
These look pretty cemented.
Can you drop a target real quick? just so that we come back. Hey, Washwood, so I can do a quick view, but it's just out of my sight, so we'll have to get to it in the first ship move, if that's okay with you.
Gosh, that's fine, sure.
Video, just want to do a quick zoom.
It looks perhaps like a small primnoid from this distance, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It actually looks like half of
Bridge, RV now.
Calyptrophora, something or other, maybe Calyptrophora angularis.
Go ahead. Just let
not
you
really
know
sure.
we are on bottom,
But I said that
and
just
bailout
before
is
we
still
zoomed
going
in.
to be due west, 270.
Bailout is 270 degrees.
You don't.
Very perpendicular polyps.
Rick.
This colony has certainly seen better days.
Yeah, and it's got something.
Half of it, as you said, and looks like it perhaps overgrown with some zoanthids on the left side and parts of the middle. Those larger, whiter polyps look like zoanthids to me.
So, pilot, that's probably okay image for that one. I see you're doing a watch stand change, so we're going to be here just for a minute as they change the pilot, co-pilot, and navigator in the front row.
Hey, Watchlers.
Hello. You guys want to take a minute and introduce yourselves?
Sure. Our navigator's just getting in here, getting debriefed by the previous navigator. That will be Fernando Aragon. I'm piloting. My name is Chris Ritter. We have Dave Casagrande, co-pilot Roland Bryan in video, and Emily Nero in clipping, and we all represent the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration.
Thank you very much. And I think we already mentioned this, but Jasper and I are the science leads. I'm the biologist, and he's the geologist.
Yeah.
And we are from the University of Hawaii in the School of Ocean and Earth Science and Technology.
Okay, so do we want to take another peek at this once we get a little closer?
Scott, are you interested in looking at this particular specimen a little closer?
I need to haul in. I'm slapping the tether.
If you are sure that it's a primnoid, then no.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell from the distance we were at whether it was a primnoid or whether it was one of those lyrate bamboos.
no, it's definitely a primnoid, Scott. I got a pretty good look at it.
Okay.
We're stationary, right?
Move up slope.
That is correct. Looks like
Okay.
it, yes.
Yeah, pilot them. He would just soon move up slope. for this
Okay,
one.
sounds good. Well, let's get a ship move in here.
Yeah. We need a prettier coral. That was a little bit bedraggled there.
That was the one that the geologist found. It's not as good, huh?
Yeah.
So what do you think?
So the slope seems
Next time
to
I'll
be
just point
about
it to
13
oh,
over
yeah.
10.
Interesting
No,
thing
that's
there.
flare. Go ahead, Scott.
So I was going to say the interesting
It is kind of steep.
thing
Do you
there
want
is
to go
that
at
it's overgrown with
0.1 or
zoanthids,
0.2?
and so it shows that
we are currently
the coral colonies and their
200
skeletons
meters from
provide
waypoint 2.
additional habitat
Start
besides
point 1
the rock
directly
for
at
other
waypoint 2.
organisms. That's one of
Alright,
the things that
copy
we want
that.
to see.
Okay, I'll turn.
It's fairly
direction.
easy for us
Just
to
to
see
let you guys
the
know, we are
larger
at
organisms
this
from a
point,
distance, and once we've imaged a few, then we
waypoint
get
2
to
and
say, okay,
waypoint 3
we'll
down
just
here.
Okay.
pass those
Sounds
as
good.
we
And
see
then the
additional
bearing
ones.
for
But
waypoint
we don't
2
get
is
to
going to
see
be
some of the structure that's associated with the colony.
Can you
So,
make it active?
that was a nice close-up. It showed us
2,
that
1, 3.
Copy
the
that.
presence of the coral could attract other organisms to it.
My bad.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. And
Oh,
also,
I think I raised
I wanted to point out.
Let's
this
let's
particular
go ahead and
dive
get a
track,
ship move in now.
has
So we're
us
not
starting on
waiting
the
on
side
that.
of the
All right.
ridge, and we're a little ways down
Pilot
along
also,
the
when you
side
get
of
a
the ridge.
chance,
And
lens
one of the
flare on
reasons
the right-hand
that
side of the main
Scott
HD.
likes to start in a place
So
like
do you
this
want to
is
put
because
maybe 30 meters?
oftentimes
at
we'll get
0.1?
into a
Yeah,
ridge
30 is
community
fine.
as we get
Yep.
closer to the
Okay.
ridge top and
Oh,
on
and
the
I
ridge top.
can work on that.
And
Do you
he wants
think
to
that's
actually
light
document
or
exactly where that
off
transition
the
occurs.
claw?
So if you're watching right now and you're thinking, oh, this is pretty barren, there's only like boring rocks all over the substrate, then
How about now, video?
hang tight, because I'll bet we're going to get into some
that's
animals
right
as we
next to
start
my mouth.
moving up slope.
Yeah, that's well said, Chris. And another aspect of that is, if we had all the time and resources in the world, it would be interesting to compare
Bridge,
Level
this is
check.
Nav.
this side of the slope
Going out.
of this ridge to
Let's
the
get a
east
move
side.
in. It's
So
going to
that
be
we could
30
see
meters,
is the
bearing
direction of the
7,
current having an
5,
impact on whether
and
there
then
are more on
the
one
speed is
side
going
of
to
the
be
ridge or another side of the ridge.
0.1 degrees.
And the other
I mean
thing is that
0.1 knots.
there isn't just
Ship
necessarily a
move
change
30
in the
meters, bearing
density as you move up
075
the slope, but there
degrees
could be a
at
change
zenith
in
1
the
knots.
species composition. So we have
Copy
found
that,
we have
thank you.
certainly on some
Pretty
very steep
significant
walls
lens
that
flare on the right side. Mind
there
if
are
I
certain kinds
play
of
with the light still
sponges
to try to
that
get rid
seem
of
to
that?
be very
Nope, go ahead.
common on
Alright,
the lower
bring
sides of
hydraulics
these
on.
walls, and then as you move
Can you repeat
a
your
little
last
bit
watch, Liz,
higher,
if you're
you
coming
start
at me?
to see one sort of coral, and then when you get closer to the top,
Alright.
it's replaced by
Yeah,
a different
bridge
kind of
move
coral.
initiative.
And then when you get on top
Copy
of the
that,
ridge,
thank
you
you.
see different ones again. So there are these patterns that we're interested in
Uh,
documenting, and that also adds
stand
to
by. I
the
can barely
total
hear you,
size.
but that's my headset here.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
We're waiting on a ship move, watch lead, so we can't get really any closer until we get that, until the ship moves. But I can zoom from here. Is that okay?
Yeah. So Scott, we were while you were talking about the dive protocol, Jasper had seen a little cluster of potentially loose rocks right down here. It's pretty consolidated up above, but there seems to be a bunch of loose ones down here, and we're thinking this might be a good place to perhaps get our first rock.
Right down here, Jasper?
Copy that, Chris.
Okay. Yeah, they look loose, yeah. This one here? Yeah, we can, okay, yeah, once we get in a little closer, we can, try to grab one. I can...
Video, does that
So I
look
like
better
to
on the flare?
tease Jasper and other geologists about the rocks, but actually I grew up in a family of geologists and had a
No,
pick
the
in my
flare's
hand
still
a
there.
long time before we even
It's
had
off
a
the
pet.
craft.
So
Hopefully
I
it'll
like-
move when we do
I
this
like
collection
geology.
rolling.
Okay.
If it doesn't, can you let us
You
know?
may be wondering, why are we going to grab a
Copy
rock
that,
with
yes.
paperweight? What's the point of that? And I don't know, Jasper, why are we collecting
We are
rock?
already moving.
I do like paperweights too, but
Copy.
no, in this case, what we are after is trying to collect a piece of the volcanic rock that sort of sits underneath the black coating to get an idea of how old this particular volcano is in the Pacific, and that helps us get an idea of its place in this chain of volcanoes that we're sort of making our way through. These are all volcanoes that are part of what we call a hotspot chain, a
Heaving
chain
a
of
lot, and the
volcanoes that
tether's right under me.
are formed
Yeah.
over something
Bridge,
we
this
call a
is Nav.
hotspot, and that
Keep
gives us
your,
an idea of how the plate may have moved
ahead,
back
Nav.
in time.
Keep your altitude
We
on.
just
and
had
so
a personal change down
we
here.
like to get some samples
can you let me know
to
the
be able to
conditions up
determine
there?
how old this thing is, so that we can see better
Understood. We
how
have our dominant swell
the
system,
Pacific plate moved
5 to 7 feet with a
further back
possible
in
2
geologic
feet,
time, and
2 to 3
particularly
feet
this time,
wind wave on
this
top,
part
coming
of the
broad on the starboard
plate,
bow.
This time frame is
Shorter
very
period than
poorly
we've
constrained,
experienced
so
previously,
the
but
more
more
data
organized
we
than it
can
was
get
perhaps this morning.
to actually put some
Wind has
dots on
been
the map,
steady.
the better.
Broad on the starboard
again.
bow, anywhere
Copilot.
from
So these
18
rocks
and
are
20
pretty
knots.
Everybody in my
And
ear.
then,
Sorry,
although
the-
it may not be a true reflection of the
tether
current,
is-
I'm showing about 1 knot of current broad on the port bow.
Every heave.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
Just,
And it's remarkable to think about this, that 1 or 2 rocks
I'm not sure
collected
if we'll
from
be
the
able to...
seafloor down here can be extremely
Once we come forward, do you
informative.
think we'll be able to... Can you come
It's-
down if I
What
come
was
down a little?
the heading
yeah,
of
it's
the
pretty,
current?
pretty
I hope
impressive
so,
what you can do these days.
I don't know if you...
It's, we
Oh,
do
you
want.
probably can't
I'd
look
say
at my
approximately,
height, but it's nearly
110
hitting.
degrees.
Everybody's going to
Yeah.
say
Heave, and I
that
have a
for
delta
their
of
own fields
25.
too. The more we
Copy
can collect,
that.
the better.
And the
'cause we
bailout,
have
you still
I'm
have...
sorry, Nav,
better
Bridge, you
chances of
asking
getting a very
the heading of the
well-suited rock for the analysis
swells
we
of the
need to
current.
do.
Just gonna
No, the incoming
Um,
current.
try to
is
keep
the
it
Oh,
same.
I'm
tight.
sorry.
If I
Because
touch you,
we're
let me
showing
know.
manganese
0.5.
coating,
Okay.
we also want to make
Copy
sure
that.
we don't get too small of a rock, because then we might end up with just
Copy
a
that,
piece of
current
manganese.
055.
We might not be able to
And
get
then
that.
you still
doesn't
have the
provide
bailout
as
at
good of
270.
an
That is correct.
approximation
Bailout
of
is
how old this
270.
volcano is.
Copy that, thank you.
Watch the pilot.
Go ahead.
Great pilot.
Hey, this collection is going to be a little hard to get to for us.
Okay.
We're coming at the slope, and in order to get a little closer, we're going to have to come up the slope a little bit with Sirius and D2. So is it okay if we just keep going up and look for another specimen? That one will be pretty tricky to get back down there.
Okay, we'll take the gamble.
Okay.
those of you who didn't hear that, that was a little difficult to get that one, so we're going to look for some
All right, bring
others.
hydraulics off. Unless you want to look at that claw.
One of the issues here is that
yeah.
a lot of the
Let me give
rocks
you a
are
little
actually
flow.
cemented into the bottom by a manganese
Here's
crust,
1500.
and so it's kind of
Copy.
tricky.
You know,
finding
actually, that
rocks
flare
are
makes me think it's
free
coming from
that
the
we can
other
actually,
side.
pick
I
up
was
with
wrong.
the manipulator.
You just
If
moved
it's
it.
cemented in, it's virtually impossible to remove. Oh yeah, and there is a coral. I don't know if it's possible to look at. There's some corals that are on the boulder right at the bottom center.
You can
of the
spin me down.
screen.
Okay. Yeah, stand by one, Watchley.
Sure.
That tether's making me nervous.
I agree.
How we doing in that ship move, Nav?
We are currently moving, and we should have about 7 more minutes to go.
How far are we?
We are about, I'd say, halfway there. About 15 meters.
Okay. Is it helping off? I come up, Dave. Get that.
Well,
little-
I have to also come up. I think.
Well, don't though. I mean, if
okay,
I come up
see.
and see what I mean.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
make that
less of a
little-
delta.
Right.
So for those on
We could try that.
on the line wondering what's going on or watching in one of the centers or online, we're currently just making sure that we have 3 moving vehicles all at the right distances from each other. So this is a little exercise that goes on throughout the dive.
So
Yeah, that
make
actually
sure
looks
everything's
better with a
aligned.
lower delta.
Yeah. Let's do a delta like this, and I'll stay in
All
tight
right,
with
I'll
you.
try that. Yeah.
Okay.
And
So for you
you can
viewers,
feel free to go back down.
What
I'll
the
follow
heck
you.
are those
Okay.
red lines just shooting off into the distance there, Jasper? They look like phasers from the Starship
That's right.
Enterprise. What are those?
They don't do as much damage though. They're just little
And
laser
I'll just
pointers.
stay
Is
in
it
tight
actually
with you.
blowing
Uh,
over
so
you, or
how
is that
far
just the
apart are they?
perspective?
No, it is.
They
There's an
are
up-
usually
looks like
10
an upwelling
centimeters
here.
apart until
Yes.
somebody bumps them, I suspect.
So what was that delta, like 17 or 18 or something?
So you see,
good at
them tapering off
maybe,
towards each
17.
other. And
Okay.
the further
And I'm like
you
20
look
meters
into
away from
the
you.
Yes.
depths
Yeah,
right
okay.
now. But once they
Or,
hit the
I mean,
bottom, you see 2 dots.
horizontally.
Though they're
Yes.
about 10
Yeah, okay.
centimeters apart.
Try to keep something like that.
It's kind of an interesting view where you actually see the lasers in the water column because there's
So you want to try to come down, acquire the slope again?
Yep, I'm
Okay.
following you down.
Okay. Keep this configuration. See if that works. Okay, watch this. We're just working out a safe configuration here. The tether was really not happy underneath Sirius, so we want to get it right the first time and then go like that the rest of the way up the slope.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, keep coming.
All right.
I'll push out a little.
While we're coming back down to the bottom, just an update on the next couple of days. The weather has improved. Those of you who've been following us along on this
Yeah,
cruise,
we're
we
heaving
actually
like
had to
5
abort
meters.
dives
Yeah.
yesterday and the day before because
But that delta of like
there was a
18
storm
worked
forming
Yeah,
pretty
right
well.
on
yeah,
top
that
of
worked
us.
pretty well.
Luckily
Just
it's
as long as
moved
it doesn't
off to the west,
come up above you.
and
Okay.
we went further south to try to get as far away as possible, and that's what's allowing us to dive
We
here
should be
today.
almost done with that move.
The
It
weather
should
is going
be
to continue
maybe
to
5
improve, and
meters
so we are
or
going to
so.
transit tomorrow night
Okay.
Done
up
with the
toward
ship
Wake
or
Island,
with Sirius?
and we're
with
going
the
to
ship.
dive
Okay.
off the northwest side of Wake Island.
do you think
in
about
a
something
shallower
here?
dive, somewhere between 1,000 to 500 meters on that particular dive. We hope to get into precious coral depths, and hopefully we're not quite going to make it into bottom fish.
How far are you
depths,
from the
but
wall there?
This is due to the
30,
steepness of the terrain and getting
35,
close to the
yeah.
reef.
I'm in good shape.
But,
Okay. So
we
if
are
you're
gonna
okay
do
there,
that,
maybe I'll try to snag one of
fisheries
these rocks
dive.
here. What do you think?
And then
Yeah.
the day after
Yeah,
that,
tether
we're
looks
going
good.
to do
I'm
an
happy.
archaeology dive
Okay, you want to spin me
on
out then?
what we
Yes.
believe is a shipwreck, a destroyer that was sunk in the
It's
Battle of
1,500. Let me know if you need anything else.
Copy
There,
that. Jasper, how do these look
where
here?
its final
Bring
resting
me down,
place
Roland.
is, so we're going to look at that. And then after that dive, we're still deciding what the next one will be.
Yeah, that was big.
Those two next dives will be a bit shallower than this one. Probably
could break Sean's record.
The second one will be around 800 meters or so.
Unattainable.
Following you down.
So we're going to see some
What
different
about like
communities
this one?
over the course of today and the next couple
Here,
days.
that
And,
guy.
if you stay with us and watch these, you'll see
Yeah,
some of these
see.
transitions that
Okay.
certainly fascinate us biologists. And also the geology is going to be very different as well. We're probably going to get into some carbonate and far less of this manganese and
Pilot and co-pilot,
Roland.
the ship has stopped moving.
Thanks,
volcanic
Cap.
material.
Let's go a little bit zoom in video. Just see what this rock looks like. What do you think about that, Jasper?
It's a little cemented, doesn't it?
Okay. Do you want to try to figure that out? Give it the contour test. Come wide video. Watch these.
Yeah, we're pondering it.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we're thinking about it, and it might take a fair bit of time to do that for something that looks kind of stuck.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder if we just look for another pocket that looks a
Yeah.
little wider and
Okay.
less.
I think so.
Yeah, thank
Roger
you.
that. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, pilot.
Now, what was the direction on our last move?
That was 075, but
All right. Thanks.
I'm gonna move from the average of serious movement. That should be about 076.
Just want to make sure that COG for heading option is
So
off.
we have some corals here.
You know what I mean,
I wonder
right?
if we can get some zooms on some of these corals.
Yeah, sure. Where do you want to start?
Maybe
Under
start
vessels,
with the
look
leggy
under
one
sled,
to the left.
And make
on the
sure use
lowest
COG
one
for
of the
heading is
set.
unchecked.
Okay. Copy that.
There's a long-legged shrimp down there.
Co-pilot, is that
Can you
for
come on
every
in
single
video?
vehicle?
It's only an issue on sled.
That's a brittle star.
Okay,
Alright.
keep going.
I'm checking.
Okay, that should help a bit with the USBL.
Alright, thank you.
Looks like a collection of different types of primnoid octocorals, I
It's
think.
not the best background, is it?
Yeah, this first one definitely is,
What about
Scott. So we'll
that?
see it any
Tether
second.
looks great, by the way, pilot. This
Copy, thank you.
delta and
Yep,
spacing
this
is
is
good.
the leggy branched one.
Yeah, this
Probably
is.
an Arella of some kind.
Yeah, that's what I think it is too. And you have any? Yeah, Tina is also agreeing it's a primnoid.
And so for, interesting comparisons and contrasts to make as we look at the various species today, I'll note that this colony
It's a
does
little
not
darker background.
have anything else living on it. No brittle stars, worms, zoanthids, etc.
Yeah, there's a little something. I think it's a spooge. What do you think? Yeah, spooge.
Yeah, the brown stuff
Right.
on the
So,
left
yeah.
there.
Doesn't look alive. It looks unalive.
I agree. I agree.
All right. When video is finished with this one, maybe we can look at one of the other ones.
Okay. You want to, whenever you're clear, Roland? Go full specimen? Sure.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Chris, if there are
Gonna
three
kill the
different
lasers?
species here.
Yeah, I
The,
think.
Lasers
branched
going
one,
off.
and then it
Copy.
looked like maybe a plurigorgia, perhaps, or just another broken up primnoid.
I think there's an unbranched one to the upper right of this colony,
Video's clear. Copy that.
and they're getting a full colony shot right now. Certainly looks like a Narella. Oh, there's some Chrysogorgia there too, Scott. That I think are to the right of the one we just imaged. There's two of them, I think.
We want to look at those?
Yeah, might as well just to do it systematically, I think.
Okay.
And if that's not right, Scott, just chime in and tell me to be quiet, and you tell them
That
what
sounds good, Chris.
you want them to do.
No, that sounds good.
Stand by one video. Let me see if I can get this one on the bottom with the black in the background a little bit more. There we go.
Don't know if you mentioned it. I also
Lose a little bit of light, I guess, huh?
Arsinus
Just a little
down
bit
off
off the
to
top.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I called them
Go
a
on in.
long-legged shrimp, but I've got them
See
in my
what you
notes.
can do with
Thank you.
that.
And there's also these white brittle stars on the rocks as well.
Sorry,
This
that's
is another type of
Buster Dead
octocoral
Band.
in a different family. The previous one we were looking at was in the family Primnoidae. This is in the family Chrysogorgiidae, and Chris, you earlier said the genus Chrysogorgia. And one of the hallmarks of this genus is the very delicate polyps that sit on very thin tissue on the skeleton. You can see there. There's virtually no tissue that the polyp can retract into on the skeleton. And the other thing about the Chrysogorgiids is the very geometric, regular geometric
Just let me know what you need,
patterns.
Roland.
And they use the angle of these branching
Continue
patterns
down.
and the number of times they branch in the characteristics of the species description. It's a very nice view, and I'm satisfied with you on it.
So Scott, if I was a coral predator down here, this sure looks like it'd be something I'd want to eat, because you're not going to get so many branches in with your your polyps. You've got polyps that should be easy to pluck off. You know, why you don't really see that
Are you ready
many
to go for
predators
full
on
specimen?
Chrysogorgiids.
Yeah,
Do you
go
have any
ahead.
idea why that might be?
Tilt up for you. Oh,
Well,
sorry.
one suggestion is that there is some biochemical that is produced that's in the tissue that may be toxic or unpleasant in some way to a predator. Another thing I guess you could say is that while the polyps look like a nice mouthful, there isn't a lot of additional
I've
tissue.
rotated a little
besides
bit
that.
on you. Sorry about that.
They really don't have very large sclerites. Those are the calcium
Video's
carbonate
clear.
structures that are
Copy.
embedded in the tissue,
Alright.
so they don't have much defense.
Try to get the
in
one
that
right
way.
above it.
So it may be that there's a biochemical defense. And I'll note that on this colony, again, we're not seeing any associated organisms. Very often when we see the Chrysogorgiid colonies, we see shrimp
Tilt down.
or spot
Partial.
lobsters, and I don't see either there.
Copy.
There are some species, not
Just
these
give
ones, but
that a
there are
go.
some species where there
Maximum.
may be a
Copy.
brittle star that is thought to aid in the
Sliding a little down the hill.
This one seems to have bigger polyps, doesn't it? And the skeleton is more robust.
Yeah, it could be. It could be different, Scott. I agree.
You're sliding
Definitely looks
forward.
like the skeleton's
Yeah,
more
I'm trying to
robust.
push in a little, get a tighter shot.
Don't see as much branching, so I don't know if that means some of the
Okay,
smaller
let's see how that
branches
works.
have broken off. I'm always looking for an Acanella, which can fool you at a distance compared to some of these Chrysogorgiids. But this is a Chrysogorgia just in fairly bad shape. So now we've seen 3 or 4 colonies, all that show a lot of damage to the branches, and I wonder what's causing that. I don't see a lot of rubble, although we did see some broken up rock a little bit further down the slope, and we are low on the slope, so maybe as these
it's hard to
things
keep
tumble
that
down
foot
the
in
slope,
there,
maybe
Roland,
they
sorry.
catch some of these corals. Possible predation, but I'm not sure what would break the branches. Possibly if there's a predator that removes the tissue, the branch would break later. But
Can
again,
you just
no
get full
shrimp,
specimen from here?
no
Yeah.
crab,
Okay.
no brittle star associated with that colony. Thank you.
Let's see if I can get stable here.
Okay, we're
Partial.
imaging our next one here. This unbranched. It's also in the
Let's
family
go to this one.
Primnoidae.
That works for you.
Let's just put a note in the event log. Les Watling, who, with a bunch of other people, is at the Darling Marine Center at the University of Maine. He notes that that's an unusual Chrysogorgiid because the axis is very smooth and there's no obvious branch point.
Pilot, are you
As I was
okay
saying,
with
the
the range of
Chrysogorgiids
your
are
sonar, or
usually
do you want me to bring
defined
it down
by,
to 30?
their
or-
branching, the angle of branching,
It's
the
50
number of
right now.
branches, and so on. So that looked a little bit odd.
Yeah,
So
you can bring it down to 30.
Good bet.
I'm happy
Of
with mine.
Candidella here, Chris.
Copy
We've
that.
seen these on other dives and
Okay, go ahead,
have
NVIDIA.
remarked then that they don't seem to have polyps on the lower quarter to third of the colony, these unbranched primnoids.
So this has got 3 polyps per whorl. That means 3 polyps. I think it's 3. I think there's 2 on a couple of these. But at each point along the branch, you have 3 polyps coming out at the same point along the main stem coming out. And this is characteristic of something that we've seen in Hawaii called Candidella gigantea. The gigantea, in reference to the size of the polyps,
I
which
have
are
a hard
quite
time
big, as you
keeping
can see,
focus with
compared
you.
to
You're still
the
sliding
other
in.
primnoids that we were imaging and the Chrysogorgia. So I'm sort of making
This
a
is
note.
fantastic
that-
view.
Yeah, it's a beautiful
Sorry, Chris,
view.
I was just saying, this is a fantastic view of the
Like it's
scale
going out top to
sclerites,
bottom too.
typical of the Primnoidae. So if you think of fish scales or scales on a snake or a lizard, these have calcium carbonate elements in their tissue that are in the form of scales. The exact
Yeah, you
shape.
can see the scales.
There's a lot of diversity in it among the different species in genera, and it's the key characteristic that is used to define the species and diagnose the species. It's very clearly
Slipping backwards.
Yeah, I just lost
later
the toe
on,
there.
if we're looking at a chrysogorgiid or a bamboo coral or a plexaurid, you won't see that.
Okay, you want to come wide? You want to try to get the
different kind of
get the whole thing, and then we can get moving here. Just stand by there. I'll give it a tilt.
Of course, the 8 tentacles, characteristic of the octocorals. These are all octocorals. They have the little side branches. They're called pinnules on each tentacle, and that just allows for more surface area of the structures that capture their food.
How's that wrong?
It's good.
So Asako Matsumoto pointed out that there's a lot of variation in the branching pattern, and that's what we have been seeing. And actually, we're seeing a lot of variation in the number of polyps that are coming off of these whorls over here in the western part of the Pacific.
Give it
in Hawaii, these Candidella, what we think are Candidella gigantea, seem to have only 3 polyps, but we've seen ones with 4. I think we saw one with even 2 polyps that we think is related or close, or at least somewhat related to Candidella gigantea. We don't know if they're really different species or not.
Got that.
Copy. You want to go fish?
Yep.
Another thing that's a little weird about this
Oh,
colony
got a
is
fish.
that sharp angle at the base.
Just hold there. I'll try to come over to him. Or he may come to me. You can push in a little, actually. Hold there.
All right, Bruce, we're going to need some help here.
Yeah, you can track him. He's going the direction of the current watch leads, if that's valuable.
Eel in the family Synaphobranchidae. They're called cutthroat eels because the gill openings are placed low down on the bottom of the throat. And this one has a long snout, fairly deep body.
As he stabilizes, try to get tight on the eye.
Copy.
At least halfway back on the body and further. So this is in the genus Synaphobranchus. There are a couple of possibilities for the species, Synaphobranchus brevidorsalis or Synaphobranchus oregoni. We always have a request to zoom in on the head and the body just behind the head, particularly areas where the skin
Hopefully it comes in the light down here. You can get a zoom roll.
Spot the scale pattern to help identify the species on these. So a cutthroat eel in the genus Synaphobranchus. This is one of the larger, more active predators in this ecosystem. They swim faster than a lot of the other types of fish that we see in these habitats. And they eat a variety of fish and crustaceans and
just go down and down.
So Bruce, this guy actually looked like he had lateral line pores on the top of his head. Did you see that? And they also look a bit whitish. I'm sort of wondering whether this is something slightly different than what we've been calling the brevidorsalis or oregoni.
Well, it might be, but the dorsal fin is so far back on the body that eliminates most other possibilities.
One last look at the dorsal fin.
Can too like to say that the number of lateral line pores on the head can also help with the identification.
Okay, go ahead.
We usually don't see these looking down on the head like we just did. So it's a slightly different view than we often get.
Come in
so
more.
I'm still guessing
You got it.
Looking for the dorsal.
Species.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. There you go.
That was Bruce Mundy of the NOAA Fisheries Science Center in Ford Island on the island of Oahu, Hawaii.
Okay.
Helping us out with the fish today.
Good flying.
Nice tracking that.
This guy had some nice little scratches on him again.
Now there's some serious manganese crusting going on here. Wow.
And I think it forms sort of these sort of smooth layers that look like you thought they were striations. I think it's just a really thick coating.
Chrysogorgia, similar to what we just imaged, and we're getting a bunch more animals as we're going up slope. So that's a good sign.
Okay, Nav, let's work with Copilot, try to get a move dialed in here
Okay.
so we can continue up.
Do you think all of this is just manganese crust like this flat layer? Is that right, Jasper? Or do you think there's volcanics in there as well? Oh, stock sponge too.
Yep.
On your sonar, that's probably
And a
the...
dead one in front of that
Are we moving
crack that you're pointing
straight
out
to
at.
waypoint 2?
Yeah, I
or
think
up
that's
the
mostly
hill?
just
Let's go right to
manganese
waypoint
that
2.
makes that
Okay.
look that
It's
way.
close enough to the
Just
hill.
form sort
I
of
think
a
we're
pavement.
comfortable.
All right. So that is
Copy that.
same 180.75. Do you
Appears
want
to
to do the
be
same move
a,
then? 30
Calophacus.
meters,
Sure.
75.
It's a glass
Yeah,
sponge.
okay.
Do you want to take a look at this or just kind of saddle around it, Chris?
Quick zoom would be fine.
Copy.
I think.
Let's go in. I guess that was a foolish question for a sponge expert.
Yes.
Bridge, this is Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Let's get another move in. It's going to be 30 meters, 75 degrees,
Oh,
zero
So
decimal
we're,
1
So
knots.
when you come off of this,
We're looking
you're
at sort of
well
the
off.
front
We have ship
space
move
of
repeated
what I
last
think
move,
is
30
a,
meters, 0.75 degrees
a
at
glass
1/10
sponge
of a
in the
knot.
family Euplectellidae.
That is correct,
Excuse
thank
me,
you.
family Rosellidae in the genus Calophacus.
Sorry.
I'm being tugged, Roland. Can
Sorry
you
to
come
interrupt,
on
because
just
I just wanted
for a
to
minute?
say that I saw a wispy, I think, coral off to the right, and I wanted to say it because I know I'm 14 seconds delayed, so before you leave.
Oh, okay. You see that unbranched
Yeah.
coral pilot? Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about.
Let's see if we can just get them both in view here.
Nav, bridge, move initiated.
If you can... Oh,
Good
yeah,
copy,
it is
thank you.
unbranched, I see. I couldn't even tell that it was unbranched before I said that. Is it another Candidella?
I don't think so.
Might be a little too far, Roland. What do you think? Let's
Maybe
go in.
I can get it from here.
Copy.
Nope. You're right, Scott. It's another Candidella. It's that same one. I just didn't see the curl on top. It was really straight, but
Yeah, it's that real sort of ramrod straight almost. There's something about that skeleton, you know. It has that feel, if you will. Yep. Okay. Good.
Let's keep going up the shaft.
The Candidella primnoids
Copy.
often do not
The
have...
sponge is wanting to be a part of my vehicle.
And whenever I say associate, I mean some other animal living on the colony. That's good for me. Thank you.
oh, I'm trying to remember that Sylvester Stallone movie where the
Let me know when you're clear, Roland. I want
Clear.
one of
to carefully back out here.
Oh shucks, I can't. This is not going to work. I can't remember. So I'm gonna just,
You're not going to do it.
I'm going to forget the whole joke altogether. You've got to remember your joke
Your
facts
classic,
if you're going to.
your classic lines.
Right.
So max tension on these snaps is in the 14K range. That's,
Copy that.
That's fine, right?
Yeah, it's okay. All right. We'll leave.
Did we? No, we're
B.
right above it.
Try to move to port if you can as we...
Copy
For a
that.
second there, it looked like it was floating.
Yeah, and for a second there, it looked like it could be a different sponge too. I saw a little depression on top. And then I guess it's Calophacus, and I'm sticking to it. I'm not changing. I'm not waffling back and forth.
So we're going to have a no waffle seamount next.
That's right, no waffle.
All right, I'm looking roughly in our direction movement.
Copy.
Another Candidella coming up into view. Any rocks here, Jasper?
These look darker, so they might actually be more loose.
Yeah, this would be a good spot for us to
Okay, so let's take a good look then.
copy. Come again, video.
There's some interesting things in that crack in the rock to the left. Just
Anything
noting
sort of pique
those
your
different
interest
white
there,
things.
Jasper?
Copy. You want to give it a snap? Just get a better view there. Keep coming. Is that just sediment? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, just sediment.
Okay.
That's sediment.
Come on. I think
Yeah.
some of these will be loose.
Yeah, maybe back
Yeah.
to the.
I
over
think
to the
the
right.
ones on the right, next between
Okay.
the boulder and sort of the more solid stuff, there might be some. Oh, there's a. Is that a fish or something?
Shrimp.
Bill shrimp.
Shrimp.
Could we get the lasers on? Just to get an idea.
Yeah,
of the
sure.
size?
Go ahead.
Is this coming on?
There they are.
Oh, those are not bad in size.
Yeah. What about this one right here? Would that be a good one? Or?
It's a different kind of coral coming to bottom of screen.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, maybe, or this one up here.
So he's looking for
There's-
some of the rounder ones, pilot.
What about
I'm hoping to get
this
a,
one?
Yeah,
right.
that
Yeah.
one,
Right.
or there was
Or-
one a little bit further.
What about one
There.
of those?
Those are going to be stuck, I suspect, because they have the same amount of sediment on them as the rest. I suspect that's going to be in place.
Oh, I see.
The other ones,
Okay.
the ones that are a little darker, probably rolled a little ways.
Okay.
Not too
like-
long ago.
like-
There's the bigger one that you're right on pretty much right now, and then there's another one that's slightly smaller. That's a little bit up to the left from your lasers. It's kind of roundish.
Oh,
Looks
I
like
see.
a little
In the
pillow.
middle of the whole thing there.
Yeah, that
A little bit
doesn't
up.
look bad. That
Right
might
Yeah,
be
right
free.
there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can go for that. Let's try to image this rolling.
Yeah, what was this down here? I was
Go ahead.
going to say, I think it's a black coral.
Partial.
Copy.
That looks black. Yeah.
Well, we've got Tina
come on,
Molodtsova,
let's
one of
just
the
sit down.
foremost experts on black corals, on the chat right now, and Scott France knows a lot about them as well. So, yeah, Tina's asking, we are going to zoom it. They're just settling down here, Tina, and you're going to get a look shortly.
How far are we in that move now?
We are
Okay,
about
wrong.
12 meters from the end of the move.
Copy.
You're still well out ahead of me, but I will probably catch
Okay,
you on
we
this
have a discrepancy between experts. Scott's going to defer to Tina. It's kind of fun when we get two different opinions.
That's
It's
right.
a little bit puzzling there. Tina believes this is a heteropathes. It is a black coral, and
Scott's deferring to Tina's ID.
Stand by one.
yeah, and actually Tina's not
tugging me at
absolutely
all?
positive
No,
about
she's-
her ID
yeah.
I might
either.
have a minute ago. I don't think
Again,
I
it's
am
always
now.
fun when we can't ID them right off the bat. Okay, so Tina is now taking a harder line stance.
Yep.
She's going to go heteropathes, which is good.
Maximum.
Yeah, I think one of the
Copy.
things that we had to see there was whether there were smaller branches that are basically coming off the front face, if you
Take
will,
my
of this,
tilt.
feather-like colony.
Got it.
So
You want me to
you
follow?
Yeah.
see that main dark axis coming up the middle, and then you see branches coming off to either side. If that's all there were, that's
Can I
pretty
continue to
characteristic of Parantipathes.
Yeah,
If you look
I'm just
through it,
trying
it looks like there are some
Yeah,
smaller
just keep it in
branches
view.
called pinnules directed downwards, and that would be a characteristic of heteropathes.
That's good.
Yeah, and I would agree, Scott. I think I'm seeing those smaller branches on the main stem on the downside of this, or the opposite side of this colony.
Yeah, you can see it particularly at the very end.
Yeah, at the very end, right? You can see them. So,
Has
So this
depth
is
to it.
similar to one we saw,
Oh, no,
Come on,
three
video.
times ago that
Full
caused
wide.
some
This is-
confusion, and it's just that the main pinnules, those main branches, were much longer,
Yeah.
and we were almost looking at this from the tip onwards.
Let's get a better
Uh,
shot
very,
here.
very
That was
unusual.
terrible.
Sounds like they want to look up
leaf-shaped,
from
that
the
one, because
bottom.
those side
Yeah.
branches were so long. But
You want me to keep your camera?
Yeah, go ahead and keep it.
no idea if it's
Okay, video. Let's do this.
Coming down,
gonna get a slightly side view on this just to make sure.
holding.
And yeah, it certainly looks like there are some smaller branches right there, as Scott and Tina were suspecting, coming off of the main stem. Those are those little branchlets right underneath the main stem.
Coming up.
Tina also pointed out that
Perfect.
the actual bend near the base of the colony is also characteristic of a heteropathes.
And go to the base.
Yeah, we can try.
It's interesting because it suggests that it has to do with the way that it's the polyps are able to get their food in the water column. So perhaps
Pulling
by
out.
bending like that, you have the water sort of run
Partial.
all along it. This is total conjecture on my part. Just trying to think about why something would
Okay,
grow
come
in
back
that orientation instead of straight up.
Coming
Why
down
would
to
it
the
be
base.
bent over?
We're
Excellent.
taking a look at a little brittle star here, I think, on the
Come up as
left of the colony.
low as I can.
Okay, are we clear with this here before we get this rock?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. Just come wide rolling. Having enough of a time just trying to hold it. Copy that.
All right.
Yeah, you can give it back to me.
Close. Okay.
Thank you.
We're almost done with that move. It should be just a couple of meters more.
Copy that.
And that is the ship.
Okay. And
Copy that. No, there goes a fish on the left.
Yeah, an eel. But maybe we can get your rock already. Get that in the box.
yeah, if you want to just keep me in view, that'd be good.
All right.
We may lose where your rock is if we chase the fish.
Yeah.
Following you.
Copy.
Yeah, that's another Snaffle Brancus, and I would say we see those so often that we just skip trying to chase that fish.
Well,
No, he's coming right into the picture. Very nice of him.
He is not going to be overshadowed
Bridge
by a
moved
rock.
from the end.
He wants
You'll
his,
see him in the top left in a minute.
Copy that, Bridge.
He wants his 10 seconds of fame here.
I'm not sure if I can reach out that far. Let me move in a little bit. You said I am all spun up?
Yes.
Copy. Let's do this here.
What do you want for cameras?
Just maybe mini zoos. If you can keep an eye on just the serious orientation more than anything, that would help.
All right.
Yeah, they may be called cutthroat eels because they're so competitive about the attention that they want.
Yeah, go ahead.
They have been coming to look, huh?
I think he's trying to size up the ROV and see if he can find a place to bite.
Yeah.
They're pretty voracious predators, aren't they, Bruce?
Yeah, not only are they predators, they're also scavengers, so they're attracted to falls of large
He's
things on
going
the
to come
seafloor,
up
and they
right
also
next to the
come
craft.
bait and trap systems. Jeff Drazen, who studies deep-sea fish at the University of Hawaii, says that he doubts that the ROV would attract them like that, but I'm not so sure. I think he may be coming in to see if there's any chance of a handout here on the ROV.
He's hoping that.
That's
easily.
loose.
Yep, it's loose. Got a good one.
Yeah, that looks like a nice pillow fragment. You see that sort of
bring the
pyramid
arm down
shape on the bottom?
up, okay.
It's a little wedge that came out of a pillow, probably.
Oh, I
and
see.
it has the manganese on top. You sort of see the little bumps. Looks a little bit like cauliflower.
Yeah.
That's the outside edge of this thing.
You know, Jasper, on this one, I'll actually offer to bring this up to the lab, too.
All right, so as long as I pick the smaller ones, you'll carry them?
Yeah, I'll help you out with it.
All right, good to know.
Try to get the bottom.
If you'd noticed in the last couple dives, we had some pretty good-sized rocks. And
yeah, we had some nice tube lavas.
Jasper's so about 20 years younger than I am, or perhaps even more than that. So
starting to get
I allowed him to carry those bigger rocks up to the lab.
It was very kind, yeah.
Mostly just not
particularly the first pillow tube, or the first tube lava we got was sizable at 48 pounds.
Yeah.
Is that full wide roll?
Yes, that's full wide.
Copy.
While he's putting this away, I'll do my little message here. You're looking at a live broadcast from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer.
Copy that. Okay, you want to come out a little bit on the drawer?
6,000 meter ROV.
Maybe.
We are currently at
probably should put this on the port, but at this point, let's just put it in
2,074 meters.
Okay,
on
retracting
a
both
seamount in the
napkins.
southern part of the wake unit
yeah,
of the
we don't have
Pacific
anything
Remote
in there,
Islands
so.
Marine National Monument.
Yeah,
We're on a
it's
seamount that has never been dove on before. We are exploring it for the first time. We and you
Nav, bridge.
are
wing in
seeing
as well.
Go ahead,
what's on
Bridge.
the seamount
Hey, if it's right with you, I'd like to
for
come right about 5
for the
degrees.
very first time, and it's
Should I
pretty
wing in?
thrilling. Always
Yeah,
to
go ahead. Sorry.
All right.
go to some unexplored
Okay, good copy. That's
part
fine.
of the world and
Understood,
get a
thanks.
look.
Is that port
We
side
have
or
just
starboard side?
collected a rock.
We're still doing it.
and
Don't
we're
call
still
it until it's in
coming
the
right
box.
to
That's
starboard.
right. We are in the process of
Copy that.
collecting a rock.
How's that?
It's going to go into the
There
starboard.
we go.
Can we
You've
adjust
just seen that
HDT?
little tray or box-like thing that came from the right, came into view, and that is a rock box. It's on hydraulics, so they can move it in and out of the image. So this ROV was designed and built by the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, and it's just a marvelous vehicle. I've been on a grant from the Office of Ocean Exploration and
Okay, I'm gonna
Research
slow that.
that's
Go ahead and bring it back in.
basically, conducting these expeditions. Been on a grant for the last year and a half from them, along with the Deep Sea Coral Research and Technology Program. And was also watching some of the ROV footage before even coming on that grant, but I am just completely
Okay,
impressed by
contours
the
higher.
performance of this vehicle and the pilots and the navigators. It's a marvelous vehicle.
Okay, hydraulics secure.
Taking my screen back,
Copy.
and you can have all of
Thank
your
you, pilot.
cameras.
Actually, yeah, before you kill your hydraulics. Sure, no problem. Watch that. Come around on my wrist here. The other way.
It's already taken care of, Chris.
Okay, great, thank you.
There we go. Okay, now my hydraulics are secure.
Okay. I am right above you. Tether looks okay.
Copy that. Thank you. All right.
Alright, pilot and co-pilot, just to let you know, the ship turned starboard 5 degrees. That shouldn't change anything, but just wanted to let you know. Let me know when you were ready for the next move.
Copy
So
that. Thank you, Nav.
Tina was, I'm just
Start
looking
to
at the
bring our
chat
heading
now.
back
Apologize, I
towards the
sort of look
direction.
over at an angle to
Yeah.
see the chat messages. I'm over by the nav computer in the main video screen, so I'm not on the chat, but I can see it. And Tina is asking what happens to the rocks. So Jasper, you want to explain what you do to the rocks when they
So
come
on this particular cruise, what we're doing is we just collect them from the ROV when it comes up on deck. We bring them up to the lab. We rinse them off so that the any seawater is taken off. You don't get thick salt crusts on there, and then we just let them sit and dry for a couple of days, and then they on this cruise they get put away. On other cruises, sometimes we'll actually on the ship start looking inside,
Snaps
breaking
in
them
video.
open to have some idea of what was in there.
Hold there.
But we don't have much of a crew on this particular cruise to do those kinds of more detailed descriptions. And so this is now going to be done at on shore at the repository that the rocks are going to go to.
And what is that repository?
That is in Oregon State University. They're going to, it's in the National Science Foundation supported national facility that is going to store these rocks. They're going to prepare them, cut them in slices with a tile saw, and make
Okay,
them
come
available to anybody that wants a piece.
Could you repeat that, pilot?
Come wide, sorry.
We're looking at a primnoid coral. I think this could possibly be in the genus Calyptrophora, but let's see if we've got... Asako Matsumoto also noticed that it was lyrate, and so did Tina. I guess I'm the only one who's ventured a guess to Calyptrophora, but typically Calyptrophora has lyrate forms. Narella can also have lyrate forms, but I don't know. I think it looked more in the genus Calyptrophora.
Bridge, this is
My
Nav.
best guess. We've got a Chrysogorgid and a
We are
Narella
currently
coming up.
holding position, right?
Scott, are you
Yes.
particularly interested in bamboo
Are you okay
corals, or
with
do you want
this
to image some more of
heading?
these
Because I see the ship
primnoids and,
moving around
sort
more
of
than
these
usual.
elongate, leggy Chrysogorgids, or what's your
This
desire?
is the heading that
Now,
has been
Chris,
selected.
from
This is probably better than most.
I can see
I'm
that
happy with
there's
this
no
heading.
association
As
with them, so I
a
don't think
note,
there's a need to
probably
swap it
not too much of a
individually.
concern just yet. The swells,
Sure,
I'd say,
I
have
know,
gotten larger in a longer
Les and I
period
are
since
very
launch.
interested in the bamboo coral.
Copy that, thank you.
It's more broad.
There's a holothorian there.
Yeah, it looks like a holothorian. With
To
its
use the
head
word
facing
again,
away
the
from us.
broader
Copy.
community.
Want to go
But
in?
it looks like down here, for whatever reason, there are very few things being associated
Go
with
ahead,
these
Ed.
corals so far. I think we've only seen that one colony that had some Galanthus holoso. Is that a holothurian or a
Yeah, it's going to be a holothurian, I'm
Keep going.
pretty sure.
I'll let you take over then.
So my best guess on this is
Like to go tight on the head.
holothurian in the family Synallactidae,
Oh, okay.
and looks similar to some things we imaged in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands last year, and that were identified as possibly being a Hansenothuria, or in the genus Hansenothuria. This is by Andre Gabruck of the Shirshov Institute of
Stand by one
Oceanology
more.
in
Go a little wide.
Moscow, and so we've sent him all of the photographs of the holothurians
Copy.
last year, and we also sent them to Dave Paulson at the Smithsonian too. These are two of the foremost experts on sea cucumbers, deepwater sea cucumbers in the world.
Okay, let's come back in.
So I think it's a reasonable guess to go with the Hansenothuria for this particular animal.
So you can also see in the zoom in how the sort of manganese crust has that very slight bumpiness to it. That's exactly enough to
You give me a
catch
tilt
all
down,
that
Dave.
sediment.
Yep.
And so that's why the rocks that are in place seem to look a little bit more grayish, have that little sediment
Yeah, just
dusting
hold
on
there.
them. And the ones that recently rolled look more black
look
because
pretty
you're looking
stable.
at a different side.
Yep.
Get the focus.
Any particular part we're interested in on this?
I think the head.
Should I come up?
Yeah, a little bit.
Going for full specimen.
So we think the head end is the upper end there. Sometimes it's a little
I
hard to
agree.
tell on these
Tilt to
guys.
fill the screen.
It's
Actually,
Go ahead
sometimes
in on
it's-
the head rolling.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
not
just
gonna-
don't go there.
No, I'm not going to go there.
Just while we're stable. And then we can come out for
Yeah.
full specimen when you're set.
He's got the little spikies on his back.
These I think are called pseudopodia,
Okay.
but I could
Pulling
be
out.
mistaken.
That's
Okay,
why I
you want
called them
full
little
specimen?
spikies.
Little
Yes,
spikies,
please.
I see. Okay.
holding.
So you're actually seeing inside the body of this animal, and that sort of whitish stuff that you're seeing
Let me know
is
when
the
you're clear.
digestive tract,
Okay.
and that's sediment
Few
that
more
he's been
seconds.
ingesting.
Copy.
He actually picks it up with his tube feed and puts it into his mouth,
Video's clear.
and
Copy.
he's full of sediment.
I only had
It
one,
goes all the way
one
down to
toe end.
the posterior end, so that
You have your camera
pretty
back?
sure that the
Copy.
upper end is going to be his mouth, and the posterior end is going to be the rear end. So if I don't really
Says the
understand
magic
very
word
much
there.
about their biology, but
I'm
I
trying
believe
a
they
little bit
ingest
more
all the
delta.
sediment, and they're able
Okay.
to extract organic material as it goes through their
For
digestive
HC.
tracts, and then they'll just expel the clean sediment after they've finished getting everything they can from it, all the nutrition.
I'll try to give you some of these views as we come up here. See if there's anything in the distance we want to check out.
Yeah, and this is good for spotting fish, these occasional long views. There's another one of the heteropathies on a rock down there.
What do you think
and
about another move, co-pilot?
Yeah, should be fine.
Yeah, so you see those darker black, more black looking rocks. Those are the ones that
ahead,
likely
you
rolled
wanna-
downhill.
All right,
And
it's gonna
so
be
they
the same
don't
thing.
have that same
30,
layer of sand
75 at
dusting.
0.1.
Sounds good. Thank you, Nav.
But yeah, this is a really thick layer of manganese on top of all these, what probably are pillows.
Kind of like these wide views every once in a while. It really gives you a sense.
Bridge. This
of,
is Nav.
You know how steep the side of this ridge is.
Go ahead.
Kind of how sharp the summit's going to be.
Let's
too.
keep moving. The same exact move. 30 meters, 0.75 degrees, 0.1 knots.
How's that
Small
ship
sponge
moving? 30
up here,
meters,
2 of
bearing 0.75 degrees at 1/10 of a knot.
Yes.
Copy that.
Okay.
Move initiated.
Maybe we could get
Thank
a
you.
quick zoom.
Yeah, we're
I
headed
see.
that way. It might be a little bit of. Might be able to stretch there.
Okay, I see one. I'm not sure I see the second one yet.
I might have been seeing things.
It happens to us all.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
That is a little guy.
Yeah, and he's a little different.
Okay. Try to set up for a nice shot.
partial.
Copy.
Tether's doing bad things behind me.
Yeah.
Hold in.
Copy.
Wonder if turning to
So-
port so it streams out.
Sort of wondering
Yeah,
whether
you
that
can go ahead and
first
do
one
that.
I called
Alright, try
Caliphacus, that could have
I'll
been a
monitor you in the tight.
little
Copy.
bit too hasty of an ID. This is not a Caliphacus with that big opening on top, the osculum.
We're gonna have to wait just a minute to get there. Wait for a little bit more tether.
Sure.
Pulling me off. Could maybe get a shot from here, but
There's
curve
something
looks better.
called
I'm
crater
coming down.
amorpha that
Copy
looks
that.
like a Caliphacus, but it's got an osculum. I'm wondering whether this could be what we're looking at. I don't know
Okay,
that
video.
genus very
Come on in.
well. We collected
A lot
two.
of heave.
yeah. You do whatever you need
one
to
last
do.
year and one this year, and I'm just starting to become familiar with them.
Looks good now.
Copy.
So
This could
partial.
also be
Copy.
a type of bolosoma, but typically the bolosoma have a larger or a thicker stalk that's not quite so long. That's okay. Well, I think that's the best I'm going to be able to do on this guy. So,
Maximum.
Copy. We can probably get a little closer in a minute or two if you want to.
nah, I think it's not going to help.
Okay.
I think this is going to stump me a bit.
Copy. Okay, whenever you're clear video.
Pulling out full wide.
Copy. Okay, whenever you're clear video.
Pulling out full wide.
Copy.
Tina's asking an excellent question. What thickness of manganese crust would be enough to mine? I think it depends on how easily they can remove it from whatever it's attached to. Probably is going to make the difference in terms of how economical it gets. But I'm not sure. You have any ideas, Chris?
Is worrying me with my tether camera.
Yeah, so
It came up.
I think
kinda
the
did a loop
maximum
behind me, but
thickness
now
of
it's
crust
all off to,
that we're going to
starboard.
get here
Yeah.
in the Pacific is kind of over where we are now and
think
perhaps a little bit
current's
further
kinda
west,
Yeah.
just due to
Coming
the
up
age
and
of the
to the
seafloor
south.
in the western Pacific, so 100 million years old. And if we assume 2.5 millimeters per million years or so as a typical manganese crust growth rate,
Yeah.
then if it's 100 million years old, then what does that come out to be? 25 centimeters thick or so?
I'm not sure I've seen
Got an enemy on
25
the rock.
centimeters,
Yeah.
but that's
Excuse me for a second. Could we zoom in on this coral? I think it's
Yeah.
got some
Associates.
associates, yeah. But
Go
yeah,
ahead, Roland.
so that would be like
Just
the
do a
thickest
snap
crust
from
you're
here.
going to get, whether
Yeah,
you
that-
want a thicker one or not.
Hold there.
25 centimeters is a little bit too much.
That's pretty thick.
But yeah, you can get multiple inches in some places.
And then there's an
All
enemy
prints
right
on
behind
the
us.
Associates. It's interesting. So this looks like another one of the half fly rates. And I'm not sure.
It's partial.
We've seen this now, I think,
Copy
3
that.
or 4 times. A colony that seems to be growing almost like there's a dominant
keep
lower
coming.
axis, lower branch, and then branches go upwards from it.
Get a
So
branch
kind of
here.
like half a lyre. And you've probably got a better view than me. You can tell me if you think this is the same one that
Well,
you
that's no
earlier
longer helping
suggested
with the
might be
tether.
Calyptophora or not.
Okay.
But what's interesting about
Just
this one
off
is
the
you
screen on the bottom is a
finally see
very
colony
thick
that has
collection of the
several
polyps.
brittle stars on it. And also,
Okay.
there's something very odd about that rightmost branch. There's a cluster of polyps all together.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Is that
aberrant
full?
growth form.
Maxim.
Yeah, so Scott, there's actually a couple polyps that closed up a moment ago, and they're facing upward when they closed up, partially. So
How we doing in
I'm
that shipment?
comfortable that this is likely a Calyptophora, given that's one of the characteristics of Calyptophora, that the polyps face upwards. That cluster is
We're
really
halfway
weird.
there. We have about 15 meters to
Yeah,
go.
it's just that it looks
Copy.
like half of the colony, half of the lyre has been broken off, and so we're left with just, the, let's call it the left side from the view that we have here. And we can see that there has been some other damage. There's some polyps missing. And as I say, that cluster of polyps that's on the lower right side, that's very
They're
interesting.
attacking, but I already have a very low delta.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
they're
Just
octocoral
have to
polyps.
wait.
I don't think it's something overgrowing. That's some indication that there's been unusual growth for whatever reason. We see several places where these brittle stars are, that polyps are broken off. Maybe the tissue is down to the skeleton. It's hard to tell. It's hard to say from this perspective. Beautiful view. These are, what are these? Like Okeanos, I think, Chris? I forget the...
Yeah, that's my guess on the
Give me a tilt down.
Ophiurite, and Ophiacantha, the name I think is referring to the fact that it's got the spiny
far?
arms.
Right.
And so this definitely has
Coming
spiny
a little
arms.
bit. Right there.
These brittle stars. So they're giving you another zoom of this
So these
polyp
brittle-
cluster, Scott.
Oh, I
So-
see.
Okay. I was just going to say that these brittle stars, the Okeanos-like brittle stars, appear to be ones that are simply crawling up indiscriminately on any sort of coral just to get up off the bottom. They don't appear to be brittle stars that are associated with one specific type of coral species. Although, in my opinion, they are much more commonly seen on prismellid octocorals than on other octocorals. Love to hear if Les has an opinion on that.
So Asako Matsumoto also pointed out that she saw the polyps facing upwards as well, 2 to 3 polyps per whorl. So she's providing some more
You ready
detail
for
on
full
this.
specimen?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Asako, would you go to
Trying to
Calyptophora
right
on this
to-
one? Are
Copy
you?
that.
I just want the tether
I
on
think
one
there's
side or
a
the other now.
couple
Right.
of Narella that have upward facing
The
polyps,
worst,
but not very
Like
many
tilt
of
up. Give
them.
me one little
Given
tilt
that
up.
it's sort of lyrate with upward polyps, my guess would be it's probably a
That's good there.
Calyptophora, but interested to hear what you think. There's also an anemone on
One
the
more
rock,
tilt up. That's good.
and so an enemy is, I'll go to an identification of an enemy.
Okay,
I don't-
video's clear.
This one may be something like an
Copy.
Exosalactus, but
Do you want to just get the anemone while we're here?
sure, yeah.
Okay.
Tilting up.
Go ahead, Roland.
You can see some barnacles there in the near
Oh,
ground.
Yeah, we've seen anemones like this before, but we really haven't nailed down an ID. Get really big anemones here. Well, the striations on the skirt where it's attaching to the rock actually is somewhat characteristic of Exosalactus, so maybe I
Just
can
one bump up. Yeah, that's good.
put that down as a questionable Exosalactus. And there's a barnacle to the lower
bottom.
left. Yeah, the left bottom. It's got his feeding appendages out. Cirripedia is what they're called, I think.
Okay, let me know when you're clear, video.
So I'm going to
Video's
sneak out
clear.
or duck out for
Copy.
about 10 minutes, see if I can grab a bite of lunch, and then Jasper will go after I clean out the buffet.
After you finish it up so that there's nothing left for anybody else?
That's correct.
Okay.
Nav's
You can
ridge
also see what
move
appear
is
to be
almost
little
complete.
coral recruits
Copy
that
that,
were on
thank
the
you.
upper right side of that rock we were just zoomed in on for the anemone. So that's nice to see. That suggests that
What makes the tether
there's
happier
still
for
active
me
recruitment
and a
of
little
corals
closer, like we
going
just
on
were?
in this particular area.
I'm not really sure.
A lot of these colonies that we see may be decades old.
There, look
And
at
so
that
when
camera,
we see
that's
the
my
really
concern
small
that it
ones,
comes
by
up
that I
Yeah.
mean
inches on the way
5
back
to
down.
20 polyps.
I'm trying to
It
get it
gives us a
either
sense
to one
that
side or the
something
other.
much
but
more recently
Right.
has grown. So that's a good sign if you want to see a developing community.
Pilot, are we happy moving at this speed or are we moving a little bit slow?
We can do 0.2.
Okay.
I think
yeah,
that's
look
fine.
at the pacing.
Can we take a look at those stocks?
Yeah, sure. Let's do 0.2 for the next move.
Copy that.
Yeah, coming in, rolling. I know that's not a good background, but let's just get this guy here. So that's Sponge.
Yep.
As soon as Chris left.
Yeah, exactly. Right after he walked out the door, that's a little Sponge.
Let's give it a tilt down. We've seen this one rolling, right, with polyps on it?
These are anemones on it, and we have not seen this today.
Okay. Right, no, not today. I mean, on the cruise. It's a little hard to bring out the detail, huh?
Yeah, it's a bright background.
Yeah. Not sure how much better it'll get.
Give it a go for full specimen.
Copy, go ahead.
I think the best I can do here, Jasper, is suggest that this is a demo sponge, not a glass sponge.
I'll take a quick picture for Chris to look at when he gets in back here.
Sorry.
Maybe he'll be able to tell us what it was.
One tilt down.
Yeah, we have seen these, what I describe as kind of scoop-like sponges before, but I'm not remembering the name.
Yeah.
Okay, video's clear.
It looks like something I haven't seen yet, so I can't really say a whole lot else either. It's on the chat, people pointed out some small anemones on there.
Did you want to get this other one too, Jasper?
Yeah, I might as well.
Okay, go ahead and roll. We don't have much time here. Let's just
I don't know if that's what it is.
Pull it there, yeah.
All right. There's another little stalked coral behind it. Several branches.
This is another one of the Calyptophora-like or Narella-like primnoid octocorals now we've seen a few times, and again,
Trying to get up to the
appear
tip
be any
there.
associates with this one. So I think that's enough information for that one. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on.
You can move on when video's done.
Yeah, that's good. Push out a
So
little
Jasper,
bit.
I just did a quick search, and I think that is possibly correct. It may be the genus Semperella, that previous sponge.
Could you enter it into chat as a potential in case I forget to show the image to Chris?
Alright, let me know when we're ready for the next move.
Okay. Once co-pilot's happy with his delta, let's get that in.
Okay, copy that.
There's something.
Yeah, see
we're
that?
still moving at
Something
075.
just a bit below the middle of center.
Looks like that as an associate. Scott might want to look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, rolling.
That
Yep,
one has a little
075.
friend.
Trying to see what we can do with
Upslope
this.
looks more like
It's going to be a
I've been
bad.
kind of monitoring the depth a little bit, and it's my impression that we are maybe approximately halfway from our landing point to the ridge crest.
Yeah, that sounds about correct.
Okay, rolling. Let's come in.
Yeah, in fact,
yeah,
we're
no,
sort of
that
on the edge where
075
the
is fine.
contours start widening up, so it's probably
Are
gonna
you
get
ready for the
more,
move,
or less
co-pilot?
steep.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, copy that. Putting the
Great.
move in.
Well, not great, but thank you for the information.
Yeah. And this one seems
So
covered
this is
in.
another Prinoid octocoral. And this one I can definitely see has a brittle star and several zoanthids
Bridge,
overgrowing
this is
it.
Nav.
So you can see the colony
Go ahead,
on
Nav.
the left half of the colony.
Let's
Those
get
polyps
moving
are much larger.
Take
And
my
if
camera.
with the
you
same
count them,
move
there
as
would be a different number of
before.
tentacles
30
from the
meters,
polyps that you see
bearing
on the right
075.
The polyps on the right
speed
side are
0.2
the actual
knots.
octocoral polyps, the ones that are built
I'll
in
let
the skeleton.
video direct you
And
there.
then on the left side, the octocoral
Okay, Nav,
tissue
copy.
has been removed,
Can
and this
slowly ride
zoanthid
up the
has
range,
overgrown the
Yes,
skeleton.
coming up.
And so it's
30
unclear
meters,
whether
bearing
we don't know yet
0.75,
whether
speed,
this particular kind of
decimal
zoanthid,
2,
which is basically
over.
a colonial anemone,
Good copy,
is
thank you.
It's good. Hold there.
overgrowing and killing part of
I'll
this
get the
colony.
brittle
So
star
as it kills
before you
the
roll in.
polyps, it will
He's
overgrow
talking about the
rest of it,
zoanthids.
or it's simply
left?
the advantage
You know,
of the
start
skeleton
there since he's
after
talking
some
about it.
of the
Oh, yeah, you can
octocoral
see the
polyps
difference here.
have,
That's good.
disappeared. Certainly we know, and for any of the viewers who have watched on
Okay.
some of the other dives, and if you've seen the bubblegum corals, those kind of red, large sea fans that are completely overgrown by the yellow zoanthid, those we know do overgrow and are having a negative impact on the coral. So I don't know about this particular species of zoanthid, but very nice image. So
Okay, you
we've
can
seen
rotate
a
over
few
to
examples
the,
now. I would say most of the
Now, this is
octocoral
good.
colonies that we've seen so far
Move
today,
initiated.
there have been many, but the ones that we've seen
Good
all appear
copy,
to
thank
have
you.
some damage to them.
Should I come up to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Dave.
should we keep an eye out for a
One other
starfish then?
thing you can view is that the zoanthid tentacles are smooth, whereas the octocoral tentacles have those little side branches. We call them pinnules. They're kind of like little feathers, and there's only 8 of them.
full
So
zoom?
that's another way you can very easily tell when you look at something if you're
Confirm
looking
that's
at an
max zoom.
octocoral
Copy.
versus something in the hexacorallian group, which includes the sea
So the-
anemones, the zoanthids, the black corals, and so on. Thank you for that close-up.
All right, let me know when you're clear video. We'll
Copy that. Let's go for full specimen.
copy. Try to center it up. Might need one. Oh no, that's good.
Okay, video's clear.
Copy.
You have your camera.
Roger that.
And some traces of some more dead sponges between the rocks. Still looks like pillow lavas with some significant coating. Is that another sea cucumber?
Yeah, it looks like it. You want to do snap zoom rolling? A little different than the last one. Hold there. Okay, keep coming. That's the head there, right?
I would think so.
Okay,
Like so.
It's gonna look up for us.
copy.
Pulling out for full specimen.
Copy. Give it one tilt up.
I was going to note on our earlier close-up of the sea cucumber, I heard you referred to, how did you refer to it, those sticky yuppie things? And Chris noted the tube feet. And I just wanted to point out that the sea cucumbers are
push
in
and
the
tight,
phylum
take another
Armada,
feet.
so they're very, very close relatives
got a-
of the
Go ahead.
sea stars,
worm
the
on it.
starfish, and the brittle stars, and the
yeah,
urchins.
little.
Oh, there's some
all
more
of
guy
them
on this one.
one of their main characteristics are tube feet. And so what you're seeing here are modified tube feet on the top there, those structures that are sticking up off the dorsal surface. And then there's a really nice view here on the left side you can see those brownish structures. Those are modified tube feet that are used for feeding. So each of them acts like a little hand, grabs a fistful of sediments and sticks it in the mouth. And we see there's a polychaete worm that's hitching a ride there on the underside of that oral hood, that sort of flattened area that's around the mouth.
Just nested levels of detail on this one.
They refer to these as deposit feeders because they, instead of grabbing individual prey items, like
Okay, let me know when you're
example,
clear,
that
video.
worm, instead what they do
Copy
is
that.
kind of
Ready to
indiscriminately,
slowly pull
or
out?
I shouldn't say indiscriminately,
You want me to lift off?
they ingest sediments, and as I say, in this particular species, they're using those brownish
Lift off
modified
and ready?
tube feet to get little chunks of sediment that they put in their mouth and digest whatever organics they can get out of the sediments instead of preying on worms
Copy
and
that. Thank you.
and that sort of thing.
So is that worm just hanging out there to try and get the leftovers, or just literally hitching a ride?
Was that 30 meters too?
That was 30 meters, and we should be done in less than a minute.
Okay, copy that. There's a big something to the left here.
Ooh, boy, yeah. It's a big sponge.
Trying to come over here and image it
Yeah, bridge, move complete.
before we have to go.
Copy that, thank you.
I might just have to do a little pirouette. Do you want it tight of this, Roland?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Let's come on in. I'm gonna keep lateraling. Maybe we can just do a quick survey of it. Sirius is still swinging. I'm a little worried we're gonna be left in the dust here.
Got several animals on it
I'm down
on the
at
right.
80 now.
Copy. I'm gonna keep coming, Roland. We gotta make this quick. Sorry. You wanna go tight on one of those shrimp?
No, I don't think not at this speed.
Okay.
Down at 90 on you.
Copy.
You want to take a more turn to the right and just get a side view of it for full specimen.
Copy.
I'm ahead of you.
Roger.
And
Okay, Roland, I'm gonna have to
Full
fly
wide.
up.
You're full wide.
Copy.
We're moving ahead a little bit to catch up with the other vehicles.
a little close.
That's alright. Alright, that's a little better spot.
Agreed.
Maybe to coral a little bit down to the left.
Okay. Looks like it has some associates.
Looks like another collection of primnoid octocorals, just like
Okay,
when we
start to come in,
settled. When we first reached the bottom, we saw a couple of these unbranched forms
Hold
on
there.
the far left and the far right, and then we saw some of these really leggy ones. The same sort of collection. And I'm noticing what might be more interesting only because it's new.
Okay, come on in.
There are some on the top of the rock to the right, possible Chrysogorgia possible bamboo.
Makes sense.
But yeah, these are
Copy.
the same sorts of primnoids that we suggested were either Norella or Calyptophora. And these have a number of brittle stars on the branches. Again, these ones with the really spiny arms, Okeanos. And we don't think that they are directly feeding on the octocoral, but instead using it as a way to get up into the water column. But we don't know for certain. I'm not sure. I wonder if Les Watling could make any comment. I don't know if anyone's ever looked at the gut contents of these particular brittle stars to see if they have, for example, any octocoral sclerites in their stomach, which would be evidence that they're actually feeding on the polyp. But I don't think they are.
Okay, let me know when you're clear, video.
Video's clear.
Did you hear
Pulling out for full
there's some
space.
interest to the thing on the right?
I caught a little bit of that. What?
That's enough zoom on this one, but to the upper right,
Come full wide.
above this largest, I'll call it a rock, there are a couple of colonies of interest.
The ones on top?
They're going to be on top as
down
we were
on that
settling down
75.
here.
Copy. Come on in, video.
Yeah, this really dark face, so above the dark face.
Right. We're starting to zoom in now. This is one of those
is that one.
with the wiggly stem.
The two that are in the center. Yep. So definitely the one on the left is a Chrysogorgiid. It's in the family Chrysogorgiidae. And I believe, yeah, they both are. The question is, so this looks like it is in the genus Chrysogorgia, and you can see
We don't
it's
have
got
much
that
time here.
zigzagging main stem. And then again, these very geometrically
Pulling out for full specimen.
consistent
Copy.
branching
Co-pilot, you
branches
should
that
be
rise off that main stem.
standing
And this
still,
one
right?
now has a
I think I'm
chirostylid
still going
squat
forward.
lobster
Okay.
associated with it. Chirostylid is
The
referring
ship
to this
stopped
family
about
of
5
these
minutes ago.
animals,
Okay.
these arthropods and crustaceans.
Do you want to get a shot of this sponge here real quick?
Okay.
Those very, very long chelae, those pincers, if you want. And then, yeah, on the right, there's two things. One of them might be the little tiny stalk, might be a bamboo coral, and then there's a different,
Okay, got that.
well, I don't
Copy.
know, a different kind of Chrysogorgia, or it's just that it's harder to see because it's lower on the rock. Here's a sponge.
Okay. Hold there.
Partial near wide.
Copy.
This is a different sort of sponge than we've seen so far today.
Potential sea spider underneath that rock.
Copy. Come on in on this short stalk here. Let's see if we can see in the background. That's brittle star. Hold there. Stand by one. Let me know if you creep in anymore, co-pilot. You can
Yeah,
come
I
up a
think
little.
I've about stopped right above you.
Okay. Oops, sorry, wrong.
Sorry, I thought you were
No,
stabilized.
no, it's a battle today.
That coral that's on the left side of the screen as I'm looking now looks a little bit yellow. Oh, hold on. We're zooming in on this very small little whip.
Okay.
And
Okay, come on in.
this is a relatively
That's
young
cool.
coral, and what I'm seeing now is it's a primnoid, so it may be one of these Candidella unbranched primnoids. It is just very small. So again, an indication that there's recruitment going on. So thank you. That was a really good
Okay.
close-up. We
Try to
definitely
rotate to
scale
this other one
polyps,
here.
so we know for certain that that is in the family Primnoidae and not,
Partial.
for example, a bamboo
Copy.
coral. That's great.
Okay.
Excellent.
Copy.
We have a second Chrysogorgia there with also with a squat lobster, chirostylid squat lobster. This one you can see the yellowish color to the colony, and the Chrysogorgiidae is a family. That name, chryso, means
Come on,
gold,
Roland. Let's
and it's referring
creep
to
in on this guy a little bit. He's
iridescent
looking right
gold
at us.
colony. Iridescent gold color to the skeleton. And again, it's got a very, very thin layer of tissue overgrowing the skeleton, so you can often see the skeleton right through the tissue as you can on this one. Thank you.
And Any interest in that fan to the left, Scott?
The fan to the left.
Yeah, it's up and top of the
Interesting
screen.
circle to the left of those corners.
Yeah, on the left side there.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Still waiting.
I'm gonna give it a snap.
From this distance, it's looking like it may be the same one that we've imaged several times.
I don't know what that is. Feature of the rock.
What kind of geological feature is that?
Come on.
What I'm looking at is a dead sponge.
Yeah, I see a dead sponge, and then the circle behind it, I suspect, is not geological.
How are we
either.
doing on progress now, overall?
We're doing fine. I calculated to waypoint
Not sure
3.
what to make
We
of
just
that.
need to average about 0.07 knots. So
Well, that's
if we
just
move at
pointing
point
out
1,
he
we
sees
should
the
be good.
lyrate bamboo
Okay.
in the
So
background.
let's go back down to point 1.
Typically, at an easy pace, 30-meter
I
moves
haven't seen
0.2.
it.
We move about 0.07.
Yeah,
0.09,
I'm
something
Yeah.
not
like
sure
that.
it was a
Let's
lyrate
keep it at
bamboo. I
point
think it
two.
may have been another
Okay.
lyrate
Okay.
Struggle to average that.
primnoid.
Okay, copy
I
that.
think it was on the
Also,
rock that was on the right side.
the slope seems to be, as the co-pilot noted, at 110. But the hit,
Yes,
Waypoint
but
2
we'll hit
is-
the bridge and turn. Right.
Yeah.
but waypoint 2 is about 80. So
That's okay.
80 is still fine for me.
Maybe take a quick
Okay.
look at that rock on the left to see
Yeah.
if there's anything.
Coming over there.
You can see 2, maybe 3 bottle brush type or bottle brush shaped Chrysogorgia colonies and 2 lyrate primnoid colonies. Again, they look like they're in kind of bad shape. I don't know what it is that's moved through here to cause so much damage to these colonies, but they do seem to be sustaining some sort of injury.
Which one do we want here? Bottom or top?
So pilot,
Let's
One
go in
up.
here.
we're gonna change some settings of the sonar right here with Josh. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm seeing, let's see, we've zoomed in on a Chrysogorgia. Again, you can sort of see that golden skeleton, and it has a chirostyliid squat lobster in the branch. And I should say that these squat lobsters extremely diverse. There are hundreds of species that have been described, and many of them are very specific to living on just one particular host species. There's some very unusual structures growing off of these, kind of like long green beans, except they're white. And I think those might be egg cases.
Center
I'll look
up on
to see
those.
in the event log if anybody else has a suggestion, but
Oh, there's one right there.
it's kind of
Is
interesting.
that full? Is it full zoom?
2,
It is
3,
max
maybe
zoom.
4 of them.
Copy.
That's just the kind of thing that we're trying to see on these dives. What sort of interesting structure do you see when you get a good close look at these colonies? There's another one. So I don't know if this is a very, very highly modified coral polyp or if it's something else that's deposited in the egg case.
Push
on
to the
coral.
ones that are in the
Fascinating.
closer to the crab.
Copy.
And so far, nobody's helping out in the event log with some other ideas.
The video's clear.
Copy.
This sounded fairly unique. They weren't interested in grabbing.
Les Watling now is
Yeah,
suggesting that those may be parasitized coral polyps. And so there's some other organism that's living inside that polyp that is causing it to have that very aberrant growth form, very elongate. I didn't see any tentacles on it, so that's kind of interesting.
Was that a collection possibility or no? I guess somebody will say
There are
something
a
if they
couple
want
of
it,
different
Jasper.
kinds of species of Chrysogorgia right here on this rock. Those are the ones that have the little sort of droplet polyps that you see on the delicate branches, and then the ones that are more like the fans or the lyrate, those belong to the family Primnoidae.
Okay, anything else we want to take a look at here, Jasper?
Let's see. Maybe you want to look at the sponge in the background, Chris?
Yeah, so I just got back from lunch. Was doing so well there too with the salad and just a little hot dog, and then I saw the tray of brownies.
That does it. I'm leaving.
Yeah, so anyway, pretty good food on this ship. Yeah, so we've got a Caliphacus. This is definitely a Caliphacus. No mistaking this one in the background. Looks like it's something that we're calling Caliphacus. Possibly new genus, because it has a second branch on the stalk there that had a little pom-pom top to it as well.
Do we want to take a look at anything here? Closer detail?
I think that's pretty good. We got a pretty good ID. We could probably go ahead and move on. There was apparently a sponge right after I left too, and Jasper took a picture of it with his iPhone.
Oh,
and
you can start moving out ahead.
I'm sort of wondering whether this could have been a demo sponge, something along the lines of what did we call them? Gotta actually look it up. It's Pilosoma or Pilorella. I'm butchering this. I better look it up. It's that toothbrush.
Today when you're
further ahead of me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, why don't you
come up? That's already the fan on the far left is off screen for me.
I don't know if we can spin to the left.
Maybe in catch-up mode, so maybe it's not possible.
We're trying to play a little catch-up, and I think that's...
Oh, there's a good... Is there any chance we could look at this fan? I never even saw it. Sorry, I was looking down. We're definitely getting more animals here as we're heading up slope, which is pretty much...
I think we've now...
I'm going to follow you over there.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
We've passed a couple of what we think might be bamboos. We haven't got a good look at them yet.
Yeah, this one's got all types of associates with it.
Kind of looking primnoidy to me for this distance.
Yeah, I would agree, Scott. We'll find out when we zoom in on it. And oftentimes these bigger primnoid fams could be in the genus Paracalyptrophora, but
those sea stars are amazingly evenly spaced.
And I seem to recall, I don't remember if it was Paracalyptrophora or Candidella, had lots and lots of these brittle stars associated with it, just like we're seeing here, all up near the tips of the branches. Probably Ophiacantha type brittle stars as well. Not an uncommon thing to see on North Atlantic seamounts.
Oh, you're way up there.
So,
yeah, I'm
trying to remember whether Paracalyptrophora has most of the polyps on one side. It looks like the polyps are mostly facing the other side.
It's pretty good right now.
You need to read up on it a little bit.
Yeah, I can check that out. I don't recall that is actually a character.
So both Sako and Tina have agreed that this is in the family Primnoidae. And then no one has ventured a guess to the genus. It's just the only reason I went to a possible Paracalyptrophora is really on the size of the fan. They tend to be bigger, bushier, or fan-shaped primnoids.
They are really evenly spaced.
That is a lot of ophiuroids on that guy. Wow.
Can clear the lasers.
I think Asako counted more than 20 of these brittle stars.
Copy. Try to center up. Can you give me a tilt up, Dave?
This is a big dead sponge in the background and a couple other different types of primnoids. Another Norella right behind this colony, and down to the right, or down to the left, excuse me, was a Calyptrophora that we saw earlier.
Give it a little tilt down. Oh, there. Let me know when you're clear, Roland. It's really hard to hold here.
Trying to hold that shot.
But Tina was noticing that there's 2 to 3 polyps per whorl on these branches, and you can sort of see that even from this distance as well. So that'll be informative.
Video's clear.
Copy.
I was just having a look at the images in our database, and the ones that we have seen in the North Atlantic that have this
Coming up
many
on your camera, I'll give it back.
Okeacantha on them are
Copy that.
indeed Candidella, which doesn't necessarily mean that's what this is.
That's level. Want to have it.
Roland, if we take off like
But
that, you want to keep the
Candidella
skids
also
out,
forms
feel free.
fans,
Okay,
and
copy that.
you know, it could have been a Candidella, just a bigger one than I've seen before. So I guess what we can do is just throw out a couple of possible genera for that.
If you guys are not using it, can we set her up on
The one I was
HTQ?
referring to specifically
Yes.
is
Yeah, go ahead.
Candidella imbricata, which is the species that often has polychaete worms associated with it that cause the polyps to grow and to form such that there are these small tunnels created, and I didn't see any of those structures on that particular fan.
Do you like
so
that, Roland?
that at least doesn't support that it's
Or
that.
did you
Go
want to
ahead,
see it?
Rich.
Okay, thank you. And you're hearing the voice of Scott France from the University of Louisiana Lafayette, who's a deepwater coral specialist as well as just
Copy that. Go
general
ahead.
deepwater animal specialist. There's a beautiful bamboo in the background there, that tall. I think, well, no, maybe a sponge, but it's a little bit different. Here we could sort of sidle over there. There's a bunch of corals as well.
I think we can at least get a
Maybe a
nicer
snap
shot.
zoom.
Yeah.
Bridge.
Oh,
this is
wow, we're
Nav.
definitely getting an increase in the density of the corals here. Don't know if
That's
all.
interesting because Jasper was saying we were approaching the axis of the ridge.
What's that flare from, Roland?
I believe it's
So
from
this
the craft.
sponge, I've been going to the genus Tritopleura on this
Yeah, I
one.
think your camera's tilted up a
We
little
used to
bit.
call them leaf sponges until we collected a specimen of these and got an identification from Dr. Henry Reiswig up in Vancouver, University of Victoria. He's one. He, along with Konstantin Tabachnik at the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology in Moscow, they're probably the
There's some small
two
things
leading
growing off the right side of
deepwater
right
hexactinellid or
side
glass
of the
sponge
sponge.
taxonomists in the world
Gotcha.
right now. So
Okay, you want to try to...
while he's zooming on this, I also wanted to point out that we collected a very large sponge several dives ago. We took sort of a top part of the sponge because it was so massive, and I had tentatively identified it as a Regadrella,
Okay,
and
come on in,
I
Roland.
believe that is the case. But we also,
there.
when we
We're
brought it up,
tugging on
we
each other.
found that it had 2 shrimp, white shrimp inside of it, and I think 3 polychaete worms, and those are also preserved that we never saw when we were collecting it. So
I'm getting tugged a lot, Roland. Sorry.
Copy that.
You said go in?
No, just hold there. I'm getting
Yeah.
tugged. I was telling you. Sorry, we're rotating quickly.
We could probably start moving.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, that's gonna be 80 degrees at 0.2.
That's good.
And then do you
we're
want
gonna
30 meters
cruise
again?
on over to what's
Yeah.
going
Yes.
on here. So I'm not sure what's going on
Yes, I
here.
just noticed
Come
Go
on,
ahead.
zoom
noticed
if you're
from that
ready.
close-up of
Go
the
ahead.
sponge that
Rich,
there
this
were
is Nav.
several hydroids growing on it at one point.
Yeah,
And so when we started the dive, I said one of the
Let's
things
get
that we were
another
interested
move
in
in.
is
It's
how
gonna be
the
30
corals
meters,
and sponges
0,
created
8,
habitat
0
for other sorts of organisms.
bearing,
So here's a beautiful
0.2
example
knots.
of the sponge creating a habitat for this overgrowing hydrozoan colony. Hydrozoan is another kind of cnidarian. And as I'm saying this, I'm looking closer. Is this a black coral, actually?
I'm trying to get a handle on this too, Scott. There's a little bit of current blowing the ROV down a little bit. They're trying to.
To me, it's black coral.
Yeah, Tina, I think
Copy
it's a black
that.
coral. So is this, Chris, I know last year you and
It is.
Daniel Wagner were collecting some
Yeah.
sponges that had black corals associated. Is that what this is?
Tina, your mic is very, very overmodulated. It's very, very loud.
I'm sorry, Roland, who are you referring to?
Yeah, he was referring to Tina. He was just saying that our mic's a little bit loud, but Tina thinks this is a black coral, and I would agree. There was one close-up that we just had of it that clearly looks like black coral polyps. Tina, do you have any idea what
Right,
species
this is
maybe
Nav.
this could be on a coral? Or
Can
Come
you
on,
give me
Roland.
an update
No
on the
idea about
conditions?
species on section, please.
Yeah.
Maybe
Chris, what was the sponge last year that you and Daniel were discussing that had the black coral associated
Okay,
with it?
come back in.
that was
Pseudoflora?
no, it was
Roland, come back in.
Faria near Oka. So it was,
Faria, thank you.
yeah, it was in the family Fariidae. This particular sponge is in the family Uncinnateridae, but it's not too far away from the
Partial.
Fariids.
Copy.
They're both hard
these guys
sponges.
here.
Copy.
They have a very rigid schedule due to fusion of the spicules inside of them.
Well, it's interesting because it suggests, this sponge has to be hard enough in order to allow this sort of coral to get root and grow on it.
All right, I'm starting
That's
to
a
get
great,
close to you.
great find.
Yeah, it is. This is
Copy.
this is actually marvelous. They've never seen a black coral growing on this type of sponge before.
It's too much movement.
Come on. Full on. Trying not to hit this guy.
You've got a dead
That's good for me,
sponge.
Chris, if it's good for you.
Yeah, they're just backing away from it right now because it's a pretty tall colony here.
Yeah, and watch it, just so you know, the current started north to south and an upwelling, and now it is very much south to north.
South to north, okay.
It's not so bad, but the upwelling is the frustrating one. You want to give it one more go, Roland?
Sure.
Okay.
You should have plenty of tether now.
Copy.
Yeah, I don't think
Trying
it's
one
any
more time
better.
to get an image of
Come again,
this
video?
black coral
I don't think it's any
just
better.
because of the
Okay.
movement of the ROV.
That's, yeah.
The pilot just reported that the current is coming south to north. It was coming from the opposite direction when we started the dive. So it's coming somewhat obliquely over the side of the ridge. The ridge is in a northwest orientation. Yeah, it's clearly a black coral.
Is there any more up here? And a little bit more light? I think we're losing light a little.
Do you want me to bring
Nah,
arms up?
it's okay. Okay, you want to just try to get full specimen rolling? I'm in a little tight on the left side.
Yep. That's full wide.
Okay, I'll try to back out a little bit.
So Tina was wondering about collection, and yeah, if it was really desired, you could probably pop one of those leaves off, like the one on the lower side there. But it's up to you guys
Did we
whether or
get
not
lasers on this?
this would be valuable or not.
I don't
Lasers
remember.
coming on.
There's a full specimen
Ti-
rolling.
Tina, by the way,
Copy
says
that.
this is either a Leopathes or an Antipathes. Looks like S. What's we got there? An Antipathes species. Oh,
Okay, video's clear for full.
Copy. I'm gonna hang out here, see if they decide on collection or not.
If it is, in order to get those corals, I
think
it's
Daniel Wagner and Dennis
Too big
Opesco
for
might
your
have thought
box.
this could be
You
in the
have to
genus
squish it in,
Antipathes,
cut it
the
off.
one on a different sponge.
I didn't catch all that, Roland.
Sensu lato is
if
what
you were to try
what
for
you were
that right
saying.
arm where the corals are, I think you'd have to clip it off and cut it in half or
I'm
squash
trying
it in.
to
Immediately left of the lasers.
I'm trying to pretend that I know what that means, and I have no clue what sensu lato means. I'm hoping that Tina or Scott will inform me. So.
Exactly.
Well, this is
Okay,
good.
watch
I
these.
can fill in for that. Sensu lato means in the broad sense. I think what she's implying is that there may be
How we doing in that
more
move? All
different
set?
taxa
Yeah, the
included
ship
currently,
just got
and
there.
Epathes or
We're holding
Reopathes
position.
can actually belong in there, and that those
Sirius
genera
probably
might be
has 2 to
restricted
3
to
minutes
fewer
of movement
species
still.
than they currently
Copy.
are, or fewer morphotypes. So sensu lato in this broad sense. The other term that's used is sensu stricto in the strict sense. So if there were a particular group of antipathes, for example, that they knew would be included
Pilot,
when the genus was restricted.
Good.
at what point
down
should we
by
change
taxonomic
the
division, those would be
bailout? Right
antipathes
now
sensu
it's
stricto.
west.
Yeah, thank you,
270.
Bruce.
That's probably okay for now.
I'm not seeing any great enthusiasm for collecting this, so
Okay.
maybe we can go ahead and move on.
Okay, copy. Thank you. Yeah, west is fine. A little north of west. would be
Now,
fine.
what is going on here, Jasper? That looks like a pillow through a pillow donut, or what is that? Yes. I couldn't.
Yeah,
another
you're headed the right
Well,
way.
we passed
Copy.
it already, but that was a pretty weird little
Maybe
pillow
I
formation.
think it looked like there was a separate rock that was sitting in between, but
We have another
Oh.
sponge coming up here.
Maybe.
oh yeah, on the rock. up
Yeah,
here.
yeah, I saw it up in the upper view. It's going to be another one of these Plutopleuras. We could probably just look at it as we're going by here. Yep, same species. Yeah,
Copy.
both of these are right and left, are the same ones.
Copy that. We can just give it a little overview and then keep moving.
Okay.
You know what all these white spots are that are on the rock, Chris? Can you?
No, but are you copying that, pilot? There's an interest in what the white spots are that are on the rocks?
Yeah, well, let's go back down, get a shot.
Are they just the barnacles?
Well, we
We don't know. until
got
we
barnacles, sponges, or tunicates are our three.
Those are the favorite options.
Yeah, they're in the lineup. They're the usual suspects.
Yeah.
Brittle stars.
Gastropods are
Skydiving.
possible, but unlikely.
Did you see that brittle star? He bailed, but he's not exactly going down, is he? Because of
No.
the up current coming up the
Yep.
slope.
You can zoom on that video.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now he's going down.
he's taking his parachute in.
That's
Yeah.
a partial zoom.
Full down,
think
brace
he's-
for impact. Oh, we're gonna miss it. Oh no.
I think that had to hurt. Don't you think?
Not really.
He looks fine.
Well,
He's living.
yeah, he landed
He'll
on
be
his
all right.
underside, and that's my most padded part too. So that's the way I'd prefer to land if I bailed off a sponge.
Okay, so any of these little white
Yes.
many of them.
There's
come,
one.
come partial or come full wide
Come
actually.
full wide. Okay.
Thank you.
That's full wide.
Yeah, it's
Maybe on the edge of this rock or just
Right.
below the sponge.
Okay.
good to see whether these are just stumps or.
So far, they look like they're just broken bases of what I assume
Okay.
are sponges growing there.
Come on in
somewhere.
here, video.
Certainly
Yeah.
lots
Alright.
of dead sponge stalks in that swale there.
So that's a partial.
Okay. You come full.
Is that
Alright.
your formal word for
Well,
That's full.
Copy.
I sort of kind of think you're right, Scott. If that's not really committing, but
You can find another one. There's
that's a stump. I would agree with that one.
Yeah, they kind of look spongy to me.
You know, this one right here looks like it is a stump. You'll see it any second. I think you got a couple
Yeah,
of
that one
different
for
things. Yeah, I think they're not all like that. So
I think that's a reasonable guess that most of these things down
Where'd
here
the
are
other ones go? Over
sponge
here?
bases. And as I say, if you look off to the right, there's an awful lot of sponge skeletons sitting down there.
Yeah. Okay.
We can do that. You want to come partial? See if we can.
Yeah. So that should be partial.
Oh, look
Copy.
at this black coral. Let's take a look at this thing.
Copy.
I was going to say, I thought I saw a branched black
Come on
coral
in.
just below on
Alright.
the side of this rock. Is that where we're going?
Yep.
Yep.
In fact, we're zooming
That's
it right
full.
now.
Copy.
And I'll bet I know what yours and Tina's ID is going to be for this one.
Tina's the expert. I'll let her say it.
So not a Trissopathes. I didn't think you were going to say Trissopathes, Tina. And Scott has ventured into the chat room the ID that I was suspecting. We're both
sorry,
waiting for Tina's ID on this.
Okay, let's come full wide.
Alright. So that's full wide.
Copy.
While we're looking at it, I will make a note that in general we see fewer animals associated with the black corals compared to the octocorals. It doesn't mean we don't see them.
Oh,
just
there's
that
a
there tend
fish.
to be
Yeah,
fewer.
we can get it.
Oh, there's
When
a...
we see them, they tend to be either polychaete worms or chirostylid squat lobsters.
Come on in.
So we've got a fish, and we've got a
Hold
fair number of chrysogorgiid corals and primnoids.
Of course. I'll come around here.
Blotchy looking.
Keep coming.
Yeah, he is.
Hold there.
It's a little bit narrower of a snout, maybe. But Bruce will tell me that I'm wrong.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Laser to the eye.
Well, you may not even see that because a lot of deep water fish are sensitive in the blue-green range, not the red range. That's one of the reasons why I kind of like using red lasers when we have a scale or need a scale. What is that on the rock
looks
there?
like another
Snaphobranchid?
Okay, come on.
So,
Full wide.
Chris, biology question for the engineers.
Maybe not quite as far as the other
We
ones,
see a lot of these
I don't
eels,
know.
but
Could
we
be
don't see
Snaphobranchus
much of what
oregonii,
they must
but
be eating.
I'll have to leave it. But, I think Ken Sulak is going to be watching. He's the person who's revised this genus.
Looks like there's another one way in the
We'll see
background.
if he chimes in, if he has a chance
Copy,
to look.
yeah.
But he's not participating in the chat room. So right now I'm just going to leave it at Snaphobranchus species.
Trying to come
Okay,
back.
thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, I got you.
So the engineers had a question for you, Bruce. We see a lot of these eels, but they're not seeing a lot of things that these eels might be eating. And could we zoom in on this small fan that's got all the ophies on it? I think Scott and Les would like to
Sure.
get a close look at that one. So Bruce, the question was, sorry, I had a cough there. The question was, we see a fair number of the eels, but we don't see a lot of things that would seemingly be their prey. You know, do you have any answer for that? They're certainly not eating corals and sponges, I don't think.
No, they're more predators on small fish, which
Okay,
we're not
video.
seeing at all here.
Alright.
Crustaceans, we've seen some, and cephalopods, we haven't
that's
seen
a
any of
partial.
those either.
Copy.
They're also scavengers. So I don't have a good answer to that.
Whenever you
I
have
think
the
there
full
would be more food
specimen,
around when we
you
see the
come in.
shrimp, like red-legged
Feel free.
shrimps and all that.
Alright.
Those could be possible food sources, very likely food sources.
And that's a full zoom.
These are
Copy.
fairly active for fish at this depth, unlike things like the cusk eels, so they could probably cover more ground to search for prey. There would be a trade-off between energy requirements for active swimming, how much food that they can find. So they would have to, there'd have to be kind of a balance in that if food's very scarce. You don't want to spend too much of your energy looking for food. But they do cruise around a little bit more than some of the other fishes we're seeing. So they may be searching a wider area.
Okay,
to
let
pick
me know
up
when you're
abundant
clear.
Food, but I actually don't have a real explanation
I think
of why
video's
we're
good.
seeing them
Copy
in
that.
an area that seems to be
So,
relatively
should I come
sparse
wide?
with
Yeah,
potential
go ahead.
food items.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce.
Alright, her full wide.
I was curious about that too. Glad we got an answer.
So
we
the
sorta did.
coral we just imaged, Scott and Asako and Tina, I thought it looked more like Candidella,
Alright,
the
so
polyps
the
to
ship
me,
has
rather than
been
Narella.
stationary
When we
for
were
about
zooming
10
in on it, I
minutes.
thought it was going to be either a Narella or
We're
Calyptophora,
still
but a couple of the polyps
about
are closed.
Definitely
60
not a
meters
Narella,
from
Chris.
waypoint
I think
2
the Candidella
at
is certainly a
073.
possibility, but
So
not a Narella.
Just one more bump there. I wouldn't give it 60
We're almost
meters.
perpendicular to the branch.
How far am I from
See
it?
any of
I mean,
the
depending where you are, probably right
modified
here, you would
polyps
be
that
How far is
create the
D2
worm
from
tunnel?
about 40 meters maybe.
Yeah, I didn't
Or
see
even
that
less than
either.
that.
It had so many ophies on it that I didn't see those. But the
Do
Candidella
you wanna just do
homintophora
like a
does have
40-meter jump and
does have sort of a branching structure,
Or
although not quite so straight
kinda like
branches. The ones that
Well,
I've
depends
seen
where you
in
are.
Hawaii
we
at
should only
least.
be like
So
5 meters from it. Right?
Yeah, hard to identify the species for
There,
sure, but I think
That
that's a
number
good
just
possibility.
changed.
And for for people watching,
got
one
a
of the
jump
things you
there.
notice
Okay.
is that we've now seen
Hey, give us a little
4 or
bump closer
5
to
of
that.
these
One more.
primnellid
I'll
colonies
do
that have lots and lots of these Okeanos brittle stars on them.
Yeah, let me
But
come
you
back
notice
to
the Chrysogorgias do not have them on
Come on.
their colonies, and the unbranched ones don't have them. And so, there does seem to be, if not
Go ahead and get that
necessity,
moving.
at least
Okay.
a choice
The sound
in the
effects doesn't help.
coral that
Nope.
these brittle stars are climbing up on. So the question is, why don't they use the other ones? And Chris, you asked something like that earlier, and possibly it's some kind of biochemical defense or some other mechanism.
yeah. But the more observations we
There's so many
make, then
Try
logical
turning to
questions.
the starboard.
right.
I think that'll help.
And again, the more information we
Okay.
get from these videos, then the more chance we have
Bridge,
to
this is nav.
inspire an answer. And somebody who's looking at these may see a pattern that
Let's get
eventually
another
that
move
will
in.
lead
It's
to
gonna
the,
be 30
what's going
meters,
on.
bearing 075,
Exactly.
and
Absolutely.
the speed is going to
And,
be
I noticed as we were
0.2
coming up to
knots.
this little topographic high. I don't know if this is the spine of the ridge, but yeah, this
Yeah.
view we're seeing now, just a great density of these bottlebrush Chrysogorgia colonies, and there's a number of the unbranched primnellids
Good copy.
and some of the
Tether's
branched
coming up
primnellids.
very close to me on every heave.
Certainly
I'm
a
not
higher
sure what I can
density
do
on
to
the
improve
top
that.
here than the ones
I'm
going up
backing
the
up
wall.
close to you, and that should help.
Should I haul in or keep this stealth?
So to answer your suspicion, or your suspicion is
just
correct.
keep
We
that.
are on the actual ridge crest right now,
Let's see how that
and
plays.
we're currently looking more toward the east. It's a southwest striking ridge, so we're looking not quite directly upslope on the ridge.
It's
And
a
he's
northwest southeast striking ridge.
right. Yeah.
Copy that, thank you.
Okay, well, actually,
Glad
so we just put a
Jasper
ship
said
move
that,
in.
'cause I was very confused about this map I was just looking at.
Excuse me, pilot. What was that?
We just put a ship move in,
Okay.
and I came back a little bit closer to Sirius. I don't know. You can see whenever we heave, if I'm stretched out really far, we get a little concerned with the tether. So
So if I'm
Okay.
interpreting correctly, we have been more or less going almost towards the east off the side of this ridge, and now we are turning towards the south-southeast. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. He just moved back a little bit. Is explaining that he got a little bit far from the Sirius vehicle, which is the sled tethered to the main ROV that we're getting this imagery from, and so he backed up a little bit to try to create a little more slack in the tether.
and we're headed that way anyway, so we'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
is that?
That's bizarre.
Something went through the thruster, I think.
Grab it, quick.
No, I think it was the
Something
Chrysogorgia.
Wasn't that? I didn't
okay,
see anything.
Yeah, we didn't see anything. No.
Yeah.
Let's see. That was a glass sponge that we just went over, and I think it could have been Furia Neroca erecta, possibly.
So that's the direction we're headed
That is
eventually,
the
right?
direction we're headed, yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually, once we hit waypoint 2.
So we should end up right here. The ship.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Copy that.
You know, Scott, is it necessary to go to waypoint 2, or do you just want them to, just once we get on the crest, do you want them to start heading up toward there, or what would you like to do?
The waypoints are completely arbitrary, so let's just make our way up the ridge in whatever way is convenient, or that we see there's interesting animals to follow.
Okay.
Cancel that last move then.
Yeah, sorry, pilot, I actually didn't see waypoint 2, just looking at the screen until
bridge
you
to
mentioned
snap?
it.
No, that's okay. That makes sense to me.
Let's hold position, please.
Because we're on the
There's
ridge
a
crest
fish in
now,
a
it
very
seems.
long guard distance.
Yeah, there's a fish off there in the distance.
Can you zoom in on the fish, top and
he's-
middle?
Copy that.
He's
Thank you.
way out there.
Yeah, we're going to try to get there.
The chase is on right now.
So do you copy that, Nav?
No.
We're
What
gonna-
was that?
We're going to not go to waypoint 2.
Copy that.
And they just want to acquire this ridge crest, which we're on right now, and then head to the southeast.
All right. Copy that.
Where are we as far as moving right now? Sirius?
The ship just stopped, so Sirius is gonna move maybe
I
2
don't know,
to
I
3
think
minutes.
he's winning.
Yeah.
Okay. So
It was moving at 075.
Go ahead, video. See if we can get him.
All right.
So, pilot, do you want
So
me
that's
to
a
start following you
partial.
around or wait
That's
till I
okay.
stop moving
Yeah,
forward?
keep me in view.
Okay.
That's the tether.
Whoa, that's some good heave.
Yeah.
Come
on.
Pull it
Come
right
up
in.
a little bit.
Oh, hit the
Swam in.
coral.
You're
It's very full wide.
probably going to get tugged too.
I already
Another
did.
cutthroat
Yeah.
eel.
Alright.
And
So,
I think the dorsal is far back, Bruce, too, even though he's a lighter color. I don't know if you're going to maybe Breva dorsalis or Organi, but I'll wait to hear what you have to say about it.
Yeah, I would
Okay,
say it's the
co-pilot,
same
so
type. It's
we
more,
just canceled a
scraped up
move that was
maybe,
to the
and,
northwest.
you know,
So you're going to
different
swing that
color
way
pattern, but if it's going to be difficult to chase,
first,
if it's going to
okay.
be difficult to chase it, I wouldn't
for the next
bother.
couple minutes. Then we're headed southeast.
Okay.
Okay, so we're not headed. You won't move. You won't translate towards the southeast to start, but
Sure.
you can face that way.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Waypoint 3 is 160 from us.
Copy. But we should, instead of focusing on the waypoints, let's focus on this
On the
crest
slope.
here.
Okay.
And I'm on it now. So let's try to get a good heading from the vehicles.
Okay.
Watch lead pilot.
Go ahead.
Hey, I was just talking to my nav and co-pilot that our understanding is that we want to stay on top of this ridge crest, correct?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm on it now. Looks like we're offset from the bathymetry. See?
Yeah. Yes.
So let's just pick a good heading, which seems like I am.
I mean, according to sonar,
close to-
Okay, pilot, I'm facing the same way you are, but I'm still watching out for that tether because that was a crazy heave. It took it up on
Yeah.
the side of me.
So what's happening is when we figured out that, can you come down a little bit actually? 17 or 18 is a good delta for this. The tether wants to go under the vehicles, and when we heave like that, the Sirius is hitting the tether. So if we keep it at 17 or 18 and the pilot stays in tighter with Sirius and doesn't get stretched out, then it doesn't hit. Okay. So let's try to make that happen. When I chase that fish right there, that's what happened. So, okay. Stand by, watch these for a pilot change.
Yep.
Okay.
So we're doing a little shuffle in the front seats here. Our ROV staff is swapping out. So we'll be hanging in this view for a few minutes while everybody shuffles and takes new places.
You want to do our standard introduction of what people are looking at? Who are we? What are we doing?
Well, we are here. This is the Okeanos Explorer that is streaming live. The footage taken from the Deep Discover ROV in the Sirius ROV that is connected to the same line. And we are on a seamount about 100 miles south, slightly west of south from Wake Island. We are currently on a little ridge crest, a rift zone, if you will, on this particular seamount. And our goal is to sort of explore this particular feature for the life and rocks that we see, the geology and the biology. We've made our way up the side of this ridge, and now that we've gotten to the crest line, we're going to change direction, change heading, and start heading up the ridge crest towards the actual top of the seamount.
Okay, guys.
Hey, pilot.
And
How's it
when I
going?
said we, I am talking about
Got some gnarly heave over here.
the ROV crew, which we'll ask in a minute to
Yeah.
introduce themselves. And
But it looks like now that we've turned, the tether will behave a little bit more.
Chris
Okay.
and I.
Yeah, as the tether looks like it's, if it looks like the
I'm
current's
Jasper
going that way,
Walker from
if you come
University of
down, it'll
Hawaii.
blow out of your face.
Yeah.
So as soon as you see it start doing
Next
that,
to
let's
me.
let it blow out of our
Chris
face.
Kelly,
Yes.
I'm with
Yeah,
the
we just turned
Oceanography
this way the other
Department
time.
at the University of
Yeah,
Hawaii and
yeah.
also the Hawaii
Hopefully it
Undersea
behaves.
Research Laboratory.
We'll do what we got to do to make it work out.
So in the chat room, we've got a couple new people who have joined us. Barrett
Yes,
Nolan
What's
has
the
joined
ship
us.
situation?
Ship is
Also
stopped.
Nicole Morgan
It looks
and
like they were going to
Santiago
go
Herrera.
moving at 160.
And
Okay.
Santiago's
But I
at
think
Woods Hole. I'm
stopped,
trying to remember where Nicole
for a
is
change.
from. I thought it was Harbor Branch, but I may be
So-
wrong. And again, I've also forgotten where Barrett Nolan is, so excuse me
the next
for that.
waypoint 160 would
If
be
you have
like
a chance, maybe you
directly
can.
that way.
Sorry, Nolan Barrett.
Well, I think,
Sirius might look
excuse me.
170.
Sorry, Nolan.
Yeah,
Nolan,
I think
can
they're
you
calling this
maybe
the
you
Ridge
mention
Crest. So I
your-
think there's a little bit
Yeah,
of an
there we
offset.
are. Yeah,
Yeah,
College
that's
of
what they were saying.
Charleston. So,
So I think we're going to want to try to first acquire the ridge set.
And
Ridge
I
and
don't know if
Sirius
Nicole can
maybe
confirm
playing
that
with the gains.
Yeah.
And then
but I guess right on
follow
Harbor
it
Branch.
along.
I think that's.
Okay.
I
where
have it
she's
right
from, but
now,
I'm not absolutely
sort of
positive.
along due southish.
Yeah. Do you want to do a short move?
It's definitely Faria
Maybe about like
sponge
170
that's
for
directly
like
in
30
front of us
meters?
here. The kind of glassy, elongate
or
one,
do you wanna just
little
go
tubes coming
straight
off the
south?
side.
170 is fine
Almost
with me.
alternating the hawk fight.
Just we can do a hot short move and see if what that gets us.
Hey, Nat, can you play with my gain? And
175.
Maybe we can
So
I'll meet you in the middle at
Nolan
175.
actually pointed out that
yeah,
he
copy
spent
that,
some
Code
time
Pilot.
with Deb Glickson, who
Okay, I'm
was
facing
actually one of
175
the
now.
science leads on
It's going back and forth
the leg,
between
the
180
first
though,
leg
but-
of the Marianas cruise.
Copy that.
And so he spent time with Deb at Harbor Branch,
Okay.
and that's how he got started and connected with the program.
Have we seen all these? Watch lead. Sorry.
I think he's looking.
Yeah, we've got maybe some kind of Chrysogorgia or 2 or 3, and some stocked one out off to the left. Some sponge.
I'm
If there's
gonna
anything that jumps
call
out,
that moving,
great.
Hans.
Otherwise, I'll just keep moseying along.
Okay, I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything from Scott or Les or the chat. We have looked at a bunch of these things already, so
Okay.
maybe we'll keep going on. And I think it's Jeff, right?
It is Jeff. Yep.
Yeah, Jeff, you want to introduce the new front row?
Yeah, of course. I'll get on OKEX here. It's okay, a new watch has come in today. Piloting the Deep Discoverer for the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration is Jeff Lanning. And I'll let the front row introduce themselves here.
And I'm Andy Lister on co-pilot.
Sean Kennison sitting in nav seat right now.
I'm Annie White doing video, and I think Art Howard's doing clipping, but he usually doesn't have a headset on, so he might not know we're doing this right now.
Oh, I think he knows. He's sitting there. He's looking right at us. So yeah, he knows.
Looks like you were able to give me some there.
Yeah.
Good.
Kind of being cautious with any more going down because this heave.
Yeah. Okay, so, but I definitely have some more uphill in this general direction, so I think we're okay going this way.
So, Jeff, one of the priorities, I think, for this particular dive plan, which is proposed by Scott France and Les Watling, is they're particularly interested in corals that have associates on their branches, little crabs or ophies or things like that.
Okay.
And we've imaged a bunch of those already, but I'll keep an eye out on the chat and be listening for Scott if he calls out something. And
Okay.
then, of course, we can get other animals as they show up in between, but just to give you a heads up on what one of the priorities are on the dive.
Thanks. Yeah, I've stretched out here on my tether a little bit, so I'm going to make a little sidle move while we get the ship headed. Actually, the ship is moving, and we'll cover ground here soon. I think I see a holothorian of some sort.
Yeah, the holothorian, and we've got a sponge down here on the left, and that's another one of these Poliopogon that we've seen on other dives.
If either one are of interest, I can stop and look. Otherwise, I'll just keep going.
Maybe zoom the holothoroidian.
Okay.
Looks like he's a little different than one we zoomed in on earlier today.
All right. Video, you can start in.
I actually saw one right when you were eating, too.
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
Hey, Nav, what time did that last move start?
Thanks. I'm sneaking
So I
in
just
on
put
it a
that
little
move in,
here.
2 minutes ago.
Okay.
Well, I think he's some type of synallactid in that family. It could be could be another member of the genus Hansenothuria, which is what we thought the first one was. Just they can have different color morphs in the same genus, of course.
If you want any more, you can take it.
Alright. So that's full.
Thanks. Oh, just little tugs.
You can see along the skirt on either side of them, you can see the little tube feet that are kind of underneath there. That's what he uses to crawl along the bottom and pick up detritus and other things.
Yeah, on the previous one, he actually lifted up in the front end. And you saw the front end feet were slightly modified.
They have little hands
Yeah.
almost where they can pick up. I could be mistaken, but I think I'm right on this, that holothoroidians, or at least these deep water ones,
All right.
actually respire
I'm clear
through
when
their
you are.
skin. They don't
All
really
right,
have
video's
lungs
clear.
or gills or anything like that. I think that's correct, but I'm not.
Alright, we're full wide.
Thanks.
Oh, there's another eel in the background there.
It's out of reach, but we can try to snap
Yeah.
out there if you want it.
Sure.
Go ahead, video.
Okay. So that's a partial.
Take it a little further.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's full.
Perfect. He's
All right,
swimming
Bruce,
way out there.
are you taking a look at this, Bruce? Should be showing up pretty soon for you.
Well, this is another cutthroat eel. Ken Sulak just joined the chat room.
I'm going to scoot in a little closer here. Try to make up a little seawater between us. Raise the camera up here a little. Oops, too far.
Ah, okay. I do see Ken Sulek's name in the chat room now.
Should I come out?
So
Yeah, just a little bit. I tilted the camera up kind of tall there and lost him.
Oh.
Ken Sulek is the mainland version of Bruce Mundy. So the two of them together basically form an awesome deep water fish team. So delighted to see Ken on the chat room as well.
Tina's asking why they're called cutthroat eels.
Okay, you can come in a little more.
Okay.
Just trying to get a little closer to him.
That's full zoom.
Did you catch that, Bruce?
Thanks.
Oh, you're answering right now. Okay.
Wow, it's the move should just be.
The gill openings are placed close together on the bottom of the throat, but why is it cut throat? Because
They're so close together that it looks like somebody had, just taken a cut along the bottom of the head there where the gill openings are. So cutthroat because of the appearance of the gill openings that are almost so close they're almost joined together along the bottom.
All right.
So.
And that's good for me.
All right. Should I come wide?
Yeah, I think they've figured out what it was.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's full wide.
Perfect.
So we kind of are keeping the same sort of coral community here. We got these chrysogorges on here, but the sponges changed a bit. These Fareid sponges, these kind of, there's a couple dead ones and alive ones, and we got I think a close-up earlier on one of these things. They seem to have increased in abundance on the ridge crest.
Pilot, how do you feel about just keep going at 175?
It's fine with me.
Okay,
as long as, co-pilot's got this as a high there.
Yeah,
and
which
it's
is
off to the starboard.
back where you came, pretty much.
That's weird. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be.
Sorting out the ridge has been difficult, I suppose. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just try to keep trucking along this way then at 175 and see what we find.
Copy that. Let's put another one in.
There is something here, maybe.
Yeah.
I can't tell if it's just
These get to 10-meter contours. These are 10 meters, so it looks like it's really spreading out.
Yeah.
Right
Okay.
at the top.
Yeah. I mean.
So you're lined up on 175 right now?
I am.
Okay. So I'll try to mosey back over this way. Get out in front of you. See what we can find.
Is that you can't sort of swing to the right, can you, Jeff? At this
Sure,
point?
I can.
I think that's a stock crinoid. I wonder if we could do just to confirm it, even to do a snap zoom on it.
Yeah,
Should be
video. Give me 1 second, then we can snap in from here real quick.
Okay.
Come on in, video.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Do you need a closer look? It's in reach if we want to go get it.
I'm looking at the back side of it.
Got a teeny bit more
Does
zoom,
not
I
have
think, if we need it.
discs on
Okay,
it.
can take it.
That's full zoom.
So I think this is in the family Hyocrinidae. It's got the 5 arms that's characteristic of that family. And also it's got the yellow shape, and just the shape of the arms is pretty sure that's correct.
So you've got it? Do you need any closer look?
I think that should do it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, video's done whenever.
Okay, I'm clear.
Sometimes you can get
And full wide.
there's something in the background. Well, are we headed in that direction, or
That's sort of off track. You
there's
can look at
something big-
Siriuscam the way I'm facing. The middle of Siriuscam and on that way is where we would want to go.
I see.
Um,
Any way you could snap zoom at least behind the crinoid? There seems to be a big colony on a rock back there. Again, I don't know if it's anything different.
I'll take a little bit of room here and we'll snap in and see.
We haven't seen very many of the bamboos. I think some of the shoreside team are really hoping
that's
to
as
see
far
more
as I want to
bamboos.
go with the tether where it is. You can come in.
All right.
I think this is going to be a primnoid. Yep, just a primnoid. Pretty cool coral anyway. So, yeah, and it's got a lot of ophiuroids on it as well, brittle stars. Something we think is essentially a calyptrophora.
And again, a bunch of polyps missing on some of these branches.
Yeah, but boy, the polyps sure would, from this
Okay.
distance,
So,
sure
Tyler, are
would
you happy with your swing arms
Candidella-like.
right now? They're
That's
in.
something that I think Scott
Yeah,
was
it's fine.
mentioning
Okay.
earlier. Don't know.
Do you need a closer look or something? Or you're not sure what it is?
Yeah, we've probably got. I mean, we've seen these before.
Oh, okay.
So
All right, good. Okay, video.
I'm just sort of
I'm happy.
puzzling it.
All right.
There's a Caliphacus sponge and a Polyopogon
So we're
sponge.
full wide.
Caliphacus being the stalked one. So Scott confirmed that there have been no isidids seen today. I didn't know whether one had been seen while I stepped out for lunch for a few minutes, but no. So we're definitely on the lookout for bamboos.
Pilot's bridge might do a heading change around A-frame
Thank you.
in a little bit.
Okay, this is the general direction of the move here, so anything off in this way is... I know it's a little more barren, but this is sort of the up the ridge way, so... See what we can find.
Okay.
I'll get a little closer.
So while we've...
Got a shrimp and a couple coral, I don't know.
I'm not seeing the shrimp.
Off to the right.
Oh, the thread-legged.
Okay.
That's okay. And the corals were...
I thought, oh, maybe this is just an effect on the rock. Sorry, it's
Oh,
like right above the lasers now.
Yeah, I see it.
That must be just texture on the rock. Yeah, it's not a coral. Couple little...
Anything you want to say about the rocks, since that's all we're seeing at the moment, Jesper?
Oh, looks like nice rocks. They're all stuck under a nice thick coat of manganese, it looks like here again. All these roundish shapes look very much like they are pillows, kind of hidden from direct view. Just like we've seen them on the previous one. So this again seems very much like it's an older seamount, an older Guyot that has a significant amount of manganese on it from sitting underwater. These rocks just kind of precipitate out. On top of that, the manganese just precipitates out from the water column and makes these layers at millimeters per million year kind of rate. And so it's taken a while to get here, but our estimate of what these volcanoes should be is on the order of, at this point we're a little further south, so middle to upper 90 millions of years.
So put that into context. So what period are we talking about?
These are Cretaceous seamounts, if you want to use the geologic term for that time period. So this is
kind of mid-Cretaceous.
Yeah, not even the end of it. So this is older, definitely older parts of the seafloor. This is the time where the dinosaurs were still around.
I wonder if we could...
I do see a associate there, don't you?
Yeah, why don't we take a look at this?
Okay.
We're still trying to determine whether there's any Metallogorgia here. We have yet to find any Metallogorgia around Wake. And Metallogorgia looks like one of these corals in front of us, but every time we've imaged on these, it's not Metallogorgia, it's a different type of Chrysogorgia.
Okay, video, you can come in.
All right. So it's a partial.
Crab. Metallogorgia often has an ophiuroid in the center of it, not a crab.
What else would be telltale so we know where to zoom?
Yeah, so the stem, you can see it from here, has a bit of a zigzag pattern on it.
Yeah, okay.
That's not Metallogorgia.
That's Chrysogorgia.
If it's a nice, clean, smooth stalk that goes right down to the rocks, then that has a good chance of being Metallogorgia.
Okay. Is there anything you want to get a close look at while we're here?
If we could zoom in for just a second.
Yeah,
that'd be
of course.
I think this is chirostylid crab in the genus Europtychus. This is some IDs that we received last year from Mary Wickstein at Texas A&M. She's a crustacean expert. And until she told me what these things were, I had no clue. So it's very informative. We really appreciate her help. She's ID'd a whole bunch of things for us the past couple of years, and even years before that for OER.
All right, I think video is clear.
Okay. Happy to come out whenever. Great. Thank you.
All right, we're full wide.
We're getting a bit of a little field of these Chrysogorgias here. It's kind of pretty.
Yeah, high abundance.
Big
Video's
sponge in
gonna
the
switch out.
background, one of
Okay.
those Tretopluras that we've imaged previously. Could be an Iridogorgia straight back from where you are, pilot. It's kind of sticking up a ways. Very faint. Almost looks like one of those light artifacts. I don't think it is.
The lasers are
They're coming up to
way,
it.
way up out there, you mean?
Yeah, way out there. I don't know if that's too far out, but
See what we can do here for you.
I think it's sticking up too far to be one of these standard Chrysogorgias.
It's got a swirly.
That's it. That's a Chrysogorgia. Oh, and once we get Iridogorgia,
Give you a
sorry,
snap if you
Iridogorgia,
want
and
it
after
from a
that we
distance.
may have some
Yeah, you can
bamboos
snap.
coming up. Yep, Iridogorgia, presumably Magnaspiralis.
Yeah, pilot ship stopped a couple minutes ago. Are you good for another
Interesting
move?
sprig lower on the stalk.
Copy that. I still look good on my
Something lower
sonar.
on the stock. Oh yeah, okay.
Copy
Do you
that.
have any more zoom?
I'm
I
gonna
do.
put it in.
I'll try to get the.
I'm good with it if pilot
There is
is.
something
on the
there. What is
pilot.
that? No, it's a worm?
Just give me a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another coral growing on it?
Yeah, a coral growing on it that's just blowing around in the
Yeah.
breeze.
I'm sneaking in there best I can, Roland, just so you know.
Okay, as we sneak, let's look at the spiral then.
Okay.
Iridogorgia is in the same family as those fluffy ones, the Chrysogorgias that we just saw.
Oh, he's
They're
on.
related. If you look at the polyps, you can see why they're related. It's the same type of arrangement where you have very large polyps situated on extremely thin branches. And this just happens to be in a different genus.
Starting to light
they're
it
both
up
in the family Chrysogorgidae.
more.
So one of the most beautiful corals that we see down here. They're always a thrill, and happily there usually see one or two of these on every dive site we've ever been at in
Picking up
these
a
depths.
little.
So
I'll stop going forward here.
and then when we finish up with this, Jeff, then there's some fans, larger fans off to the left, and I think those will be the first bamboos that the onshore team has been
Pulling
looking
out for full specimen.
Okay.
in sight.
Dropping down a little. Tilt down. I'll hold here.
It's a pretty scene. Deep sea garden.
That's right. But who's tending it?
That one little
Video's
elongate
clear.
branch
Okay.
thing doesn't look like it's been watered
I'm
in
clear.
some time. Yeah, so that thing in the back, and there's another one also that's along the lines, maybe it's just coming into view. Two more of these.
Okay. Do you mind if I do the left, or you want to see all of them?
Do the left, it'd be fine. I think they're...
It's got the most stuff on it.
Yeah, and
Looks like it's got associates, and it's in my reach.
Okay.
As long as you think they're the same, I'm happy to do more than one.
I'm wondering now.
Okay.
I don't think they're the same. I think the one on the right and the one behind the one on the left are the same. And this one in front is a primnoid, which has just got the same. Maybe we could get the one on the right, even if it's a snap zoom.
Okay.
It's got a lot of, that one on the left had a lot of associates, but that was a Paracalyptrophora
Coming in.
or Candidella. And yes, our first bamboo, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. You can see the little
Partial.
dark nodes.
Okay.
This looks like it is a nodal brancher.
Okay, I'll hold here. And you can
Going in
take
tight.
it farther, yeah.
Not seeing a whole lot of associates on this one, Scott.
Oops, sorry,
But
Roland,
it's
I'm
a beautiful
backing.
colony.
I'll stop. Backing. Come back in.
It's almost a slight difference in color. From more pinkish in the left to more whitish in the middle.
So Scott believes it looks like a Jasonisis. He says Jasonisis C. So it's somewhat similar to that genus.
Okay, pulling back for a full specimen.
Good copy.
So that bodes well for seeing more of these bamboos as we go upslope.
You know, to always be careful saying things like that. The moment you say it, you know it's going to be hard to find another one.
That's true.
Okay, video's clear.
Okay.
Bamboo in front too.
And then, did you still want the coral on the left? Or did you got that already?
I think, yeah, this one that had all the orthioids in it, we did get already, one down below.
Okay, sounds good. I'll just back out here and get back on track.
Can you get a snap zoom on that other bamboo in the back there that's
Sure.
coming into view right now?
Yeah, sure we can. Stand by 1 second. We'll get it centered up. And I'm backing up, so I'll stop doing that. Okay, video, come on in.
All right.
We're just going to snap to see if this is more of the same.
So
And
that's
it looks like it's the same colony. It's
Okay.
also pretty clear
Go a
of
little tighter.
associates.
all right.
There might be something on one of the branches.
Down or up from where I am.
It'd be down from the lasers, right? Well, no, I guess not. Thought I saw something, but now I don't.
Do you want to go full specimen real quick video, just to see if we can see an associate?
That's all the way in.
No, I'll come out, I mean.
Oh,
come
sorry.
out. Full specimen meaning like...
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, that was just a weird
It's just a
bundle
weird-
of coral, or of polyps right
Yeah,
here, yeah.
That's exactly what I was looking at, but we didn't see anything. You were right there on it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Thanks, video.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and we're full wide.
And yeah, I'm looking at that
Right.
over there on the upper part, kind of right on the edge of their tether. But
You can start moving if you want. Get us going.
Copy that.
There's
175.
something whitish in the top of that one.
All right, I'm gonna put it in.
yeah, is that a dead overgrown sponge? I think it could be. Which is
One of these two you're looking for?
no, I think that's a dead sponge. It just has the top that isn't quite dead yet.
Okay.
Uh,
And another
I think
bamboo and possibly no associates. You want to come in
Yeah.
and frame it real quick and see if we see anything?
Well, there might be something on the left side of it, a crinoid maybe.
Yeah. Why don't you come in and just enough to frame the coral
Okay.
video? Thanks. Yeah, we do have a
There is
crinoid hanging on maybe there.
And there might even be something on that bare branch in the.
Okay. I'll slow down.
There might be
here.
a couple things here.
All right, video, come in a little tighter on the crinoid.
Okay.
Okay. Yep.
So I think this crinoid is in the genus Cerametra.
Kind of funny how that one goes from that sort of dark purple bluish color to this light greenish color.
Yeah.
So definitely a crinoid there, and stay at this zoom, and I'll just bring it over to this section.
Okay.
Right there. Yeah. So
Some other kind of
guess it's
coral or sponge overgrowing.
it could be a hydroid on there.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see.
It's so small. Sorry about the focus. I am floating, so I'm moving around. Do you want a closer look? I can try to race out there.
No, I think that's probably okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, video's clear.
Thanks, video. I'm all set as well.
All right. Or full wide.
A lot of pillows here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is similar to the previous dives. We have this sort of ridge consisting of these sort of steeper bumps that are these mounds of pillows.
Ship's underway.
Yes, ship is underway.
Thank you.
There's a thread-legged shrimp down there in the Metocarcinus, our companion for every dive I think
That's right.
we've almost ever been on. I'm trying to remember, well, I guess if we in these
I
depths
know,
they're
I'm
always
stretched
there.
out a little bit.
But if we're really deep, we don't necessarily see them.
You're okay. I'll just sort of take a peek up this rock here, see if there's anything of interest.
Yeah, there's
And there's
oh,
spines
yeah.
on it.
Yeah, so there is a sponge in the background, that columnar sponge.
Yeah, okay. I can go
And
for that.
It'd be the first one of these that we've seen.
Okay. That is actually in the direction of track, and if we wait a minute, the ship will be here and we get a really good shot if you want.
Well, yeah, let's wait. Sure.
There's
It's
some
pretty
associates on this not so fun coral. We could look at that for a second while we wait.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. This got a leggy one where the
Entertain
lasers
ourselves
are
while
on
we're
it.
waiting.
Yeah.
You can come on in, video.
Okay.
It's like an Ophi show. Ophiuride.
That's a partial.
All right, this is almost certainly a Norella with a lot of Ophiurides on it.
And there's the tether tug.
Yep.
I'm at the end of my tether.
Is it all right to go in a little further?
Of course.
Okay.
So Tina, I see just now says, "Can we zoom at white things?" Did you see?
Yeah, the white things on the rock. I did
I
see.
think she was looking at the white stump things again that we looked at before, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Nice view of both closed and open polyps. So the polyps on the left there are closed, and the ones on the right are open. Seem
Bobbing and weaving.
When they close up, they're facing down the branch, which is characteristic of the genus Narella. These are one of the cues we look at in trying to identify animals from video. These little details actually matter quite a bit.
Okay.
Alright, video's clear.
Thanks.
It's like the ophiuroids
I
are
am as
actually
well.
distorting the polyps here,
Yeah.
degrading the coral a bit where they're
Okay, so
now
that's
white things on the rock.
I saw white things on this big
On
rock
the left
here.
a little bit more, I think.
Oh, there's a tunicate, I think.
Oh yeah, on the
Yeah,
big rock
the
on
big
top.
rock.
Yeah.
Gelatinous looking thing. And then, yeah, if we can,
So
there might be some of the white things around the
do you
tunicate.
want the tunicate or do you want the white? Because I see a really good white thing, I think, right here on the left. Do you see it? Right above the lasers now.
Yeah, that's a little sponge.
Oh, that's a little
polyalphagon.
sponge.
But I
Okay.
think she was talking about the little white circular things.
Okay.
And there's a couple of them above this tunicate, I think, to the left and above slightly. We can
All right. You want to start with the tunicate or the white things?
start with the tunicate.
Okay. Come on in, video.
Okay. So that's a partial.
Thanks. I might be able to touch a toe down without too much disturbance here.
To orient everybody is, if you can consider a tunicate having a mouth, I guess you could consider it. His mouth, we're looking at a side
little
view
close,
of him,
sorry.
and the opening is to the left side of him. Now you can sort of see it. And then you can see kind of his guts inside, very transparent, and then he's attached to the rock at the bottom. This is what we believe is in the family Octonemidae. These are carnivorous tunicates, so they prey on things that are unfortunate enough to swim in their mouths, I think.
Is it alright to come in further?
Yep.
And then they do close up.
They close up
Is there
or
any
trap
particular
them.
part you'd like?
I don't know
Maybe over
tunicate
towards the mouth a little bit.
biology very
Over
well,
here?
Jeff.
Yeah.
This squiggly part looks cool.
Yeah, it does.
Sort of artsy.
Yeah. Try to get a little artsy while we're doing our.
Yeah, it's kind of 70s or 80s maybe, but
Yeah.
Diva. That's,
Megalodicopia tunicate is what Diva, and I think that's in the family Octonemidae. So
Alright, I might come
thank
out
you
just
very
a
much,
little bit.
Diva.
Yeah, let's
Moon
get
has
the white
joined us.
so we can jump over that coral because now the
Yeah.
ship's catching up. We've looked at a few things.
Alright,
Diva
or
you
full
don't
wide.
have to go too wide.
recently transplanted
here,
from the
come back
University
in.
of Hawaii and is
Okay.
now down in Trinidad for a little while, her home.
And there's the white thing, I
So
think.
That one
think
has a little
it's-
sponge coming
yeah,
out
it's
of
a
it.
little sponge, but these kind of hairy ones there, they could be tunicates also, a different kind.
Huh.
I don't know.
I think I have a little bit more zoom.
I'm
Take it.
assuming that this is
Alright, that's it.
this is what Tina was referring to. We did see tunicates like this that
The
had these
track
grains
focus
on
is one in
them.
the
Yeah,
background,
she
maybe,
agrees.
too.
There she is.
Maybe. Oh, maybe not. I might have lied.
Yeah. Okay. So now we got two types of tunicates.
Okay. And then we should jump for that sponge because now the ship's starting to catch up.
Okay.
Alright, I can.
Want
should
to
I
come out wide? Yep.
Alright, full wide.
Thank you. We'll zoom over for the sponge.
Do you want to still look at that
Yeah, I want to look at.
fancy hairy sponge there?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what we're going for next. And I'm going to stay here and drop down a little lower so we get a better shot. Stand by while I set up for that. Okay. Tilt up. Okay. Video, come on in.
So we haven't seen a whole lot of these sponges so far on the Wake cruise. We saw a few on
that's
one
a
of the
partial.
dives, but
Okay.
this is another variety of glass sponge. So those of you who are kind of new
Yeah.
to watching this type of video and seeing the animal life at these depths, there's a lot of different types of glass sponges which have these siliceous microscopic skeletal parts that gives them this translucent appearance. And you've got big mounding ones, and you have stalked ones, and in this one it's kind of a tubular one, and this is called Walteria.
Come in a little farther if you'd like.
All right.
And I can tell already
full
that
zoom.
it's something that we refer to as Walteria CF, which means close to Lucardi. This sponge was first described by a Japanese researcher. I think it was off the coast of Japan where he saw it. Has an extremely small osculum at the very top, and presumably the water enters the side, then it makes its way out that very small hole in the top. So I'm wondering how all of this works when you think that it could probably get a lot more water coming in, and then you've got a bit of a bottleneck literally on the top where it's supposed to go out.
Got to come out pretty fast.
I think
Yeah,
I might have
unless
seen
that constriction
a
on the
shrimp or
top
something
osculum
further
is so
down.
that water will
Might have
pass
seen
out
an
the opposite
associate further
sides
down.
a little
Yeah.
more,
Tilt.
Yeah.
and
Let
they
me know when
get
it comes into
secondary
view.
filtering on the down current side.
There's
Oh,
something
yeah, I
in
see
there.
the background there. Is this full zoom still?
Yep, full zoom.
Yeah, okay. Some associate, we're not sure what it is. This is full zoom. On the left there, that
Yeah.
pink.
Yeah, so pilot's pointing out the little pink thing could be a shrimp. Oftentimes you see shrimp inside of these things.
There he
Oh,
comes.
he's coming
He's
out.
moving.
Oh, he's moving. He's
Oh.
coming out.
Little baby
It's a
shrimp.
little amphipod, I think.
Oh, amphipod. Yeah, looks like a cricket.
Cricket, yeah.
Oh, we have a fish coming on my
Oh,
left.
we are.
Yeah, do you want to see it?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Can we come out wide for the fish?
Yep.
Thank you.
That's for full
I'm gonna
wide.
Back up and lift up, and we'll get the fish in just a second.
Oh,
There
there we
he
go.
is.
Fish, fish, we got our wish, right?
That's right.
Yeah, that's kind of old and silly.
We all played Go Fish, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's heading down.
Okay. I'll hold here. Come on in, video.
So that's a partial.
Thank you. Just bumping along, trying to sync with them here. Hold on.
So Nolan Barrett noted that there's a lot of tunicates on the rock behind. There's another branched black coral, I think. Could be another one of these heteropathies that Tina had identified for us earlier.
Hey Nav, when was our last move? And pilot, you're headed off my.
Yeah, I know. We've been paused for a while.
Yeah, I think it's. I can turn.
last move ended
Bruce,
like
did you
You're all right.
did
You
you
can
just
stay.
put an order in for Synaptobranchus eels, or
Was
did
it
you actually put an
last
order
move
in for
ended
any other
4
kind of
minutes
fish?
In for
I
me.
just,
Yeah.
you know,
All right,
I'd
coming
like
a
to
little tighter.
check his fish order
once
actually.
Two more
Yeah.
seconds here, then I'll get out of
See
this.
if you ordered anything else.
Yeah,
Just put in the standard order.
yeah.
I guess not. Synaptobranchus is 1 dozen.
1 dozen. Various sizes,
He's
please.
way down there.
You know, we're running a little short on macrurids and ophidiids, Bruce. I mean, you could have
Alright,
thrown a
thanks,
couple of
video.
those on the list too,
Coming out.
you know, in the order, but
I guess the question is
I've
it a
adventured
handwritten
out.
So
list or is it
we're
just
Out
check
of
boxes?
co-pilot's comfortable region, so
what's that?
Is it a
back
handwritten
to-
written list or just check boxes?
Yeah.
If it's handwritten, that's a lot of extra work. So maybe we just need to change the order form.
Yeah, that's got a big fan in the
Been kind of
background.
odd here at
What was that, Bruce? Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say it's been rather odd here at Wake Atoll compared to other areas. At this depth, around the 2,000 meter depth, I think we've seen almost nothing but Synaptobranchids. When we did dive at slightly different depths, we saw more ophidiids and an occasional macrurid. But the diversity here at Wake seems to be very low, at least in this depth range.
you want to
Yeah.
frame it real quick and see if there's any associates?
Yeah, let's
Yep.
take a look. I think it's another one of these isidid corals. Yeah, so Bruce, I think you heard, because I know you were asking this question earlier, whether we were going to keep some of the shallow water dives in, and yes we are. We're going to be doing a shallower dive tomorrow. We're going to start around 1,000 and come up to
I don't
about
think I see
550,
anything,
so it's a
so
different
Yeah.
depth
Clear.
zone.
All right,
We
I'm clear
couldn't
too.
get up higher into bottom fish
Great,
depths,
thank you.
Bruce, because those depths are too
Fishing
close
on.
to shore and the reef, and the captain was uncomfortable
You're
going that
bouncing around
close.
over there, huh?
So, but we're getting
Yes.
into a different
Good
depth
heat.
zone anyway.
Well, thank you. And that's going to be fascinating because nobody has surveyed those depth zones at Wake Atoll. And unlike the Hawaiian Islands, where there's been a lot of efforts at different depths, particularly with the Hurl submersibles between about 200 and
Yep.
2,000 meters. Wake Atoll is totally
Come in
unknown.
on the
So
fish.
we really don't know what we're going to see.
Sporadic
and other
fish.
islands that are similar to Wake in their shallow water fauna, like the Marshall Atolls, haven't really been surveyed for the deep water fauna either. So it's going to be really interesting to find out what's at the
Tadpole,
more shallow
really.
depth range. We'll look
Yeah,
at
no
tomorrow
kidding.
and the day after with the wreck dive too.
Sure, and Bruce, by the way, any second now you're going to see an Ophidiad on screen. We finally got a different type of fish, really skinny one.
The word tadpole was even thrown around
Oh.
a minute ago.
Yeah, pilots, are you ready for me to put that move in?
I wonder if he's a fairly young one.
Is it in a safe spot?
He's awfully small.
Looks like he's upside down.
Yeah.
He looks grumpy.
Yeah, I really can't tell what we're looking at from this angle, unfortunately. I don't know if it's another Basilozetus or something else. It looks like it might have a very large eye for the size of the head, so it's a little bit of a puzzle.
You'll get a better look in a second, Bruce. So, yeah, just keep watching, and maybe you'll see something that'll help you.
And I do have more zoom if we want it.
And if it's possible,
I'm happy
to
with this,
zoom
but
in on the
if
head, I
you want
think
to take a
it's
little more, you
difficult
can.
with small
It's
fish
just
at this distance to
I
zoom in
think
on
it's
the
zooming
head
in
and
and
get
out
a
of this
better look
frame,
at
and
it
as
would
it
be
is.
very
So.
Yeah.
helpful.
No, I just thought I'd
There you
mention
go.
it.
You can take it. Oh, and he swam up. Stay right there.
They're trying,
You're
Bruce.
headed off my left.
Go a little tighter.
Came over the edge and gone.
Yep.
He's coming. He's coming. Maybe. All right, come out partial so I can find him again. There he is.
He's interested in the red light.
Yeah, so far this
Okay,
just
come on in.
looks like what I would call a generic
it's just
tuxedo, generic Ophidia. And
difficult.
really
I don't know if you
think
copied
that
your
it
off
looks
my
how
port
you'd
side.
think
Yeah,
that
I
it's
copied,
different from
thanks.
the Basilozetus that we've seen before.
On the fish hunt. Come in tighter now. Yeah. Bobbing and weaving.
He's got that little white area around his eyes,
All right.
Bruce. You know,
I
that
think
one
that's the best we're gonna
type
get.
of
I
Basilozetus
think so.
that we saw
Thank
in
you.
the Northwest
All right,
Hawaiian
come in wide.
Islands last year. That's one thing I'd sort of noted.
And we're
Sort
full
of a
wide.
halo around his eyes, but he was really tiny. So it was a good job. Thank you, pilot,
And
for
he's
even getting that.
flying off.
Yeah, I guess Basilozetus is our best guess. Again, it looks a little different. I didn't see what the pectoral fin looks like. It could have been an immature arid mixes as well. The two together are quite similar. I'm hoping Ken Sulek can chime in with an identification. We'll see what if he says anything.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat right now to see if he's going to weigh in on this. Hopefully he did catch it.
Yeah, here you can see how thick this stuff is. This layer is, you sort of see the top right under those corals.
Looks like there's a big urchin or something we just passed over on the wall.
Yeah, I was trying to see in that broken edge if you could tell what was manganese crust and what was volcanic rock. It's hard to
Sort of see it there a little bit up. Yeah.
It just came in the bottom
I mean,
of the
would
screen.
this whole thing here be manganese crust?
Yeah, watch.
I
Do you
think
see
that's
the
a
urchin?
separate one.
Where's an urchin?
Down just to the left of the lasers now.
Left to the lasers now. Oh,
Oh,
sure.
this little-
Yeah, let's take a look.
Okay.
I don't think
Good
that's-
eyes.
Is that
That
an
was
urchin?
very good.
Videos.
I see little
Videos
arms
saw
or
it, yeah.
something coming out of that guy.
Well, it's yeah, it's an urchin, all right. It's got really long spines. I think it's an urchin.
Yeah. Come on in, video.
Yep.
So that's a partial.
This urchin is in the genus Aspidodiadema. Looks somewhat similar to Aspidodiadema hawaiiensis. Just because it has a name hawaiiensis doesn't mean it's just restricted to Hawaii. It just means that that's where the type specimen
All right, I'll land for a second here.
was
Get a tight
collected
zoom. Give me one
and
second.
described.
It's going to be a little bumpy for just a
And
second.
once we become familiar with some new species, then what we need to do is figure out what its range is. And some of these deep sea animals actually range quite widely across the Pacific. We're seeing some things that look very, very similar that
All right, come on in.
occur in Hawaii and occur in the Marianas. Diva is suggesting Aspidodiadema or Plesiodiadema. This is Diva Amon, and she's also a premier invertebrate biologist as well. She's done a lot of work in manganese nodule fields and other types of habitats. So thank you, Diva. I'm checking our gallery right now to see.
I've got a little bit more zoom, I think.
Okay.
You're
What the
forgetting to
closest
note
edge
what
is.
kind
Oh,
of
it does
gallery
that
you're
much
talking
more.
about, Chris.
You're right. So I'm actually checking the. Now I got to remember the exact name because we were figuring this out. I had to say this for art yesterday.
Yes.
It's the Okeanos Explorer Deep Water Benthic Animal Guide. And it's on the Okeanos Explorer website.
I'm
There's
happy
over
when you are.
1,700 of these type of images on this site.
Yeah,
all
I
grouped
think
according
video's clear
to
too.
the
Okay.
taxonomic.
Actually, if we could get a
Well,
shot
they're
just
all
like this
within
for a
their
second.
taxonomic
that'd be
groups.
great.
You can
No problem.
peruse those and take a look at whatever is most interesting to you, whether it's fishes or urchins or sea stars or corals or you
All right,
name
we're
it.
good.
You can right-click on any picture and grab a nice
All right, and we're full wide.
image of it, use as a background for your desktop. And so it's quite a resource. A whole bunch of us were involved in creating this website last year. We took the time because the images that the pilots and the videographers are getting from this cruise are so good. And I'll stop here because we need to look at this tall coral coming over here on the right. This is a different type of icidid. It's a little broken. Usually it's got kind of symmetrical halves, but one
So
half
that's a partial.
are broken off. I'm waiting for Les or Scott's assessment of this animal.
Nice.
And
Is the
Scott
assessment.
says it's a nice animal. Okay. I'm not putting nice on
As,
my
as
my-
your list of type
Yeah.
of species, or
Right.
nisus?
No.
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 Corallus nisus?
Nope. I
No.
need a more specific ID. Scott says that's the theme today. I agree that's the theme, but that's not the ID today.
I think he meant the fact that half of it's missing, more than it's
Oh,
nice.
that's the theme today.
Yeah.
Got it. So it's not a very nice day today. It's a broken in half day.
It's interesting how all the polyps are pointing one way. You think it's the current, or are they actually just
No, they
happy that way?
think they're happy. So Scott has come through with an ID. It's in the subfamily Keratoicidinae in a new genus clade I4. All right, Jasper, say that 3 times fast.
Keratoicid. Yeah, I'm close, but not all the way to the end of the word.
So what does that mean out there to the public when somebody calls a species Keratoicidinae new genus clade I4? That means that this group is being worked on. It doesn't have an official name yet. It probably does have a name that's been proposed, but it's not official. Publication is not out yet, and not until it is out and has been accepted does the new name get used. So right now this is kind of a placeholder name for this particular animal.
All in anticipation of the beautiful name that was selected but not yet public?
That's correct.
Okay. So then you're going to go back into your guide and change the name on it later?
What was the unknown black coral that we didn't...
I don't know.
I didn't follow the comment that Tina had on there.
Bruce asked whether we only collected the rock and nothing else.
Video's clear.
And that was correct. And then she said they rejected to collect an absolutely unknown
I
black
know,
coral.
I know what it was, the sponge. Yeah, the one that was growing on the sponge. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, if we see another one of those, Tina, for sure we'll try to grab that. It was fine with me. I just didn't see anyone else weighing in on whether that was of interest. It's usually a group decision since we only have 2 biological collections that we do. We kind of wait and everybody kind of chimes in and says, let's see, the whip. Tina would like to look at these unbranched corals by any chance that we're about to go over. This one off the left corner, but Tina, I think these are Candidella gigantea, but maybe we'll catch some more. We've seen them a bunch of times today. Yeah, there's a couple more coming up. There's another stock crinoid right there to the left.
Missing a few arms.
Yeah. Tina, not this one, thinner one.
At the boulder.
At the boulder. Okay, thinner one. Maybe over here, this longer one?
Mm-hmm.
Could be, okay. It was visible over the icidid. Okay, well, might have missed that one. Yeah, but I guess so. She was saying it was over the icidid we just imaged, but I don't see it now. But I'm wondering, since we're right here and it's right in front of us, if you go straight down with the lasers right now, there's a little kind of orangey tan colony at the bottom of the boulder. And lasers are coming on it right now, just a little bit further down. This guy right here. So I think this is something a little different. What we got? Is that Andy driving? All right, Andy.
All right. So that's a partial zoom.
This is a Chrysogorgia, but I wonder if this is Chrysogorgia stellata, a bit different than the other Chrysogorgias that we've been seeing. Or something similar to the stellata, that is. It's got a little crab in the center of it.
Yep.
And we're going to try to find this unbranched coral that Tina had seen earlier that she wanted us to take a look at. A little bit of a delay between the onshore and and us on the ship.
Yeah, I just
so
put it as
sometimes
20.
we go past something that I didn't quite get the
I could keep him in
message
view
in time.
when I came up. He was perfect out of view when I was down low.
So I think video is clear whenever.
No, I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, I'm not. See, that's the Candidella gigantea, that unbranched coral to the right of the lure. I don't think so. I think we passed the thing that she was pointing out. I'll try to keep an eye out and see if I can keep an eye on the chat a little more often this next time.
Oh, there's a...
Whoa. I don't know. Yeah, let's take a look at this. It's got big claws.
Yeah. Looks kind of plump up front.
It almost looks like a
Looks like it's
lobster.
gonna
But he's
looks like it's landing.
Oh, he's going to go right behind
Or
that
not.
rock? No.
he's coming down and... Oh, come on, stop. Give us a chance, right? Jeez.
Oh, he's trying to get somewhere else.
Yeah. Scott said, looks like a pistol shrimp. You know, that's his best shot at an ID.
That's right.
Har har har.
And again,
sorry
he'll be
for that.
here all week.
All right, we're full wide.
That was. So Scott thinks it's an Alpheid, so thank you.
Yeah, pilot. So I view it
Whatever the heck
9-0
Alpheid shrimp
directly underneath
are,
me.
but they're pistol shrimps, I guess.
I'm stopped too, though. I'm not swinging at all. I think he's hidden somewhere in those rocks.
Yeah, I
We're
don't
probably
see him
on to the
anywhere.
next thing, yeah.
So Andy, you don't know where he went, and I don't know what he was. So I guess we're
stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I'm gonna Google that right now. Pistol shrimp.
Yes, folks, that's correct. We do have, because we have a connection to shore, we do have Google too. Doesn't go quite as fast as it does at home, but it works.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. You know, I kind of looks like what Scott was saying.
Yeah. That one doesn't look quite as transparent.
Yeah. No,
Does have
but
the
he's got that really large claw.
Yeah. Yeah, this one looks much more like it.
Like this one here? Yeah. Got a nice little ledge with some corals on it. Look at that, boy. I guess the pistol is for the really enlarged one claw, the single claw. I don't know why, what else would give it that name.
That's his bazooka.
Yeah, not pistol, geez. Cannon.
It's a nice shot.
All right, Ken Sulak, let's see, what do we got here? He's got an update on fish.
Oh, sorry. Screensaver.
So Ken didn't know about the juvenile ophidioid fish. He's just going to ophidioid rather than the ophidioid family.
So here
Tina's noting a bunch of the Chrysler gorges.
you can see how the front, how the blocks are sort of broken off. You can see that top coating, and then underneath all the rocky pillow pieces.
Wow, a lot of Chrysler gorges on this little part of the ridge. I wonder whether we should get another zoom at some of these white things. We thought they were dead coral bases, but yeah, let's take a look at a couple of these things.
Yep.
That looks like it's a broken off stalk of something. Yeah,
like
just kind of
like kind of a concentric pattern in the middle there.
Right. A amphipod, and that's looks like a barnacle, a dead barnacle. Little bitty spun. Yeah, there's a bunch of them, right? Yeah, curly Q one, right where the lasers are now. This is kind of a weird looking one. They do look like broken off stalks of corals. Maybe some of these chrysogorgids broke off. That's a sponge, of course, right in the front. Probably a ferronematid sponge. Brittle stars, yeah, most of them look like they're stumps from corals. A couple of tunicates. Sort of gelatinous little things on the rocks, I think.
It's interesting how the foot on those is the same color as the...
Yeah, the same. That's what I'm thinking. It could be the same. Yeah, because these actual chrysogorgid corals look like they have the same base as those broken. Probably what created them. That's a sponge. It's kind of facing sideways. And what do we got? Just zoom up just a hair. It looks like it's a crinoid or something. Yeah, it's attached onto that sponge, dead sponge. A couple live sponges that attached onto the dead sponge.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Kind of answers what those white things are.
So that's full
Sort
wide.
of makes sense. Got a lot of these little...
Yeah, I think that's fine. There's not a whole lot on sonar, but I think generally that looks pretty good.
That this is a little bit higher, just a little bit more rocky, and immediately it is completely covered in colonies.
Yeah. Corals like these little high points.
Yep. Oh, there's another fish floating around between the...
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
It's out there.
Yep. All right, should I go ahead?
Another one of these eels, I think. Yep. Hard to see where, yeah, he's not having anything to do with us.
All right.
Yeah, so that's looks like the drop off.
And that is the descent. That is the view. That is the $1 million view.
Yeah. We might even
so
want
we're
to
looking off the side of the
cheat
ridge,
a little, maybe
obviously.
160,
Yeah,
and
to
see if
tell.
there's something
We're
over this
looking
local
down.
high.
And he's
Looks
now
like there's
turning
an enemy right in
around
front
a
of
little
us,
bit toward
down
the
at the
actual
bottom.
ridge line, which we're going to be following up. What was this? Tina said Asako has written that Japanese forecast announced Typhoon N6 to be born at Wake Island.
I think, yeah.
And the question is that the current storm that we are experiencing, or is it whatever going to form in the aftermath of this one?
Yeah, that's right.
I wonder
I
if
actually,
it's the
I
storm
can
that's
rotate.
moved to the
I'm
west
still at
already, that
175.
what we just
If you're ready, I
escaped,
can rotate
yeah,
to
you're
160.
saying.
Copy that.
So at this point, I'm thinking we're actually
Might
starting
be a
to
small
leave
dip
the ridge
before
crest
it
a
gets
little
back
bit.
up there.
Yeah, we're slightly off the crest.
So
We're
we
a
have
little
to decide if we want to follow the animals more, or whether we want to follow the ridge crest more.
Scott or Les, do you have
160.
any preference here, or are we just... Well, we got a couple of... see these large fans up to the upper left? I wonder if we could get a close-up of these, pilot, if you can get over there. Yeah, right up on the edge there. Yeah, in the background, the lasers are coming on them right now. Yeah, thank you. Ryan Kennedy says that's the current storm that we just got away from.
Well, it's a partial. Okay. So that's full zoom.
So I guess this is the same thing that we saw below, the same Jason Isis-like. I'm not 100% positive. Yeah, Scott does say it is Jason Isis. Okay. So Scott, you know you're on chat here, and I'm not sure you're on the telecom, but do you have any preference for staying on the top of the ridge crest or being slightly below it like we're doing right now, or since you're the one who proposed this dive?
I think video's clear. Thank you. Alright, we're full wide.
Well, we're waiting for a response. No preference. Scott just says follow the fauna.
So yeah, that was must be like a little local high we just had, and then yeah, just a little dip, I guess. Yeah. You don't have to go down yet. You could lateral maybe a little starboard. I can see that from Sirius, and it's clear. And yeah, I don't know. You might, if you went all that way right now, you might pull me too. But yeah, we can kind of look and see what's there. Yeah, I think that general direction.
So Les was commenting on that bamboo that we just passed. He was noting that the number of triple branch points all at the node was pretty high. That's Les Watling with the University of Hawaii.
It looks like there's a sea
And
star off
he's,
in the distance.
one of the foremost authorities on bamboo corals and chrysogorgia corals.
No, off to the
He's in
left,
Maine
just
right
above
now
the
with,
white
a
sponge
whole
right
group of
now.
folks who are
Okay.
watching this dive.
Okay. So that's a partial.
Oh, the sea star?
That's way back
That
there,
might be
yeah.
tricky to. You might be able to reach it, but it's a tricky
Probably
spot.
good to go in that direction
downhill
anyway,
like that.
so we get a little further up on the crest itself.
Okay. That's a full zoom.
Well, I can go family. This is going to be a Goniasterid. I don't know if I can go any further than that.
Oh yeah, that one.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So we're full wide.
Ah, there you go. This might be an
That's a
easier.
much nicer spot.
And there's the sponge right there too that you might have imaged earlier. Is that right? The same
That
sponge?
really narrow, thin, long one. Yeah, that looks
Right.
kind of like it.
All right.
Mine.
So that's a partial.
That one looks like he has a prickly character.
This could be. I don't know. I don't know if it's Hipposteria.
There goes the
He's
brittle
sitting
star.
on the rock. I don't know what
It's
he's
quick.
doing. Hipposteria is usually eating corals. It's one of the
Sure.
evil sea stars, but
That's full
maybe
zoom.
not. I just don't know these things.
Maybe he just ate
Well,
one.
Yeah, I'm hoping Chris Ma is watching. It could be that he's eating these tunicates too.
But they got sand in it.
So there's a sponge below the sea star, and I think it's a demasponge in the genus
Okay.
Piloderma. That one right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little different.
Okay.
Hmm.
That's not quite full zoom.
Well, I don't know. Not quite right for Piloderma, but I'm put it as a question mark, I suppose.
It does look similar to the one we saw a little earlier when you were out for
Yeah.
lunch.
Yeah, it looks like your picture. Could also be a hexactinellid. I think it's a demasponge.
Is that your way of saying I'm not sure what it is?
I really do not know what it is, actually. And that's sad. I can't even get it to major
I
group
think I've
of
got a
sponges.
little bit more
It's
zoom
the
if it would help.
hexactinellid as a class. If you can't get it to class, you're not
Yeah.
doing very well. This isn't quite the same as the Piloderma that we were seeing a lot of in Johnston Atoll last year. Nice shot of the tunicates that are all over the bottom too, while he's imaging the sponge. We're good pilot whenever video's ready.
Yep, video's clear.
Thank you.
So we're full wide.
Les suggested Evoplosoma, and that's a pretty good guess for that sea star. And then, yeah, Tina's also perhaps speculating he might be eating the tunicates. So I was wondering whether or not sea stars eat tunicates, but perhaps they do. Little standard announcement here. You're looking at live video from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. It's operated by the Office of Ocean Exploration and Research in collaboration for the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. We are on a seamount that doesn't have a name, so we dubbed it Lafayette Seamount because Scott France from the University of Louisiana Lafayette proposed the dive on the site. And this is inside the wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. We are currently at a depth of 1,962 meters below the surface. Found a pretty nice little community of deep water corals and some sponges and sea stars and tunicates and some other animals.
Pilot, you might
This
hit
also
your
looks
butt
like it's
as
the
you rotate.
end of our rocky outcrop type of ground supporting these animals. And in the distance we're seeing a more sediment-covered hillside.
Well, we're going to come up on sort of a dome or pinnacle feature on the ridge.
So that's what, 120?
Yep. Yeah. I think we're going to have
maybe
a little bit more sparse life in the first little bit, in the first stretch, and then after that it'll probably start picking up again. Here we're seeing some ripples in the sand, probably from the current.
Look at all the tunicates on that rock. I think that's what those are. Like little baby slippers or something.
Little socks.
Yeah, little socks.
They'd be kind of slippery to walk in now, probably. If you are, hello.
Looking at starfish?
Yeah, we were, Chris. We were waiting for you to call in.
Yeah, time lag. The first one off in the distance looked to me like Caliopter.
So now you're even with that outcrop pilot, it looks like.
On the second one,
see it on your sonar.
To the ROV.
So when that starts to disappear behind you, then you can start to drop down closer to him.
I think this one is Evoplosoma, because there are spines on the surface that, both of these are that, both of these are things that we've seen before
stopped.
On coral. So, especially that one in the background, I suspect they're moving on.
We can get going again when you guys like.
On the very delicious coral food that lies around.
I'm fine if you want to keep moving. Yeah.
So what have you ended up lining up on? What did you think?
The orange one that
you're looking at.
You did the close-up on.
I don't really have anything in sonar.
Well, you have this, whatever this is.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate that is. So that's
Chris,
anywhere from like 165.
You can't change your ID because Les Watling also ID'd it before you got on as a Evoplosoma in the chat room, and if you change your ID from that, he is going to be really disappointed.
No, I think it is Evoplosoma. It has all the spination on the surface. The other one on the background, though, might have been Caliopter.
Looks like there's a holothurian up in the upper left.
That's interesting. There's actually a diversity of different coralliferous going after it.
Too far the wrong direction.
So
bridge, ROV
anyway,
nav.
Yeah, two in.
Another ship move, please.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Yeah, pilot, so you might feel tether tug.
30 meters.
Sure, we'll keep an eye out
bearing
for him.
high
Chris.
delta,
Thank you
but
very
cut
much
down
for
because,
2
calling
tenths
in.
of a knot.
Oh, and a quick note
Oh,
on
wait.
the acidodiadema that you guys saw earlier.
Yeah.
From what I did, I was studying those
That's
earlier
correct.
on. There's actually a couple of species of
All
acidodiadema.
right, yeah, I have that
in this
outcropping
area.
underneath me, so I can't
And,
come down yet.
I think Guayot is
So you
actually
might feel tether tug.
So
All
it's
right.
fine. So I'm not sure what that one that we saw was, or if the
That's a
colors
partial.
were. So interesting question. Anyway, good night. Thank you. I'll
Yeah.
be tuning in.
Thank you, Chris. Really appreciate it. So that's the voice
Always
of
a pleasure.
that's the voice of Christopher Ma at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington D.C. He's one of the world's foremost authorities on sea stars.
Okay.
So
That's a full zoom.
he calls in when we got an animal like that and is super helpful.
Copy,
in,
Bridge, thank you.
IDing sea stars as well as other echinoderms, and he's also got the Echinoblog on the web too, so you should check out his website because he's constantly posting all types of fascinating images of all types of things there on his blog. So we're looking right
Okay.
now at a sea cucumber, Holothroidian, and let's see. I don't know which one this is. We're just going to go with. I think we're just going to go with Holothurian at the moment.
Pink, purplish, speckled.
No, it's not going to help. I've seen this before. I don't know them very well. If you're not very good with an animal group, then it doesn't matter how close you're going to get. It's none. But this. Yeah, and I'm looking in the gallery there because I think we have imaged it before, but I don't know if we've got a decent ID back from the experts. I'm going to check right now. Okay.
Looks good.
So
It's
I do
being
have the
blown
animal in
off
the
to our port
gallery,
a little.
and
It's been like that for a while though.
Andre
But
Gabrook at
it's
the
safe.
Shershot
It's not
Institute
many.
of Oceanology
It's flopping
came
a lot,
back
but
and has synallactid question marks. He does not know what this is either, but he thinks it could be in that family.
Pilot. Yeah, you're actually looks like you're a little high. Or is there a reason for that, or
there's an outcropping right
Pretty
underneath
animal.
me.
Oh, okay.
That we just went over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Let's see. So we're just gonna wait till the ship
So
moves us.
Les is asking about bottle brushes.
Well, the
I'm
ship
not
is
sure.
underway.
Do you know what he's referring to there?
Okay.
What bottle brushes? Were they the
Chrysogorgia.
black holes?
That's
Chrysogorgia?
whole
Okay.
white.
So,
Okay. Yeah,
why are you asking me and why am I answering?
Yeah. I might have missed one of the chats
Oh,
that
that's
are
what you're
that
saying.
are in front of you
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
I missed the discussion.
Yeah, he is talking about the Chrysogorges.
Oh, there we are. Okay.
He's even asking. if we
No,
need to
but
collect one.
we were just thinking out loud here. We're monitoring the chat here, trying to get caught up on a few we missed, and so now I understand the request a little bit better. I'll keep my eye out for it.
Looks like there's another Holothorian right below the lasers to the left, if they're interested. Okay. Little guy.
Video, watch lead.
Just another 10 meters left in that move.
Copy that, nav.
So Annie, I don't know if you're monitoring the chat here, but a number of people are saying they're having a lot of trouble hearing people calling in. They hear us, but they're not hearing, like Chris Ma, for example. Is there anything that can be done about that, or is it just that his connection isn't so good?
I think
Maybe
it was
could
more complicated. They were also.
Roger, thank you. Yeah, let's take a look at this animal right by
Okay.
the lasers. Looks like it's.
That's a partial zoom.
think it's
Is it an anemone?
Yeah, let's see what Tina has to say about it, because I think this could be one of Tina's animals. She specializes in a variety of different cnidarians, and this could be one group that she knows. Nolan Barrett thinks it's an anemone. I was sort of leaning more towards Serianthid, but I'm sort of waiting for Tina to weigh on it. Yeah, Scott thinks it could be a Serianthid, which is a tube anemone, so Nolan isn't incorrect. And Tina's saying it maybe, yeah, because none of us can see some of the diagnostic characters from it. It's got a dead Phreid sponge blocking it. But that would be our first Serianthid. And yeah, as Tina says, you need to see the mouth to ID it properly. It's a little tricky and kind of nestled into the rocks there. If you could like blast those rocks away that are facing on that side, and then right.
we did bring our dynamite, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Grab that pesky sponge and move it out of the way.
There you go. Darn sponges, they get
Just
in the
fly
way
up
of
over
everything, don't
above
they?
it and look straight down. See if you can look down in there.
Got a
Although you
couple
don't
of
have a lot of time,
ferronematid
so
sponges on the boulder.
make it quick.
You just
You're gonna try it.
pass by.
There might be those rocks in the way, but
Okay.
Yeah, that's a better view. Yeah, he's hiding his oral parts anyway, so. Yeah, I appreciate it, but we're still going to go with Serianthid question mark.
I could even keep going with an enemy and it'd be still okay.
Right.
So you can see how the thick layer of manganese crust continues up the hill here.
So Tina thinks she's pretty certain it's a Serianthid.
It's just about done.
Thanks,
So
Tina.
you guys are feeling better.
I'm being outvoted.
Figure out the next spot. Dial in another. Copilot's still good with
She even went to
165.
genus there, Serianthes, or maybe she went Serianthid. I'm not sure, but we'll keep it at.
Like
There's a
there's
sea
another-
star on
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot
there
of
we
mice
go.
on it, but
Oh yeah, in the background.
Well, let's just go see predation in action here, because we all
Just
love
general area
animals eating
direction
other
seems
animals,
good.
don't
That's
we?
right.
Okay.
This is a
I will
show.
change it.
Yeah.
Looks like he cleaned that
Hold
guy
off
off
until
quite
you guys
well
are
already.
ready to call it in.
copy that.
Should this be like PG-13 or something, so younger children? I mean, because this could be a little gruesome, the sea star eating the coral.
There's a partial.
He has cleaned that thing off.
A lot of orpheroids too.
He feasted.
Oh. Well, we will shortly, Roland, because we're seeing a sea star, and Chris will call in. He was pretty faint. So, Chris, we're seeing one of your more evil animals. And you will see it in just a few minutes.
Yeah, you might bump your toe.
It almost looks like there's an ophiuroid that's got its arms wrapped around the sea star.
Yeah.
He's being eaten by the sea star.
No,
leave me alone.
Or he's trying to push the sea star off. Yeah.
The ophirids don't really care as long as the
So
coral stays
I'm not
stuck.
sure who's winning this arm wrestling battle here, but I'm going to put my money on the sea star.
On the
I
big
think.
guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all aesthetics.
It'll be interesting to see the other side.
Yeah, that's true. They're quicker. Little guy's trying to push him over on his back. He just can't quite get him over. Right. All right. Well, now we're really going to get a good look at what's going on here.
one observation to make. You see that in the center, as Jasper noted, many of the polyps are gone, so you see bare skeleton. And yet there's still lots of the Okeanos brittle stars on that part of the colony, which goes back to this earlier discussion I said we don't think that these brittle stars are feeding on the coral, and I think that's a good indication. They are present on the colony where there is no coral tissue, just skeleton. So they're simply using this like many animals would use a tree just to climb up and get away from the ground.
So, Scott, do you think that sea star might have eaten away all of those branches?
Yep.
Absolutely. I do believe that that sea star is responsible for taking care of most of those polyps. Seems like a good place to spend a good chunk of one's life if all this food is available here.
A beautiful image of the underside of one of these sea stars.
It's also a great image of the axial skeleton that we keep talking about. The polyps actually secrete that skeleton that you're seeing, and the primnoids, the chrysogorgiids, and the bamboo corals and some other families all belong to a group called the Calcaxonia, and that's in reference to the skeleton being a combination of protein and calcium carbonate embedded in there to make it quite strong. So it's a fairly strong skeleton.
So a lot of the polyps have been stripped off of this particular coral fan. You can see some of the live polyps on the left, and then in the center here most of them are gone, and then you see more of the live polyps further down on the colony. That's a better shot of the underside of the sea star, and if he's eating the coral right at the moment, then we should be able to see the inverted stomach.
Yeah, I was just saying, it doesn't look like he's got one out anywhere.
Okay.
Sure, maybe one more zoom, and
that's not quite all the way in. Yep.
You can see how effective those tube feet are. It doesn't take too many tube feet for this sea star to hang on to this colony.
Yeah, and I can't really tell. It doesn't look to me like his stomach is everted. Scott,
I didn't see it on the first pass, Chris.
Yeah.
Like
so at the moment he's not feeding on it. Yeah, he's not feeding on it at the moment. But
must be sleepy time, not feeding time.
I have to admit, I've never before seen an embrace of a brittle star and a sea star. That was definitely interesting.
Feels like it would block a lot of the stuff in the water from the
I
brittle
have
star
nothing
from eating.
against odd relationships whatsoever. I really don't. But this is just one that I really wasn't suspecting here.
All right, I might zoom out just a little bit.
Coral looks like it could be a Narella, just looking at the polyps. So Chris, Chris Ma, you've got to call in pretty soon. We want to do a little audio check with you since you were pretty faint last time. Roland Bryan here has done some adjustments with the audio here. He wants to sort of test it. So you have to call in. No, you can go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, pilot. So I think 165,
right, full wide.
160-ish should still be pretty good.
I've got
should still be pretty good direction.
In here.
And then yeah, there's a nice little local high in front of you.
Really tall Candidella gigantea.
I'll let you push a little, and I'll call it in.
Yep. And I will. You're right underneath me, so I'll come up as you come up.
More of these big primnoid fans. So Les, I haven't forgotten your request. I'm going to look for one of these bottle brushes that's lined up pretty nicely with where they're going so they can give you a good close look at it.
Like the ones on the left?
Yeah, that's a possibility. Let's see if he comes to the top here. They certainly haven't been uncommon today. There's been plenty of them. So there is a request to, you see these kind of bottle brush type corals here on the left? Yeah, there is a request by Dr. Les Watling to take a closer look at one of these. Yeah.
Okay. So that's a partial.
And some more of these stumps. There's a barnacle. This one down below there
with
was
the little pink top.
Yeah, it is definitely a barnacle. He was looking at the stem. I think he wants to look at how the branches are coming off the stem, and let's see. We're monitoring the chat here to see his comments regarding this one. It's got a bit of a zigzag stem there, Les.
Absolutely. Have your camera. Slight tilt down. Stopped.
As we're waiting for Les to make a comment, I'm hoping somebody has a better memory than me. I'm looking at these branches. I notice they're sort of curved upwards, gentle upward curves. And didn't we see and sample something like this on an earlier leg?
Yes, I remember you making that comment before, Scott, and I just can't remember whether we sampled it. We certainly have sampled a number of chrysogorgids, so it's certainly possible.
Just slight tilt up. Stopped.
Hopefully Diva
Slight
can
tilt
recall and
down.
let us know.
So Les is now commenting, saying now he can see why the axis looks straight. The inner branch distance is very short. I'm reading from his text message in our chat room.
So he's meaning that wavy pattern is
Go ahead,
very
Rich.
short.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was noting earlier that these chrysogorgias, especially in this genus Chrysogorgia, much of the diagnosis and
as long as it's the
identification of
rotation's about the
species
A-frame,
is
we're
based
okay with
on
that.
The very geometric
Thank
pattern
you.
of the branching. And one of the things
Sounds
is
good.
the angle that they branch at, and then the distance between branches
Pilot,
up the
Rich
main
called.
axis.
We're going to move their heading 5
And
degrees starboard.
how many branches does it take for one branch to be directly above one that's lower? So essentially that zigzagging or whirl that you see to the main branch, it's almost like it's spinning. It's something called sympodial growth, and you can use all those characters together to define these
Slight
species.
tilt
The
up.
genetics that we've done largely support that those characteristics do have relevance to evolutionary differentiation and speciation.
So Les is, if I'm interpreting Les, he's being a little bit coy about this request, but seems to me like he's potentially interested in a collection of this, if I'm interpreting his message correctly.
He did say something to that effect earlier on.
Yeah. Do we have any others who feel that this would be a good collection or not? Scott, you want to weigh in on this, or maybe Tina, Asako?
Well, I'd like to ask him explicitly, because one of the things I was thinking would be today would be a good day to try to collect a chrysogorgia that had a squat lobster in it, so we could get Mary one of these chirostylids that's often asked about. And since we're spending all this time looking at associates today, I thought this would be a good opportunity, and I don't see one in here. So I just want to be absolutely certain that this is something of interest before we use one of our collections on it.
Okay.
I'm otherwise fine
Maybe
with
we
it.
can find another one of these that does have one of these chirostylid crabs in there.
Well, actually,
Gina's
Nav, I think there's
sisters.
one right to the left that
Gina
happens
seems
to have a
think
squat
there is
lobster in it right here.
this one. Maybe we could look a little bit
Yeah.
higher up the column.
This one might have it in the end.
I didn't
Yeah.
Oh,
it
there
does.
it is, Scott.
Oh.
There is one up on the top of the colony.
All right, well then.
Any other opinions here? Tina, do you have any Tina Sacco or Amy Bucko Taylor has joined us now from Florida State University. Hello, Amy. Any opinions about this collection? Les thinks it could be a little different. And see, Tina's okay with the
You're
collection.
proud. Do you want your camera back?
I am too, and also this clearly is been the dominant species that we've seen at this site. So you, on this particular basis, it would make a decent collection.
How large is it?
Well, it's
sticking out towards us, so it's hard to guess exactly.
Really, maybe 30 centimeters long or so?
Yeah, easily.
They would take the end of it and hopefully get the crab, is I think what they're after. Les has gone quiet.
Yeah, I can either guide
Scott's
you
trying
through
to
this,
pin him down, saying,
and you can do it, or I can.
Is it a collectible?
Yes or no?
Either way. It's going to be tricky.
You can just decide for him.
Well, if we have enough people who are interested, I mean, we don't want to just waste our time.
So we'll have to lift
doing
off.
Anything, so why don't we go ahead and collect
No,
it?
he'll land.
All right.
Yeah, you'll want to
so
land.
Snip it off
with
and
your
get one of
feet
these crabs
up on the top of that boulder, and reach down to grab
partway
it.
down,
so you can
sure
open
we
the
get
drawers without colliding with the wall. Because if you're going to try to catch a squat lobster, you don't want to be flying around with it. So you want to land
All right,
up
Les
high.
is coming in
reach
here.
between
He
your legs.
thinks it's a collectible.
Okay.
He also thinks the bamboo that looked like Jason Isis would also be a candidate, but it didn't have any commensals on it. So
that's full wide.
Just back off the wall. It's okay.
yeah, we're going to go ahead and collect it, Jeff. We're switching seats here. Jeff is going to do the collection. A little bit of tricky terrain here. So Jeff, they definitely want. Hello, Chris. There you are.
Hey, sorry, I'm just now getting your video.
That's what I heard.
You sound louder to me, so maybe the problem's been.
It'd be crazy if you even
you
turned
sound
around.
louder to me. You were very faint before
Tried
too,
to
and that was
sit
a complaint for
the majority of
in
detail
the
on it.
chat. But now they did a little tweaking of the settings, and you sound better.
So you're gonna put your left toe down? Okay.
Well, I can see. Anyway, so yeah, it's definitely a goniapterid, but I'm getting my where I'm seeing the image, having problems with the resolution because the image keeps on breaking up. It looks Hippasterine-like, so it's not. I don't think it's Hippasteria because the disc looks really broad. It might be Calliaster or Hippasteria itself, which of which a species is known to occur in this area. Boy, it's cleaning that thing off, isn't it?
Yeah, he didn't leave much, did he?
I know it's very selfish of that starfish to be eating when depriving all those brittle stars of a home. Yeah, okay. It's coming. Okay, so you're coming around on the side there. It looks like it. I really need to watch this. Okay, I'm. It looks like the best I can say right now is it's a goniapterid. Unfortunately, my picture is really bad where I am. It looks like it might be Hippasteria or Calliaster. Elaphosoma tends to have a much narrower sort of. The arms are a lot narrower, and the surface usually covered with spines. So this might be Hippasteria muscipula, the one that I described a few years ago from Hawaii, or it could be something else entirely. But just based on what we know,
Copperbridge, and as long as it's around the
its
A-frame,
current
yes.
habit and some of the structures that I'm seeing around the edge, spination and stuff, so forth. Yeah, I think Hippasteria
You were a
is
spun
probably
out
a good
pilot?
bet.
I assumed you want to go port.
And I've seen it.
All right. Quartz already.
Wow, it's interesting too because the color is white. I mean, it's
Do
white
you want
orange, which is not a color I've seen these
mini suits up?
before. The ones that we saw in the Hawaiian
Or
Islands
maybe pilot cam?
were deep orange. And, oh wow.
Yeah, Chris, I think the
Great image of arm now.
I think the hip hysteria in the Hawaiian Islands
Yeah,
also
let me
had
know
a little
whatever
bit
camera you want me to
stouter
control.
or more spines. They're a little bit more obvious than this one does. But it looked kind of hip
Yeah.
hysteria to me also, but maybe a different
Yep,
type.
you're good to go.
Oh yeah, it could easily be a different species, that's for sure. It's hard to say just from the sort of swing by. It could be, it could be a variant of Imperialis, which is another species that occurs widely from what I've seen, or it could be something just new. This area hasn't recorded Hipposteria type sea stars before, so this could easily be something that we've not seen before. But
Yeah, that looks like a good spot.
It's
Far
hard to
back
say
enough where you should get
just from
half of
where
it.
I am right at the moment. But that's the nature of
can see
exploration here is,
Yeah, I think it should
the fact
close
that
pretty nicely.
I'm sort of looking at this from my bedroom, from my apartment, is just a miracle. And the close-up you guys took was really nice, spination and so forth. Yeah, I'm going to stay with
There
Hipposteria.
you go, that looks great.
And either there's a variation in Muscipula that we aren't aware of, or it's something else.
Great. Well,
But definitely the predation is something valuable to observe. We'll see it's, interesting. Yeah, so it looks like we don't see the stomach yet.
yeah, he
That's
wasn't.
so
He
wide.
didn't have an everted stomach. We were looking for it, so he isn't actively feeding
Except it's
right
not-
now that we could tell.
Yeah. Yeah, these things probably just park themselves. They know
Alright,
where
pilot,
the
let me know when you're ready for
so
drawer, or if you
they
want a
don't
camera
need to go anywhere
adjustment.
for a long period of time.
Chris, can I interrupt for just a second?
Sure.
This Chrysogorgia may be a bit of a floater. I just wanted to make that warning before it was released.
Did you
Please
copy that,
continue.
pilot? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Chris, they're actually in the process of collecting a specimen right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think that'd be smart.
So,
I got some good imagery of it already.
The start
Are you ready
doesn't
for a
seem to
box?
be having any discernible effect on the Okeanos.
Extending drawer.
The brittle stars that are hanging on. Yeah, but it's not uncommon for sea
Sorry, I
stars
stopped. I
to
just
sort
want to make
of
sure I didn't
go to
scrape.
where the food is and then park themselves there for a while.
All the way up?
Scott has probably recited that story about the Circeaster from the Atlantic that
Yeah, I see that.
capitalized on that fallen, I think it was a Paragorgia.
Do you want
Stayed
minis
there
down?
for almost a year. But there are other cases where there are sea stars that just they kind of know where the food is and they sort of just stay there. It may not be that they may not
Sorry,
need
it was-
to climb
there we
down.
go.
They just go up there, and then whenever they're hungry, they just extend their stomach and they just eat a little of it at a time. Sorry. But that said, this might be another way for you guys to identify and sample the corals without
Watch your
necessarily having to sample
minute
the
cam.
coral.
Okay.
Collect the sea star and look at the stomach content.
That would be. Not sure the
Done
cor-
that. I mean, Steve Cairns identified sclerites for me from the gut contents of one that we had in the Atlantic.
Okay.
So it's possible, but
Yeah. Okay, Chris. Well, thank you very much.
Anyway.
Appreciate you calling in.
I appreciate that you're having the patience to wait for me to call in. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, thanks. We'll talk to you later on the next sea star.
The squat lobster.
Good night. Bye bye.
I think with the weight of the squat lobster, it might just fall on.
So they are just putting this coral specimen in the box. And it's neutrally buoyant.
Closing.
No. Oh, it
Okay.
closed it up quickly.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think the crab went in, right?
Yeah, it was in before they closed it. So.
All right, they got it.
Good job, pilot.
Nice.
I think the coral was just deciding if it was going to float, and then they quickly closed it on them.
Didn't give it a choice, right?
That's right.
Nicely done. Disabling valve packs.
All right, so for those watching, we just collected our first biosample of today. So we now have one bio and one geo sample. And we're doing a little musical chairs in the front row here. And we are on our way up this ridge again. The terrain you're looking at, still pretty similar to what we've seen in the last couple of days. This is, again, a lot of these pillow shapes covered in manganese, making for these little pillow mounds that we're sort of following up the ridges.
That's a negative. $165 was the last move. If it still looks pretty good, maybe a little further up north.
Yeah, I think Sean mentioned that maybe this ridge is actually over here, or on the ridge possibly. But yeah, generally speaking, I think maybe something like 150, 155.
Jasper, if you're there, can we get a close-up of this large fan that's just moving to the left?
The big pink one that we're looking at right now?
Yep, that's correct.
Pilot, can we take a look there?
Lasers off.
All right. So that's a partial.
I think this is the colony that Les was earlier was talking about the triple junctions at the nodes, and I'm just trying to get a good look at a polyp.
Okay. Yeah.
So one thing I'm looking at here is we have this close-up of the polyps, which is really nice, by the way, is that compared to other bamboo corals, we cannot see through the polyps very well. You can't really see the pharynx. You couldn't see any eggs, etc., if there were any in there. And it's very hard to see the skeleton. And that's telling us that there are lots of small sclerites, maybe scale-like, that are embedded in the tissues. And so this may be in the very large clade that we refer to as Jasonisis-like. It could also be in a clade that's referred to as Orstomyces-like.
Yeah, Tina's suggesting they look like scales to her.
Yeah. Just out of interest, you've heard us use the name Lepidisis, and we usually use that name for the unbranched ones. Translated, that means scale isis. And right there is a good indication why we shouldn't be using just the characteristic that it is unbranched as a way to identify it. Okay, so I've seen enough of the polyps now to see that there are no large needles sticking out between the tentacles. In fact, I can't really see any large needles or rods in the tissue at all. Doesn't mean that they're not there, but they may be hidden below the other scales. But I've seen enough. We'll see if online in the event log if anybody else needs to see more. Thank you.
Tina's seeing some needles between the sclerites, she says. I'm reading what the chat says. She means tentacles, yes.
It stepped out for a moment, so what's the consensus on what this is? I haven't seen the whole colony yet. Is this Jasonisis again, or?
Scott was just going to try and come up with a name. I think he had a few like clades, but I'm not sure which one he actually narrowed down in on the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Chris, this is the one that we were suggesting earlier is Jasonisis-like, and I was suggesting another possibility is Orstomyces-like. But yeah, it's one of those two.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
And there you can see it's got some of these triple junctions that Les was referring to earlier, where you see that dark node and you see 3 branches arising from that node.
Oh, nice sized colony.
So I guess Tina is trying to ask whether we're collecting this or not.
I don't see any commensals, and I think Scott was particularly interested in getting something that's got a associate or commensal on it, so perhaps not, unless I'm taking a look here.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. I mean, I'm torn, because obviously I have
And we're still at a
preference
partial
for the
zoom.
bamboo corals, but that was one of the objectives that I had written in, that where possible, it would be preferable to collect commensals with corals today.
Okay, so no, Josh,
for that close-up.
Josh, we're not going to collect this one.
I'm thinking the next ship move heading, maybe like
Little update, we're at
160,
1,949 meters now.
Sounds good. That'll bring us right to the waypoint.
And we're on this
Copy that.
seamount. We're we're calling
Chapter
Lafayette Seamount. That isn't the real name. We sort of made it up.
Bridge nav.
And it's in the wake unit of
For
the
ship move.
Pacific Remote
30
Islands
meters,
Marine
bearing
National Monument.
155 at 0.2
Some
knots.
environmentals for those of you who aren't able to monitor the chat room here. Our dissolved oxygen's at around 3 milligrams per liter. It's a little bit below half of what it is at the surface.
Bridge, and you said
temperature is about
155
2.2 degrees Celsius, so pretty darn cold. Salinity's not too different from what it is at the surface. It's around 34.6. Now we're seeing a lot of trees down here. We image like over to the right center. It's coming right center right now behind the dead coral. Is that just another, it may just be another dead sponge, I guess. Yeah, it's a dead sponge, sorry. I thought it was actually something different.
Good copy.
I'm guessing that very large colony that's in the background right is another one of these Jason Isis-like colonies. And one thing that's interesting is we often see these as really large bands. I
Pilot's
don't
move
know
is
how
underway, and the
So
bridge
there's a
also
cryoid
advised
and a
that
chrysogorgia in front of us.
at 20 knots, gusting
It's
as
a
high
good
as 23
point.
knots. Move is underway.
Yeah, so that-
Wind is sustained 20
Pretty
knots.
good. This is crinoid, one of
Possibly,
these Cerametra
gusts as high as
crinoids on
23 knots.
one of these bottle brush chrysogorges that we just were looking at.
Okay.
Coloration is basically the same. It was kind of a bluish tint because we were far away on that first one we imaged like this. So it's not clear that these are all the same thing, but we have something similar in Hawaii and in some other parts of the Pacific that's called Cerametra lateralis, I think is the name. This is a feather star, an unstalked crinoid. It hangs on to things via the cirri that you see it's holding onto this coral with. And in these crinoids, those of you who've listened to other dives, you've heard me say that they hang on to things a little bit differently. Different species hang on to things a little differently. The ones that like to hang on to corals typically have what are called prehensile cirri, which means that they can actually wrap their cirri several times around the coral branch to hold on. And this guy has got these prehensile cirri. It allows him to actually hang on to things that are very small and skinny, like this chrysogorgid coral. And there's other ones that have much more stout cirri, and they tend to perch themselves on rocks or on sponges where they really don't need to wrap around something very thin to hang on. You've got some other weird crinoids too that have very elongate cirri that look like they should be prehensile, but they prefer to create this.
Yeah.
It's not a tripod, but it's kind of like a base with these very long cirri that they prop themselves up on rocks with, and they don't wrap around things. But
that's about it.
I collected one of those, I think, on the last cruise because it looked so unusual, and they're still on the ship here, and the specimens will not get back to Honolulu until September 12th. So it's going to be a little while before everything arrives to the Smithsonian. Once they're back in Honolulu, then
pitches in here.
We'll go through them all and
Got
check everything and make sure
4
they're all
meters of heat,
consistent
maybe
with the database and our records, and then we'll ship them off to the Smithsonian. Once they're at the Smithsonian, those of you who are interested in accessing these samples, you just put in a request to the Smithsonian and can presumably take a look, try to figure out what some of these things are.
Hey, Watchley, we got about an hour and 15 minutes before we have to come off. Watchley, we have about an hour and 15 minutes before we have to come off bottom. Yeah, no problem. And we got about 200 meters to meet the final waypoint as well.
Okay.
So Jasper, have we gotten any type of update on our dive time?
That's a partial zoom.
You're just, yeah, okay.
We are at about an hour and 15 minutes left on the bottom. And then after
Did you
that,
say
it
out?
is wheels up and up to the surface.
So do we...
Proverbial wheels.
You want to consider another rock maybe in this
We should start
location?
entertaining that idea, yeah. That really, really big one there has a nice little sponge on there, too.
I don't know.
That's huge.
More like an ROV anchor than an actual rock sample. There's...
Absolutely.
What about that black one? Well, it's kind of big, I guess, yeah.
It's not that big.
This one, the lasers are on right
maybe
now.
Maybe 20 centimeters. That's not that big.
I know. Josh, do you think that's free or not? You think?
I think that looks loose because it doesn't have the same sediment on there.
And pilots, that brings us to the end of our
That's
ship
something of... Will that work, you think? It's got some girth to it. Starboard, right?
Yeah.
Starboard, yeah.
There's a nice black coral in the picture for you.
Oh, there is. We should...
Hydraulics up.
We're going to go ahead and test this rock and see if it'll come free of the bottom.
I think it'll come free. It looks like it's perched on top of that other one. It also comes with a dead stalk of some sort on top of it. Maybe we can pick it up by the stalk, like a little apple.
Uh-huh. Here comes the push.
Yeah,
oh, it is
that
loose.
Definitely loose.
Nice. You want me to wing in?
It's a pretty
to
nice
open it?
rock.
Wing coming
Did
in.
you squeeze it? I'm not 100% sure about this one.
All the way in? Any different cameras?
Yeah. That'd be great.
See how strong you are, Josh. Here we go.
Taking your main HD. Tilting out.
I think that looks fine. We'll take it.
Okay.
Stopping.
Also, for you to know, there's a small coral in the background, so don't take off when you're done. They want to look at that.
Dead sponges do not constitute associates or commensals, so we are not going to preserve that dead sponge.
Okay. So does that mean that, according to Scott's philosophy for today, we shouldn't be collecting this at all then?
All right.
No, that's true.
Avoid.
Let me tilt down a little bit.
I think his associate thing was not referring to rocks, hopefully.
Uh-huh.
But
all right, I better get this.
yeah.
Josh is moving much quicker than I am.
A little bit.
Okay, the rock is in the box.
And it went.
It went
Port
into port
forward.
forward.
Yeah.
And field ID, manganese encrusted rock.
Port
Yeah.
wing coming out.
I am not
It's in-
sure what's in there. Collect.
All the way outboard. Your swing arms are deployed a little bit. Cam.
That brown one to the right. Yeah.
Camera's back to you. Yeah. Copy. Hydraulics coming down. Hydraulics secure.
So it's a partial.
I don't think it's the same thing as what we were seeing earlier, but we're waiting on Tina here to.
Okay. And that's full.
Let's see what she says. She and Scott know these corals pretty well. Well, there is not a stampede to
identify this.
Forward an ID yet.
They probably figured it was going to take much longer to collect this rock and went and stepped out.
No, Tina knows this is coming. Piranapathes. That's what I was wondering. That's good.
And then they're pointing out there's a little small Primnoa in the foreground too.
Yeah, very little one. I'll put a Piranapathes question marks, and she couched it with an I guess at the end of her ID. But
if you're making me give it a name.
Yeah. Again, I think the thing she was looking for is whether or not it had that cluster of branches right in the center along the stems, and it doesn't look like it to me either. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, on this, but for Piranapathes, you get pairs of branches coming off the main stem, and I think that maybe is part of the reason she's a little hesitant to go there, just because it's hard to see any pairing of the branches just from that view.
Yeah, you used the word yesterday, Chris, you know, the sort of gestalt when you're looking at it, you know, it just gives you this impression, and part of that impression is, as you say, is a very simple pinnulation or branching.
Yeah, gestalt is a good word. I wonder if we could do a quick snap zoom, Josh, on that sponge just to the right of the laser, the right laser. Yeah, thank you, since we're here, and it was...
That's full zoom.
Oh dear, I have no clue what this sponge is.
What are you doing to yourself?
I was looking at it there for a couple minutes. That's a different sponge. I'm assuming it's something like a Euplectellid or Rosellid. It's a vase sponge that's got something going off the side, but it's a glass sponge, probably. Okay. Right now I'm going to go with hexactinellid vase. Yeah, thank you. That's a really nice view.
All right. That's full wide.
We're going to be on the hunt for a collectible
pilots, you
with
ready
an
for another
associate.
ship move? Same headings, work pretty good?
Yeah.
Okay, put it in. Bridges, Neff. I'd like to put another ship move in. 30 meters, bearing 155 degrees and 0.2 knots.
What is that white thing on there?
That's correct.
It's a dead sponge, I think, or a coral stalk.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a dead stem, right?
Is there a node in there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bamboo, dead bamboo base.
Good copy.
Looks like we've got a few things upslope of us.
Ship move underway.
Able to find something. Josh, you see that white thing under the rocks where the lasers just were? I'm just curious what that is. Do it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. It could be a. Okay. This is Farid. Very near Oka. Yeah. Thank you very much. That was it. Yeah, could we take? He's got a stem on him, which is a little curious. Well, I think it's the same thing.
It's got some damage on him.
Yeah, something's busted him up a little bit there in the back.
Probably the guy inside.
Yeah. Funny looking connection there to the base there is a little different. Beautiful example of the dictyonal framework on that tube that's, yeah, when you're looking at it right now, this is a brittle sponge, that's why you can see the holes and damage of it. But what you're seeing, this mesh here in this particular sponge, is what's called a dictyonal framework. And it's where these spicules that are crossing each other are actually fused together by silica, forming a rigid sort of scaffolding, if you will. These Farids tend to be really, really thin, so you can really get a good look at that scaffolding when you're zoomed in like this on them. This particular genus, oftentimes the actual dictyonal framework will only be a few layers thick, 2 or maybe 3 layers thick, so you can just see it very nicely.
Okay.
It's got some type of a shrimp inside of them, sort of orange.
Or full wide.
Orange bass.
Chris, as we move up here, I noticed when we were approaching the rock that I believe on the right side there's a primnoid fan, and there's probably some brittle stars, some ophiuroids in the branches there. And so I wanted to make this comment again that you do not see these brittle stars climbing up on these very large jasonisis bamboo corals. You don't see them on all these Chrysogorgia bottle brush corals and so on. So not every substrate is created equally. There is some choice going on, and that's just an interesting observation to make.
Yeah, and what the attraction is for these ophiuroids to these primnoids, which are either Narella or Candidella, where we're not really sure exactly what they are. I don't know, but you're absolutely right. You've got 15 or so of these ophiuroids on one little colony, and nobody else has any. So they're clearly selecting that.
Little these surrounding
right.
corals.
So my suspicion, or my hypothesis, given the suite of corals that we're looking at here now, which are dominated by these Chrysogorgia colonies, these bottle brush types, is that it's chemical defense. So I'm guessing that at least these Okeanos brittle stars that are climbing up in that primnoid, they're only trying to get up off the bottom to feed in the water column. And so they're just using it as, like a jungle gym, if you want. But I'm guessing that the other corals here have a chemical defense that is warding off the corals. That's one idea. Or another possibility is that fan shape, it's a pretty rigid skeleton, and so it holds them up better. Maybe that's an idea.
That's what I was going to say. The other ones look pretty flimsy compared to the ones they're on. The Chrysogorgia looks like the branches are half as thick, if not less.
Right, yeah, they are definitely more flimsy, and yet, those crabs are able to stay in there. But
right.
Maybe that fan shape and being able to stretch out the arms instead of being tucked inside that bottle brush shape is better, but that doesn't help us explain why they're not on the bamboo coral, because the bamboo coral has an even more rigid skeleton, is even bigger, and is a broader fan, and there's not a single little star on those.
Yeah, so Scott, I don't know if you were looking right when they zoomed in on that, but it sure looks like a Candidella to me, more so than a Narella. Some of the polyps are closed up. The fact that you're getting two that are coming straight off opposite sides of the stem and very elongate polyps as well, I think those are Candidella.
I am not prepared to argue that identification, Chris, so I think we can certainly give that as the possible name.
Sure. Another Walteria sponge and another one of these Fareid sponges. A little bit older one where part of it's dead. And then that's another primnoid, I guess. Oh, there's an interesting black coral there. Oh. Wonder if we could take a zoom at this thing. This is a interesting growth pattern on this one.
It's a partial.
Pilot says ship move complete.
Tina was signing off here, so Scott thinks it's Piranopathes. So yeah, thank you. This just has a few more branches than the one that we just imaged. Tina may have just entered the room again.
Just to say one more word.
Yeah, well, could you also zoom the colony that's behind it? I wonder if that's an icidid behind it. I think it is. And so this is it's a nodal branching bamboo, kind of a strange one. He's also got a little side, looks like he's attached to 2 points. Yeah, one on whatever that old sponge stock is, I guess, and then the main base. We're looking at this black coral and getting distracted by the bamboo coral, this one here.
I'm also looking at the bamboo coral. I think that is the same as the one we saw earlier, the bamboo.
Okay.
Yeah, it does look like it's had some interesting growth around that sponge base.
Yeah, and could we get another close-up of that black coral? Tina actually came back on. She was about to sign off there, and then she saw this thing coming up, so she's going to weigh in on this. These look kind of...
As we wait for Tina to weigh in, Chris, I was going to say that just when I said there was nothing on these bamboo corals, I think I saw some arms waving on the upper right as we were pulling away from it to focus on this black coral.
To the upper right of the bamboo. See, we're
Yeah,
we're making
when we were
making
zoomed in,
Josh.
I saw a couple of
Oh yeah,
arms.
there there's a crinoid there. We're making Josh schizoid there, going back and forth and back and forth. Black,
Yeah,
no bamboo, no
you don't have to zoom
black.
back in, that's fine.
Oh, it's
something else.
Oh, it's a pycnogonid, Scott.
Oh, that's even better. You do have to zoom back in.
Yeah, we're zoomed in, all right.
Oh, great. There we go. I did see something. So this is a classic sea spider, which is known to be a predator of cnidarian polyps, and you can see it's a very unusual construction. There's very little actual body. It's almost all leg, and the old name for this group, the Pantopoda, means all leg. And these guys are actually kind of like suction feeders. They have a very long proboscis that they will insert into the polyp, and I noticed that all the polyps around where that spider is are retracted. Their tentacles are kind of closed up, whereas the ones off to the left and lower right, their tentacles are open. So I suspect that they're closed up because this predator is kind of moving around. So it's got a very muscular proboscis, can stick it into the mouth opening of the coral polyp or whatever sort of polyp it's feeding on, presumably, and suck the juices out is at least what we know from shallow water forms. I don't know that anybody's done any ecology work on these deep water ones.
Yeah, well, Tina now can sign off finally. She's probably headed to bed there. And thank you so much, Tina, for joining us.
Hey, co-pilot, this is Neff.
Go ahead, Neff.
For our next move, what do you think about 160? Looking at your radar, it looks like that might be the direction to go.
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay. When we're done looking around, I'll put in another mood for 30 meters, 160.
Sounds good.
Copy.
All right. No, I think that'll do it. Thank you. A nice video of one of these things moving.
Looks like there's a sea star in the bottom of the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, sea star, and he's on a coral.
Let's get that picture up on Facebook so Chris sees it.
He's paying attention, but he's got quite a delay from his home right now, so...
I think he's waiting until he sees it somewhere else.
Oh, okay. So the coral looks like it's Candidella, and this time the stomach is everted around the coral, so this guy is actively feeding right now.
It's kind of interesting that we've seen a couple of these now on the primnoid corals, but not on any of the bamboo corals, where last year we were seeing them almost exclusively on the bamboo corals and not so much on anything else.
Yeah, I was noticing that too, Scott, and maybe it's just the there's not nearly as many bamboo corals out there for them to feed on, so. Or maybe this particular variety, whether this is Cypasteria or not, but maybe it prefers the primnoids for whatever reason. But there's a beautiful shot of the everted stomach.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Chris, because I think the bamboo corals that we did see it on are not the type that we're seeing today. It's worth noting, I guess, that in these sea stars, the stomach is divided into two pouches. This lower pouch is the pyloric stomach that can be everted, and then there's another one above that. And essentially, they can push that stomach, evert that stomach around their prey, and squirt enzymes onto whatever it is they're feeding on. Just kind of hold it in a sack like that.
Copy that.
That will let
me know when you
start to
done with that move.
digest
We'd like to
what
put
it
in
is
a
they're
ship
feeding
move
on, so
when
that
you're
they
ready.
can move the fluids into the rest of the stomach. And so they don't
Copy.
have to bite anything off. I mean, they don't have teeth. And so this is an effective way of feeding on something that's bigger than the mouth.
Pilots, isn't that? We do not currently have a ship move in, waiting for the bridge to make some heading adjustments.
That's a
also, we have about
pretty interesting
50
comment. I
minutes
didn't know they had two stomachs. I knew they sort of everted and then they released the enzymes on it, but I didn't realize they had a second one, so that's really interesting. I mean, for us biologists, you geologists may think it's disgusting, but we find it interesting.
I don't usually think of turning my stomach inside out as a good thing.
Well, that's what's interesting about it. So this animal is feeding in a very different way than a lot of animals. And Scott was just pointing
Jasper,
out.
think how handy that would be at Thanksgiving if you wanted to eat the whole turkey.
just
convert your stomach over the whole
That's right.
turkey, and you get the whole thing yourself, right?
That's right. Yeah, nobody else is going to want to touch it after that.
Yeah.
Well, actually, maybe everyone then could enjoy turkey Slurpees.
Turkey Slurpees.
God. This is going south
Yeah.
quickly.
The question, no, we are heading south. I guess you could dribble some
I didn't
gravy
mean
on
that.
first.
Yeah, I didn't mean that as a gross thing. I meant that as illustrative of what this sea star is doing. It's actually turning that harder tissue or that muscle or tissue into something that's more liquid, and so then could be sucked up.
Might take a while to finish your Thanksgiving dinner that way.
Well,
Absolutely, and that's why I think these sea stars sit in one place for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what's the rush at Thanksgiving anyway? You want to kind of just enjoy the meal and not rush for a change. You don't have to work that day, or at least some of us don't have to work that day.
Watch lead this and F.
Go ahead.
The ship's making a heading adjustment to deal with the elements, and then we'll put a ship move in as soon as they line up. And we have about 50 meters left, or 50 minutes left in the dive, and about 180
You're off my port
meters
side.
to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just getting an update on nav on distance to the end point and the amount of time left.
Copy
in the
that
dive.
bridge. We'd like to put in 30 meters, bearing 155 degrees at 0.2 knots.
And you said 50 minutes?
50 minutes, yeah, and 100 and I think it was 180 meters, yeah, distance.
That's correct.
The manganese crust is all cracked here. A Walteria sponge and another one of those Candidella primnoids. Yeah, there's a little, whatever he is. He's a wiggler.
Copy that. Pilot's move is initiated.
What are we looking at?
Too far inside the lens, I can't get him focus.
Watch lead move is initiated.
There he is, that's minimum focus.
Thank you.
He's pushing away from you now.
Scott's suggesting fan worm.
Okay.
I do see a little fan.
It's all
on
the
top
way
of
inside your lens. Minimum focus. Maximum zoom.
That's pretty bizarre. I'm not sure I've seen that before. Scott, with 50 minutes left, do you have anything in particular that you would like to consider collecting here, or is our second
Yeah,
biological?
well, not right where I'm looking, but we had a few things of interest that have come up. I think it would be great, ideal, if we found a different kind of coral that had a chirostylid, so we would be able to collect two chirostylids and see if they are different on different corals. That's one possibility. Another would be if we saw another one of those sea stars feeding on a coral, then try to collect the coral with the sea star. A third would be that Jason-Isis-like thing. I guess that's a little further down the list just because it wouldn't have an associate. But beyond that, I don't have any preferences right now.
Actually, this is going to be that some type of a primnoid with the ophies again. The sponge is pretty interesting over to the right, too. I don't know what that is. Yeah, how about the sponge? I thought this was actually an icidid with the commensals on it. It is, and it was the same thing. But this sponge may have anemones in it. I think it does, so it's going to be a Lafayette, but if you could zoom, that'll be the first time we've seen that today.
And a sponge collection is fine with me as well, Chris.
Well, it's got commensals. There are anemones all over it.
Yeah, I can see the dots from here. We haven't zoomed in. And I guess there's just a really large Parentopathes or Trissopathes off to the left. Yeah,
to the left? Yeah, that's right. So this actually has a little more of a vase shape to it. It has a stalk, but at least I think we're looking at the back side of some kind of a vase on the top of this. So this is a glass sponge, and I think it's in the genus Lafayette, and this genus seems to have a relationship with what we think is an anemone, though it's not perfectly clear. It could be a zoanthid, but we think it's an anemone, possibly in the family Edwardsiidae. And wherever you see the members of this genus, you see these anemones with it. So they have some way of sticking together. You know, this is the only one of these that we've seen, you know, and it's got the anemones all over it. So the two of them, it's almost as though the two of them arrived at the site together. And I was trying to understand how that's possible. And how would you explain, you know, what we're seeing here? If they're fairly rare.
Yeah, this is
Go ahead.
It's a fascinating question, Chris. It's analogous to many of the relationships that we see with some of the octocorals and some of their associates. The perfect example is the Metallogorgia and its brittle star. We just never see the Metallogorgia without the brittle star. And it's almost like the two larvae are traveling together, which I cannot see how that's possible. But clearly one has to find the other when they're fairly young. And that's presumably there's some kind of chemical attraction, chemical cue that's being used. But it's a big ocean, you know. How do they find these things?
Well, is there any interest in having this as our second collection? Or Scott, would you want to hold off for a little bit and see if we can find something with one of your squat lobsters on it? Because I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, I mean, sponge is my top choice, but I am perfectly willing to pick this sponge if you think that this is something that's unique and interesting.
I think let's go ahead and hold off and see if we can find you know, squat lobster, because we do have the vase shape Lafayette, and we did get a stalked sort of flattened paddle shaped Lafayette already at the Marianas, so this could be something that we already collected.
Okay.
It's got a ophiuroid and looks like it. That was possibly a bamboo. Not really sure. Is it bamboo, or is this just another one of these candidellas, but a monster? No, it's a bamboo. I think there's an ophiuroid near the top, and it looks slightly different than the other one that we were just looking at. Not sure it is, though. No, it's branching from the nodes again. I thought it was...
It's a partial.
Well, Chris, you're ruining my hypothesis finding this one.
Well, it's only got one ophiuroid on it. It's only got one brittle star on it, though. It's not like the primnoids.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's climbing down now, so he's getting off. He's had enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's one. If you tried to collect it for the brittle star, you would not get that brittle star. That thing would go swimming off through the water column.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then maybe we'll go ahead and move on when video's ready and see if we can
Video's clear.
Find something with a crab on it.
Also interesting to note, though, most of the polyps have their tentacles retracted, so I wonder if this brittle star is irritating them enough that they're closing up. Another indication that they're not used to it.
We're still in the same sort of underground here. Still the same pillows coated in manganese.
Yeah, let's look at this other big colony here. It almost looks like it's got something on it. And these don't quite look the same, to me at least. The shape of them is different than kind of the rounder Jason Isis or whatever that was. Yeah,
These from
quick
a
zoom.
distance almost look Keratoisis-like.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking. There is another ophi and a crinoid on them.
There's another crino on the other side, too.
There's some barnacles on this as well. Gooseneck barnacles on the top.
Yeah.
But
It is branching from the nodes, though.
yeah, it is.
Yep. And you can see that that brittle star is hanging on to a branch that has no polyps on it. How about that?
All right. Well, I guess
Well,
it's the same as
the
the
old,
last one.
getting nervous about running out of real estate and organisms. If we could collect a piece that had something on it, that would be fine with me here. If it's fine with everybody else.
So did you catch?
Or if it's of interest to anybody else.
Did you catch that, Pilot? There's potential requests to
Copy
collect
that.
here.
Appreciate the update, Bridge.
There's another. This thing's got all types of commensals on it, Scott. It's got a pycnogonid as well. That Panto, whatever it was called.
Okay.
Yeah, Pantopoda.
Pycnogonida is the correct term. The old term is Pantopoda.
Oh, okay. So pycnogonid is the same. All right, got it.
Correct. Yeah, that is the correct term.
This has got crinoids. It's got brittle stars. It's got sea spider. Do you have any? Do you have anything you would like to have collected with the piece of coral? Because you've got a choice here.
Did we bring a big hefty bag? Put the whole thing in?
No, oh God, this is a big colony. Don't try to do that. I don't know, Chris. What do you think? Did we collect one of these purple crinoids last year? I don't know if we did.
Yeah, I don't know either. And they're getting
I'll let you choose the associate that you think might be of most interest, unless Les is going to chime in. I'm not sure how critical the barnacles would be, and I don't believe we're going to be able to get that pycnogonid is too far.
Right, but boy,
beautiful view of the pycnogonid.
Yeah, I was about to say the video is extraordinary right now of the sea spider, the pycnogonid.
The mouth is oriented away from us, so we can't really see that proboscis too well. And I was noting earlier in the event log after we saw the pycnogonid earlier is that it's fairly unusual for an arthropod to have a suction mode of feeding because their mouth parts aren't usually constructed in a manner that could allow for suction. But these guys do have a muscular proboscis and can do that.
So where exactly is that guy on the branch? Josh, that's That's not possible, as he was saying, right? I mean, for me, that would be the most interesting commensal to collect, but yeah, he's okay, forget it.
You have to snip an internal branch, so that'd be hard.
Okay, then why don't we try to go for that crinoid on the right side and maybe even get the ophiuroid too, if you can grab the branch low enough.
Those are pretty far apart.
Yeah, they are. So maybe the...
Right, are you talking about, Chris?
What's that? We're talking about the crinoid on the left side, or the right side. Actually, the right side would be just the same. It'd be probably easier for them with the manipulator to get the right side one.
The right side one, at the very least, there's the barnacles at the tip, and we know that they won't leave.
Yeah.
Les is pointing out that there's no needle sclerites, so no defense. I think the crinoid will stay. I'm not convinced that the brittle star will stay.
At the crinoid's feet.
So would you, are you okay with the crinoid, or do you have a preference? Would you want the ophiuroid in? Because I think the ophiuroid's over by the barnacles.
I have a bio sample.
I don't think the crinoid is near any barnacles, so we'd only get the crinoid.
Got it.
I see. That's fine. I don't have a preference. The less I see is in the event log. Maybe he's not listening. I'll ask. See if he's got a preference for which associate.
Hydraulics ready to go, pilot.
I think he's a little delayed. Looks like from the event log. I think he might be looking at something we already imaged just a little while ago.
I think he's discussing why we see all these associates on this particular bamboo coral. He's saying there's no needles associated with the between the tentacles.
I see. Okay. So one of the reasons why the crinoid might stay is that with this prehensile cirri around it, he's got cirri wrapped around the branches several times, and he may not be able to unwrap them quickly.
So if we have the box open.
Right.
Yes, ready to go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this particular species swims off. I mean, we certainly know that some of the comatulite crinoids will do that.
Starboard.
As I say, that brittle star, I have no doubt at all that will do a skydive. It's very common for that particular type of brittle star to do that.
Starboard should.
So I see that less would favor the barnacle.
Well, then let's try to go for the branch that the brittle star is on. Looks like it's a preference for one of our onshore participants.
Okay, I'll go. Right monitor.
Yeah, the brittle star with the gooseneck barnacles right above them. It's on the same branch as the ophiuroid. I don't know if you can grab the branch. Or he's not so easy to grab, is he?
Just brittle.
Let's call this icidid nodal.
I think you can call it Jason Isis question mark if you want.
Okay, did you catch that? Yeah, or just Jason Isis question mark. You don't need to do the icidid nodal then.
Yeah. And Chris, after we've collected, if we haven't gone anywhere, you see that white colony, the white fan that's back right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, if it's at all possible and we still have time, if we could get an image of it, I'm wondering if it's a small version of this or if it's completely different.
Sure, and we have a really big colony also in the distance beyond it as well. Not sure what that is. Could be another just one of these, but hard to tell.
They do get to a large size. We've seen these Jason-Isis-like ones in canyons in the North Atlantic also that just achieve these massive sizes. And I have to assume they grow to a very ripe age. I don't know that anyone's actually aged this particular genus yet. I don't think so. But maybe that's something else, that somebody like Brendan could use part of the collection to do something like that if you were interested.
I'd like to wing draw out just a little further.
It's a pretty tricky collection here.
Yeah.
I mean, Josh wants to do
you're
minimum
not going to
damage.
the branch I was thinking. The outermost branch has barnacles at the tip, not where the opioid is. Are you hearing me?
He's going to try and catch
heard
both.
you. He's going to try to get the Ophi and then get a branch with the barnacles too.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Can you zoom?
He's got that's amazing, Josh. That's,
no.
Get it. Oh.
Smoosh.
He's got it.
Okay.
He's loose.
Oh, that had such a great start to it.
You are full wide.
We're cheering
All right,
too
well,
early.
then I'm trying to see where the
You're gonna grab him from the floor.
barnacles are now.
He's gonna
The
try and
barnacles
pick.
are on the upper right side, not the
He's gonna grab it
very
anyway.
distal tip, but at about 10 o'clock on that exterior branch.
10 o'clock at the okay. And he's sort of got it almost. He's got it. He's gonna.
Hold on. I can try to draw out a little bit further. If you want. Okay.
Nicely
The
done.
Ophi is in the basket. That was art.
Yeah, that was
Right.
nice.
Well, I'm trying to. Can we zoom? I'm not really sure which.
I think he was pointing at the top right with the barn. He was saying the barnacles are in the top right.
Oh, I see right there on that upper. There they are. Okay.
Partial.
Beautiful.
I might be able to get it a little bit further now. I'll try.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Chris, can you stand by for 1 second? They're just putting something in the box here.
I am standing by. Mm-hmm.
That's it.
It's a tense moment.
I mean, Big Mini's just right.
Actually, while he's doing this, why don't you go ahead, Chris, because I don't think a lot of the public can see what's going on with the box anyway right now. So,
yes, it's in the quad split.
Oh, are you collecting?
Yeah, we're collecting a piece of coral right here. But go ahead. I think you want to comment on that sea star that was everted and eating the primnoid. Is that correct?
And before you do, Chris, let me just say this is not a floater. Not a floater. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, so this looks like Evoplostoma, which is one of the strangest to say most commonly encountered coral predators in in this kind of setting. I say that because Evoplostoma, prior to all of these deep sea video sightings, used to be extremely difficult or really rare in collection. There were, prior to maybe the 21st century, there were maybe 7 specimens, and now there are more observations of this animal on this dive than that. But it's got all this characteristic spination, and now we've got this beautiful image of the tube feet and the pyloric stomach everted, digesting the tissue over the coral. So just a wonderful image of this animal doing what it does best, or at least that's what I assume that it does best.
So
looks like corals are important to a lot of different faunas in this area. I mean, obviously they're giving up their nutrients for these sea stars, but also these pycnogonids too. I don't know if you guys remember, but I think when we were in the Atlantic, there was this terrific moment when we saw a pycnogonid extend its proboscis and attack a hydroid.
Both cameras are yours.
So, the observation you made a little while ago, feeding on the polyp, would be consistent with that sort of observation.
So, Chris, have you seen the Evoplostoma feeding on primnoid corals before?
I think
Bring hydraulics down.
they are often bamboo coral predators. Oh, and the surface on this one is really unusual.
Yeah, so the
trick.
thing is, that's what we were seeing last year. A lot of these sea stars are on the bamboos, and then we're seeing them on these primnoid corals this year, which we think are Candidella, and that's sort of unusual to us at least.
Yeah, the surface looks a little different. It might be another species.
Hold on, Chris.
Yeah.
Don't forget that small white colony.
Yeah, he's turning back right now. That one right there, it's coming into view. That's it. So it must be weird. It must be weird for you, Chris. He was about to leave, and there was a request to zoom a colony just before he left. So we just backtracked to go to that colony. But again, go ahead, Chris.
Oh no, that's fine. I think that was basically That was basically my point. Was that upon the camera pan over the surface, the spination patterns and the texture of the animal look a little different from the ones that I know should be in this area. Some of them are widely spread species, but some of them are just very poorly known. So, this area could just have a different species from the ones that we encounter more frequently out in the better studied areas. So, it could be that this one feeds on a different kind of coral, or I think as you observed earlier, it could just be an opportunistic sort of thing, and, whatever coral is available is what
how much time we have left on bottom?
So, both
20 minutes.
Are plausible explanations. But
bottom of this image has the
this does look a little different from the one that I'm
hide taken off there on the right.
Sort of, in the
tissue.
more closer to the Hawaiian region, where the quote-unquote Hawaiian Evoplostoma is known from. So, interesting.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
You get a chance to collect one.
Yeah.
Sure. Good night. Thank you.
Yeah, and Chris, I'm certainly going to keep in mind any possibility of collecting a sea star for you too on this cruise. Of course, the issue is being able to spot something that's new or potentially a new record when you're a little bit behind in your response, and it's sort of, we have to kind of guess on our own
I know.
what way it is. But if we see something that is possible,
Ready for full specimen?
possibly new, and if we see that one, what we called the fatty fingers, the pedicelasterity or something, forgotten the name of it.
Oh, the big orange one, yeah, with the gray.
If we see that, we're
yes,
going to
by
try
all
to grab
means.
that. But
Lovely. That would be great.
Clear.
Hey, Chris Ma, it's Scott. So I'm really pleased to hear you say that Sea Star looks different, and like Chris Kelly just said, it's a shame you couldn't be on earlier, because I think that would have been a good collection. It just it struck both Chris and I that these things are all on the primnoids today and not on the bamboos, and so it's interesting that you got the sense that it might be something different. I wish now that we had collected it.
You guys have good instinct. I'm pretty happy if you collected almost anything from this area. So.
Copy that.
But
Turn my
I
head.
understand
150,
how the priorities
155.
of the expedition are. And, there's the time lag and there's all these logistical considerations. So,
well, hey, the next time Chris and I see one feeding on a primnoid on another dive,
Do you want to
we'll
zoom
probably
in,
be
you
on
said?
the same page.
yeah,
Cool.
I
Okay.
think
Well,
we
maybe
will.
I'll
I
just
think
camp
that.
out at the museum and try and real-time watch
Yes, there
it
is.
sometime.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too, Chris. Thank you. Bye-bye. Now we're seeing a pycnogonid on one of these bamboo corals that would have been collectible.
Watch lead, Nev.
Go ahead.
It's high up on the branches.
Go ahead, Nev.
Got approximately 20
Ain't that
minutes
always
left in
the
the
way,
dive.
right?
It is always the way.
Roger,
It's
I
just-
already put that on the chat.
It's good.
I told you, I panicked. So, is this one got eggs? Yeah. I believe this one's carrying an egg mass.
Copy that, Bridge. We might
Just
put
below
one
the
more
head.
move in
So the
here.
head is pointed down. You can see those two black dots. Those are eyes. And then it has these leg-like structures, and they carry the little mass of eggs, kind of like a little gelatin sack full of eggs. And it's typically the males, actually. They receive the eggs from the females, and then the males carry them around as they brood. But one thing that's really instructive here is that we have now seen, 3 pycnogonids on 3 different colonies. So that's interesting.
Yeah, and I don't remember us ever imaging this particular pycnogonid here in the Pacific before. You know, we did the Colossodon, I can't pronounce it right, the really large red...
Colosendis, I think?
Yeah, Colosendis, but this one is new to me unless you remember differently.
I think I've seen something like this in the Atlantic, but I agree with you. I do not recall seeing something like this in the Pacific.
Yeah, so we've got a bunch of things to keep our eyes out for as we proceed with
Video's
these
clear.
dives. Now that we're diving again, which is
That is max zoom.
terrific.
Yeah.
You want to full screen?
Les also just pointed out that
Lasers
the
coming on.
pycnogonid we saw eating the bamboo corals in the Atlantic had hairy legs.
Got lasers.
He agrees with my recollection there. And I think all 3 of the ones that we've seen today have been on these Jasonisis bamboo corals, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
I'll tilt down to fill the screen with the coral.
All right, well, you want to
Okay, video's
move on
clear.
a little bit? And
Les is asking if we can look at the base.
Look at the base of that colony. Okay. There's a little hermit crab. There's a little cup coral next to it as well on the left side. these corals well enough to even hazard a guess beyond single polyp scleractinian. I do know that to really nail down what they are, you often have to get a specimen and look at the septa between the tentacles there. It's pretty difficult to identify these tiny little cup corals from video. It's also difficult to collect them as well, so a lot of these are fairly unknown. A lot of pillows here, Jasper. Look at this.
Yes, but I think we're good in having collected our rock a little earlier. This would have been a little tricky.
Yeah.
These are all quite cemented in. If you think about how these are individually round sphere-like things and how thickly coated it must be to sort of smooth that out with manganese.
Yeah, it's a lot of manganese. Yeah, there's a little sponge there on the bottom. So there's the Caulophacus with 3 puffs.
What
That's
are
a
all those small
Caulophacus,
puffs on the right?
musinus. Another Jasonisis in the background. More of these Chrysogorgids.
You want to look at any of them? Or moving on?
No, I think we could go ahead and move on.
Pilots, would you like me to put another ship move in?
There.
Copy. We'll keep going at this heading. 155, 30 meters.
When I look at
Sounds
these
good.
pillow lavas, I often sort of think that
Bridge
we're
is
seeing
nav.
in the seafloor frozen
Let's
in
put one
time.
final ship move in.
When you see these intact pillows here,
30
even if
meters,
they're,
bearing 155 degrees at 0.2
even when
knots.
they're fully manganese crusted, you're still looking at the seafloor
Yep.
that erupted 90 million years ago.
Yep.
It's just that view is frozen in time. You can still see the texture of
You
the
can see
seafloor.
still, yeah, that's right. When this was in the South Pacific.
Right. Not even close to here. It was
No.
Southeast Pacific even, right?
Good copy.
It was somewhere where the Cook
Ship
Islands
is
are now.
underway.
So we have like a few minutes left at this point.
Kind of nice just cruising over the seafloor, getting a
Fish
last look
left
at
hand
this
side.
seamount. Who knows when anyone else is going to get
Oh,
back on this
fish.
thing. Oh, yeah. It's a little different to me. I think Bruce is still on. It looks like he's
Yeah.
still in the chat.
He's saying he's enough to rank it.
Yeah, I wish Ken Sulak were here to comment on this. This is a synaphobranchid, but you're right, Chris. It does look a little different. The dorsal fin origin is slightly more forward, I think, than the other ones we've been seeing. The other thing that's noticeable is it has a very large nostril. Now, I don't know if that means that it's a different species, or in some of these deep-sea fish, including, I think, other genera in this family, males can have enlarged nostrils. That happens in several families of deep-sea fish. There's probably increased olfaction, and again, it's probably something related to maturity and ability to find mates in these species. So maybe there's something like that going on here. It's definitely a synaphobranchid. I think it's a synaphobranchus, but it does look like a different species than most that we've been seeing up until now. Maybe later on, after the guy from Ken Sulak species images, he'll comment because he was the co-author of the last revision of this genus.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bruce. And that's Bruce Mundy with the NOAA Fisheries Science Center at the Inouye Regional Center on Ford Island. He is basically our major onshore fish expert. He's actually in the Exploration Command Center there in the Inouye Regional Center. And then Ken Sulak is starting to join the chat now. He has been a participant over email and providing tons of information. about some of the fishes after the fact, and now he's
something exceptionally white at the top
yeah,
of
I
the
wonder
screen.
if we could look at that sponge up ahead.
All the way at the top of the screen?
This is going to be another Lafayette, and this has more of the classic vase shape to it. So we're going to see some of these commensal anemones again on this one. So actually, I'm happy that we didn't collect the other one because it's probably just a weird elongate vase, sort of a standard Lafayette. That's what I think it is. I may be wrong. I'm looking. It could also be a Poliopogon facing in the opposite direction. Oh, a lot of stuff up the hill
All
too.
forest up there still, yeah.
And it's a Poliopogon facing in the opposite direction. A little different species. This group of sponges are some of the largest sponges that you'll see down here. This particular specimen isn't that large, but this particular genus, Poliopogon, in the family Pheronematidae, can you can get other members of the same genus that form these immense, huge, gigantic, massive sponges down here. So they are a very dominant structure-forming sponge in the deep sea. And lots of animals like to live on these things too. Okay, wonder if we could take a quick peek at that forest up there before we leave the bottom. We might actually have a few new things in there. Not really sure. I don't know if we can reach it, but one last run.
Pilot said ship move's just coming to an end. You want me to put another 9 minutes? 30 meters?
Could be all the
Bridges,
same characters we've been seeing today, but
I'd like to put one more ship move in.
Different.
20 meters, bearing 155 degrees at 0.2 knots.
Sponge nearest us in the center.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I actually didn't see him. He's on a dead sponge. In fact, the dead sponge is a Walteria. Here's the crab that Scott was hoping would be on one of his bamboos there that wasn't. Instead, he's on a dead sponge.
As noted before, it always is the way. This is an interesting one. This is really quite different, isn't it?
Yes, it sure is.
It looks more like a Munidopsis, the sort of typical one you see on the substrate, but it has much longer arms. But it's got that very robust carapace, the big spines.
Yeah, and I think it is a chirostylid still, but and having the spines at the joints, I think, are also common in the chirostylidae as well. But maybe Munidopsis has them too. But yeah, I think this is a chirostylid. It's somewhat reminiscent of a very spiny squat lobster that we saw last year, but it's not the same.
Certainly got the very long, pointed claw-like arms, typical of the chirostylids. Just a more robust one from what I'm used to seeing on the corals anyway. And of course this one's not on a coral. Chris, is this a dead Walteria? Is that,
yeah, it's a dead Walteria. So actually the closest thing that this thing looks like is what we described in the gallery last year as Galathioideae, long arm spiny. That's as far as we got on it. So this may be related to that. It's not quite the same, but very unusual.
Another great local high, just covered with Chrysogorgia colonies.
We also got some sponges. There's a bamboo. So if you were to traverse this whole ridge, we're probably going to find these communities sort of waxing and waning, you know, up on the local highs, and then they kind of taper off a bit down in the troughs, and you see them picking up again on the highs. And
right. So you recall that the initial concept for the pair of dive plans was that there would be a second dive that started at approximately the depth we left off on the first dive, so that, you know, this sort of thing, we would get all excited about how many corals we were seeing right at the end of the dive. We could pick it up the next day. And I think we've done enough dives, Chris, that we have a pretty good sense that between this 2,000, 2,100 meter and 1,800 meter is a really nice range for a good diversity of corals. And
partial.
I think that's been borne out somewhat today.
yeah, no, I agree. And you know, the one thing that just because we lost a couple dives, I'm thinking, well, first of all, before I finish, what is this weird thing that's on the dead sponge to the right? You see it's got a little bit of a wavering arms on it?
It's not just
Oh,
the
it's
backside.
just a crinoid,
It's
backside of a
crinoid,
crinoid.
yeah.
Got it. I thought it was some bizarre. So what I was going to say is we're going to have to lose 2 dives, and what I was sort of thinking is that you had mentioned in your original dive plans that it wasn't absolutely necessary to do both of the dives you proposed on the same seamount, and given that we're going to have to lose 2 dives, I think it would be a little bit better to perhaps do the second kind of dive that you were
Lots of
looking at, a little
Ophoroids.
shallower on a different seamount instead of...
Absolutely. That's completely fine. I'm really glad we had this opportunity today to do this sort of slow-moving dive where we got to look closely at a lot of things. I think we found a lot of very interesting fauna on corals and sponges and on the ground. So it's just the sort of thing I was hoping we could do. I really enjoyed it. And one thing that's interesting from the overall community perspective is, you know, we've seen a fair number of different species, lots of chrysogorgiids and primnoids, but there's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen that we saw on other places that we've been diving. So that's kind of interesting. You know, there are no coralliids, no lepidisis-like unbranched bamboo corals or some of the other ones that we typically see. So plenty of no metallogorgia, plenty of things that we aren't
Just
seeing.
roll
and
right
lots of
into the
things
Ophoroids,
different. And I don't know if that has to do with, you know, our location. We've moved further, you know, east and south, or what's going on. But very interesting dive.
Yeah, I would agree. Got a sort of a moderate density community here, just moderate on average. We were getting these little...
I was going to say, except for this particular coral, which is quite dense.
If you were to sort of average out these little highs with some troughs, then it comes out to sort of a moderate density where you're getting little pulses of high and
Oh, yeah, on the left with the lasers. Just, yeah.
Another great example of how the brittle stars seem to prefer climbing up the primnoid fans instead of some of the other stuff.
Maxim.
Okay, well, I'm going to take a guess on this one because we're probably going to be coming up by the time Chris weighs in on this, but I think this is a little Henricia. I'm going to mark it like that, and then hopefully he will call in or email with his opinion on this later on, just based on the 5 arms, the white color, and just the texture that you see on the surface of the sea star.
As we get ready to rotate out from this shot on the right-hand side, I saw something strange, gray and angular in the cracks. May have just been a sponge, but you can see it there. By the lasers. Sponge.
Little ferronematid sponge.
There's another sea star on the back of that one.
Yeah.
Time to pack up.
That's just about it, pilot. About 30 seconds.
I'll pack up the swing arms.
And there looks like a Lafayette sponge down below there too. what I thought that one we were going to looked like, but that one in the back is probably Lafayette, the little commensal anemones.
Chris, on that close-up we were looking at a few minutes ago of what I asked was dead Walteria. It looked to me like there were hydroids growing on it. They seem to be very flexible, and that's what led me to think, oh, Walteria, it always has those structures that we were wondering, are they part of the sponge or are they hydroids? And yet on that one we were just looking at, they were clearly flexible and not stiff.
So Scott, we're looking at another sea star right now. So Chris is getting a couple real, and a bunch of crinoids as well. He's getting a couple sea stars right at the end here. So this is Berzinga or Berzingenes, I think, or it could be a Freyella.
It's time, I think.
Freyester.
Yeah, you're done, pilot. That's it on time.
Freyellid, I think. But yeah, we'll have to get Chris to comment on this one.
Yep.
So we are getting a couple of different animals right here at the gun.
16 delta, 17 delta.
It looks like mucus.
Yeah, we got spooge.
The technical term.
Catch on the flip side.
Somebody above the ROV was not particularly polite.
That's right. Nice. All right, so it's official. We are off the bottom. The vehicles are going to make their way to the surface, and we are going to talk about our next dive. Setting up the monitor right now, and then we'll talk about the dive for tomorrow, at least the planning.
So Lindsay's right here, and she's got it up, and
Bridge
just waiting
snap.
for video to switch over to the MB
We're
prop
coming off
feed.
the bottom now.